the traveling frog, spending time in the Marvel Universe. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201: The Innocence of the Little Mermaid. Thus, the legendary sirens suddenly became a tribe of helpless fish. The dense swarm of mermaids surrounding the Black Pearl was reduced to the Mermaid Queen after Bai Yi's lightning strike. The rest of the mermaids floated belly up. "Mother," the little mermaid Selena cried anxiously. "How are you, Your Majesty? Are you alright?" The mermaids held hostage on the Black Pearl also cried out. Bai Yi glanced at the little mermaid Selena. The Mermaid Queen had a stubborn defense, impossible to pry open. Even with her daughter threatened, she showed no sign of compromise. But this little mermaid seemed different. Perhaps she could be a good starting point. The Mermaid Queen's aura was weakened, her body bearing the marks of Bai Yi's lightning. Even her once gleaming golden crown was stained with charred black. Only the trident in her tightly grasped hand still gleamed with a faint glow. To put it bluntly, it was the trident that protected her, and she used her own abilities to protect her. Otherwise, she would have been taken away by Bai Yi like the other mermaids. "Your Majesty, why are you doing this?" The dark clouds in the sky retreated, and the sky returned to normal. Bai Yi lit a cigarette for himself, took a puff, and said, "Originally, we could have been in harmony and each got what we needed, but because of your stubbornness, things have come to this point." Alice, the Mermaid Queen's mouth was heaving, she was breathing heavily, and some muscles on her body were trembling, but her eyes were still cold. She glanced at the mermaids around her who were lying on their belly, and she said, "The sirens and humans have an irreconcilable feud. Even if you kill all of us, there is no way you can succeed as you wish. The mermaids here are only a part of the entire mermaid race and are the most elite warriors. However, there are still many children, elderly people, and mermaids living in professions on Siren Island, so even if Bai Yi killed all the mermaids here, he could not wipe out the mermaid race." Based on this consideration, the Queen's mouth was still so hard. She held her trident across her chest, seemingly preparing for a final showdown with Bai Yi. "I really don't understand what you fish-brained people are thinking." Bai Yi shook his head gently. "I'm just asking for a few tears from you in the use of the Fountain of Youth. I'm not going to kill your own father. Are you risking your life like this? You mermaids have an irreconcilable feud with some humans, so go and seek revenge on them. I didn't kill those mermaids, so why are you trying to embarrass innocent people like us? Seriously, I don't know what to say to you." Without waiting for the Mermaid Queen to respond, Bai Yi's eyes suddenly hardened. With a flash of lightning, Bai Yi's figure vanished from sight. The Mermaid Queen shuddered, knowing that this was her last chance. If she could seize it, perhaps they could turn the tables. Otherwise, they would most likely all perish here. But her overthinking proved too much. Bai Yi, using the Thunder Fruit's teleportation ability, suddenly charged inside the Mermaid Queen. From his right palm, a sound like the chirping of countless birds erupted, and a pale blue ball of lightning took shape. "Chidori!" Bai Yi pressed the Chidori against the Mermaid Queen's bare mouth. She had no time to react before the Chidori's energy struck her hard, sending her flying backward like a cannonball. The Mermaid Queen was sent flying, and the trident in her hand fell to the ground. "Trident? Here." Bai Yi gently reached out and took the Mermaid Queen's trident. From the moment he saw it, Bai Yi sensed its extraordinary power. It even had an automatic protective function. It was definitely no ordinary piece of junk. While it was far inferior to Poseidon's trident, it was still a fine magical weapon. Bai Yi grasped the trident and instantly felt its resistance. It seemed to be recognizing its master, a slutty creature not just anyone could penetrate. "Behave yourself." A burst of lightning erupted from Bai Yi's palm, colliding with the trident's surging energy. The trident's vibrations immediately weakened. Hell, Bai Yi smirked. "I'll take what I like, regardless of whether you like it or not. I'll force you to take it, understand? It's just that." Bai Yi played with the trident for a moment, but it only served as a harpoon, completely unsuccessful in unleashing any of its powers. Damn, this thing was even trying to engage in non-violent non-cooperation with him? "You despicable human. The trident is a sacred relic of our sirens, a gift from Poseidon. Only the Siren Queen can wield it. Even if you take it, it's useless." On the Black Pearl, the little mermaid Selena glared at Bai Yi with hatred. Who said it can't be used for anything? I can't use it to roast chicken wings. Bai Yi turned around, winking at the Little Mermaid Selena, and said, You actually used our sacred object to roast chicken wings. The Little Mermaid was almost in tears. This was their sacred object. What does sacred mean? It means something that is not used easily in normal times and must be enshrined on the altar, extremely sacred. But now Bai Yi said he wanted to use the trident to roast chicken wings? You despicable human. Return the trident to us, or I will not let you go. You've always been despicable. Why don't you change your words? I've heard you so many times that my ears are calloused. Bai Yi scratched his ears and said, If you don't want me to use this trident to grill chicken wings, you should have given me the terms of the deal instead of wasting our time with empty threats. Huh? Bai Yi turned around and saw that the Mermaid Queen, who had been sent flying by his Chidori, had finally recovered her breath and wasted no time. She desperately came towards him, and her eyes finally showed a hint of anxiety. Give me back the trident, really? Bai Yi casually played with the trident flower, the one-handed trident flower, the two-handed trident flower. Could it be that, in the eyes of the queen, this trident is more important than the safety of her own daughter? If so, then the next step was simple. Bai Yi, wielding his trident like a club, struck the Mermaid Queen on the head, knocking her unconscious. Holding the trident in one hand and the unconscious Mermaid Queen with the other, Bai Yi returned to the Black Pearl. Mother, the Little Mermaid Selena, watching her mother's unconscious form, cried out anxiously. She even tried to approach to check on her, but her chains prevented her from opening her eyes. Don't worry, I'm being careful, so she won't die for now, but I'm not sure what will happen in the future. Bai Yi chuckled. You devil, Poseidon will definitely punish you. Selena, unable to find any reason to persuade Bai Yi to let her mother go, resorted to citing Poseidon, her ancestor. Poseidon? Wow, I'm so scared. Bai Yi said playfully. Call him out and let me see. If you can, I'll release you right here, right where you are. Without a word, I'll just turn around and leave. The Little Mermaid Selena was speechless. As Poseidon's followers, the sirens worshipped him and held annual sacrifices, but they hadn't had any contact with him in ages. Even her mother, the Mermaid Queen Lucia, had lived from birth to the present day and had never actually seen Poseidon. And that was to say nothing of the other mermaids. To the sirens, Poseidon was more of an imaginary religious deity than a real, reliable Olympian god. Poseidon must still be alive. When he returns, you blasphemers will meet a bitter end. The Little Mermaid Selena had emulated her mother, the Mermaid Queen Lucia, with her tough talk. Then I'll wait until he returns, Bai Yi said, shrugging. Not to mention Poseidon was dead. Even if he did return, he wouldn't be afraid. Granted, with his current strength, he couldn't possibly be a match for the Olympian god, Poseidon. But with his thunder fruit, which could simulate electromagnetic force at speed, Poseidon might not be able to catch up, right? Moreover, Bai Yi could escape this world at any time. Even Poseidon would be left floundering. Next, Bai Yi, Angelica, Elizabeth, and the others directed the pirates to retrieve all the belly-up mermaids they could. Honestly, there were so many mermaids here that the Black Pearl's cells were suddenly overwhelmed. There was no other choice but to imprison the mermaid leaders in the special cells. The rest were chained and thrown on the deck. Some, for whom there simply weren't enough chains and ropes, were left to drift in the sea, and no one bothered to salvage them. After all, their queen, princess, and most of the leaders had been captured, and these small fry seemed unlikely to cause any trouble. Inside the prison, Queen Lucia gradually awoke from her coma, but upon opening her eyes, she felt double vision and a severe headache. Despicable, you are a despicable human. The Little Mermaid Selena's angry cries swiftly awakened Queen Lucia. Selena, what happened, mother? Selena, startled by her mother's voice, turned away from her argument with Bai Yi and looked at her mother, Lucia. Mother, you're finally awake? That's great. I thought you'd been beaten to death by the fellow. Lucia shook her head slightly, as if trying to shake off the drowsiness in her mind. She quickly regained consciousness and remembered everything that had happened. She had been struck by a lightning ball, and her trident had fallen into the hands of the enemy. She had tried to reclaim it, but was knocked unconscious by the trident. Lucia looked across. Bai Yi was humming braised wings, I love it, and then she took up her trident and grilled chicken wings. Well, The reason the Little Mermaid Selena and Bai Yi had argued earlier was because Bai Yi had actually used their sacred trident to grill chicken wings. Bai Yi kept his word, not giving any concessions. The aroma of braised chicken wings wafted through the cell. Bai Yi hummed a song as he brushed the chicken wings with seasoning. Not bad, not bad, it's almost done. Bai Yi brought the trident to his nose, sniffed the aroma of the chicken wings, and nodded with satisfaction. Asshole, Lucia felt her breasts ache with anger. This trident is a sacred object bestowed by Poseidon upon the sirens. How dare you use it for such a vulgar purpose? You are blaspheming. Abominable. Abominable, given by Poseidon? Really? Bai Yi examined the trident. But no matter its origins, it's now my trophy. I can use it as I please. As prisoners, how can you control me? It tastes really special. It smells like seafood. Delicious. Bai Yi raised the trident, placed the grilled chicken wing on it, and took a bite. The crispy, juicy chicken wing exuded an alluring aroma. Suddenly, Selena's stomach growled. Bai Yi and Lucia both looked at Selena. The Little Mermaid Selena blushed. She knew it was wrong to be tempted by the trident grilled food, but they hadn't eaten since Bai Yi captured them last night. It was normal to be hungry, right? Right? I'm also a master at grilling chicken wings. Miss Selena, would you like some? Bai Yi smiled. I won't eat your food, the Little Mermaid Selena snorted angrily. A gentleman doesn't eat food given out of pity. Although she was hungry, she had no integrity. If she said she wouldn't eat, she wouldn't eat. Forget it, I'll eat alone. Bai Yi ate the braised chicken wings and looked at the Mermaid Queen. Your Majesty Queen Lucia, what do you think? Have you thought it over? Do you want to agree to negotiate with me to solve the problem, or should I kill you all and then find a solution? Lucia's face returned to calm, and she looked at Bai Yi. You'd better kill us. This is really a stubborn donkey who can't change his mind. Bai Yi sighed softly, looked at the Little Mermaid Selena, and said, Your mother rejected my request again. What about you, girl? You don't want anything to happen to your mother, do you? Chapter 202 Elizabeth, don't bow your head, the crown will fall off. Don't cry, the bad guys will laugh. Since it seemed the Mermaid Queen, Lucia, couldn't be persuaded with words, Bai Yi could only place his hopes on the Little Mermaid, Selena. Selena, you're certainly not as heartless as your mother, willing to watch her, the very mother who gave birth to and raised you, die before you, and yet you refuse to compromise, Bai Yi said with a playful smile. He had previously observed that Lucia's personality was exceptionally cold and aloof, whereas this little mermaid, with little experience, was far more emotionally rich and the perfect opportunity to break through among the mermaids. Selena was speechless. She certainly didn't want to watch her mother die before her, but asking her to compromise with Bai Yi, a human with whom they held a deep hatred, was too much of a stretch. Selena, Lucia, seeing the dire situation, immediately shouted, I don't need you to save me. Even if you did, I wouldn't survive on my own. Besides, you've betrayed our race. You, Zizizizi. Bai Yi pointed a finger, and a bolt of lightning, like a chain, emanated from his fingers, wrapping around Lucia and instantly giving her a shockwave. Dark blue lightning erupted around Lucia, shaking her body and rendering her speechless. Bai Yi looked at Selena with a smile and said, Look, your mother is still thinking about you at this time, asking you not to sell your conscience for her, and even asking you not to betray your own race. She is afraid that after saving everyone, you will not be able to fit in with the tribe. It can be said that she is thinking about you wholeheartedly. What about you? Can't you really think about your mother? Can't you sacrifice a little bit of your conscience for your mother's life and property? Besides, you certainly don't want all of your tribe members to die in my hands. I believe that in this case, although there are still remnants of your mermaids and the tribe will not be destroyed, it is definitely considered to be seriously injured, and the ability to resist risks will decline sharply. Maybe a wave will come, and your mermaids will really be wiped out. Selena's expression was in a struggle. Silenced by Bai Yi's continuous electric shocks, Lucia, despite enduring the paralyzing effects, stared at Bai Yi with resentment, a shrewd desire to cut her into pieces. He had never seen such a despicable person, using rhetoric to deceive a child who had just reached adulthood. How despicable. A grown mermaid would have immediately understood Bai Yi's deception, but Selena was too young. Seeing Selena's hesitation, Bai Yi knew success was imminent. Let me give you another promise. I won't tell any of the mermaids who betrayed them. I'll only tell them the final outcome. That way, No one will know it was you who betrayed the group, and you haven't acted as if nothing happened, continuing to live happily in your home." Bai Yi's lips curled up into a smile. "Don't even think about it. You're saving people, not harming them. You're enduring immense psychological pain and torture to save them, but you're the one suffering the most." Selena glanced back at Lucia, who was being electrocuted by Bai Yi. Amidst a faint blue light, Lucia looked particularly agonized. "How is it going? Is it resolved?" Bai Yi emerged from the cell, and Angelica approached him, asking. "Of course. I'll do it." "Any doubts?" Bai Yi smiled, a crystal glass bottle appearing in his hand. Done. Tricking an immature girl was a piece of cake for him. No difficulty at all. If time wasn't so tight, even dealing with the Mermaid Queen, Lucia, wouldn't be a big deal if he put in a little more effort. "Bai Yi, you're amazing." Angelica stepped forward, kissed Bai Yi on the lips, and said with a smile. "You're taking advantage of me." "No, I have to take it back." Bai Yi put away the crystal bottle and suddenly stepped forward, bracing himself against the wall with one hand, forcing Angelica into his sight. Angelica had no way to escape. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she stammered, "What do you want, you?" Bai Yi reached out and lifted Angelica's delicate body into his arms. Angelica must have just showered. She smelled delicious, her body soft and comfortable to hold. He buried his head in Angelica's hair and sniffed deeply. It was so fragrant. You can't do that now," Angelica blinked and said. "Everyone's waiting for news." Facing Bai Yi's aggressive, beast-like gaze, she glanced around. "How about? I'll come to your room tonight." She understood Bai Yi's desire to relax after accomplishing something so surprising, but now seemed inappropriate. "If they want to wait, let them. I'm the captain of the Black Pearl, and you're the second in command. Why should I be afraid of those ordinary crew members?" Without waiting for Angelica to say anything, Bai Yi kissed her on the lips. He'd been setting the bomb for so long, couldn't he enjoy himself? Bai Yi. Angelica was embraced by Bai Yi, carried into her room, not far away. She clasped one arm around Bai Yi's neck and let him carry her away like a princess. Her fair face, as white as jade, had already turned a deep red. Back in the room, they slumped onto the soft chairs. Angelica fell into Bai Yi's arms, her hair a little disheveled, her long legs pressed tightly against him. Bai Yi held her soft, delicate body in his arms and said with a smile, "So, have you changed your mind? If you do, it's not too late. Even if you change your mind now, it's too late." Angelica stared at Bai Yi intently, then took the initiative to kiss him. After a long moment, their lips parted. This woman's clear eyes, sparkling with a bright light, exuded an alluring charm. Bai Yi stretched out his right hand and held Angelica's pair of white and bony hands. He spread out his 5 fingers and clasped them tightly with Angelica's green fingers. He held Angelica's hand, put it to his lips and kissed it, saying, "How could I change my mind, Angelica? Beauties like you are rare in the whole ocean. Believe me, no man can really refuse you. So, you like me because of my beauty." Angelica wrinkled her nose, stretched out her finger and touched Bai Yi's chest. "Love, doesn't it always start with attraction, then a deep dive into the truth, and finally, love?" Bai Yi stroked Angelica's smooth, fair skin and said, "I feel that with our relationship, we've already skipped the initial attraction stage and are now ready for a deep dive. I also believe that sooner or later, we'll reach that stage of love that blossoms over time." Angelica found Bai Yi's statement a bit strange, but it made sense. While love isn't based on looks, 90% of love stems from attraction. There's always something about someone you attract at first sight, and it's definitely not their inner qualities. It's their temperament, their face, or their good looks. At first glance, you can't see their true nature, you can only see the surface. If it weren't for the surface, how could you possibly be willing to date them? As you get to know them, you slowly get to know them better. Even if there are things you don't consider your ideal partner, because they're beautiful, you have no reason to resist. You accept everything about them and stay with them. But Angelica also wanted to believe that, with her and Bai Yi's interactions, they would definitely develop feelings for each other over time. Bai Yi had just set sail, still a newbie, when the two of them met in the crowd. What was this? This was fate. She had met Bai Yi before that Elizabeth, so what did Bai Yi have to do with her? Angelica, Bai Yi. Angelica, like a blue she-cat, looked at Bai Yi with misty eyes. She took the initiative and put her arms around Bai Yi's neck. Then, with a roll, she pushed Bai Yi down, twisting her slender waist and kissing him again. When they parted again, Bai Yi stroked Angelica's cheek and said, "Call me brother, I'm older than you, I'm your sister." Angelica was immediately dissatisfied, pouting, "Have you forgotten how you used to call me sister, front and back, when we first met in the tavern?" Bai Yi slapped Angelica on the butt and said, "I was just teasing you. Do you really think of yourself as a sister? Call me brother, or not." He raised his hand, as if to say, "You decide." Angelica lowered her head, speechless. "I was always the older sister, how could I suddenly be reduced to the younger sister?" But seeing Bai Yi's threatening look, Angelica still let out a humiliating whisper, "Brother, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Can you speak louder, brother, brother?" Bai Yi. After the first cry, Angelica's mental block seemed to vanish. She cried out twice, then pounced on Bai Yi, her fine silver teeth biting into his shoulder. "You bad guy, you only know how to bully me." Her pretty face flushed, her long hair flowing, her snow-white neck exposed, quite alluring. "Who told you to let me bully you?" Bai Yi lowered his head and bit Angelica's crystal-clear earlobe. His hot breath filled Angelica's ear and said, "No one else will let me bully you, so I'll have to bully you." Angelica's body suddenly went limp, powerless. "Bad guy, I hate you so much." Bai Yi smoothed Angelica's damp hair from her forehead, revealing her pretty face. It must be said that Angelica was truly a beauty. With her long, flowing hair, skin as white as cream, eyes as clear as autumn water, a straight nose, smooth lips, and pearly white teeth, her alluring beauty was like a dream, breathtaking. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on Angelica's door. "Bai Yi, are you in there?" "Bai Yi," it was Elizabeth's voice, urgent and faintly angry. Angelica opened her eyes instantly and was face to face with Bai Yi, who was standing across from her. They were so close that they could even see their reflection in each other's eyes. Bai Yi's gentle gaze made Angelica a little shy. But in an instant, her good mood was broken by Elizabeth's voice from outside. "Angelica, open the door." Elizabeth's voice came in a rude voice. Earlier, Elizabeth had been directing the crew of the Black Pearl to separate the captured mermaids. When the task was complete, Elizabeth went looking for Bai Yi again, but he was nowhere to be found. She went to Bai Yi's room, but he hadn't returned. She searched almost the entire ship, but still couldn't find him. Finally, Elizabeth thought of a possibility and went to Angelica's room and knocked on the door. Angelica couldn't help but smile at Elizabeth's impatient tone. In the race to chase Bai Yi, she had already won, and Elizabeth was just a loser. The angrier Elizabeth's voice, the happier she was. The whine of a defeated dog is the most beautiful thing to hear. "You won't open the door for me? Then don't blame me for being rude." Elizabeth resorted to violence and kicked Angelica's door open. Inside the room, Angelica, wrapped in a thin sheet, faced Elizabeth and said lazily, "Why are you making so much noise? I was still sleeping, and you woke me up. You're a lady from a noble family, how come you don't know any manners?" Elizabeth looked at Angelica, then at Bai Yi on the other side. She understood what was going on here, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth. How could you do this? This is too much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Your girlfriend is so scary. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for you, my brother. The most important thing is, you did this without even asking me? Why can't we do this? Angelica said smugly. This is a matter between Bai Yi and me, what does it have to do with you? I don't think we need to report this to you. Elizabeth could only rage helplessly. But she could do nothing about it. As Angelica said, this was ultimately a matter between Angelica and Bai Yi, and had nothing to do with an outsider like her. You bitch. Elizabeth stomped her feet, cursed, and ran outside. Angelica was not angry, but laughed. She had long been annoyed with Elizabeth. It was clear that Bai Yi knew her first and was hers. This shameless woman actually wanted to snatch Bai Yi from her? What qualifications do you have to snatch Bai Yi from me? Just with your Schrödinger's bare mouth? It's only because of the tightness that it's worth looking at. Normally, Ahem, Bai Yi coughed as he emerged from Angelica's room to get dressed. Angelica, I'll be back to my room first, okay? Angelica winked at Bai Yi. I'll see you in your room tonight. Bai Yi instantly gave her a knowing look at Angelica's Elizabeth ran out of Angelica's room, drawing her sword and, yelling, hacking at the Black Pearl's equipment. None of the crew dared approach her, fearing their wrath would be retaliated against. Elizabeth, Will Turner was about to step forward to comfort Elizabeth. "Don't be silly, boy," Jack Sparrow stopped him in time, saying, "talking to her now will only lead to trouble. Let her be alone for a while." Will Turner paused, sensing Jack Sparrow's point. He hesitated, but didn't move forward. Elizabeth just vented her anger without any response, then she held her head high and went back to her room. "Don't bow your head, the crown will fall off. Don't cry, the bad guys will laugh. He who wears the crown must bear its weight." As long as she is willing to bear such a crown, the battle for Bai Yi will not be over. That little bitch thinks she has one? Dream on. She is just the daughter of a pirate who has done many evil things, is vicious and cruel. Bai Yi is like this only because he was seduced by you, but it must be just for fun. If we want to get married, I, the daughter of the governor of a British colony, am not 1,000 times better than you, the daughter of a pirate? Elizabeth, it's really too difficult. Will Turner shook his head and sighed. "You're such a lickspittle, boy. You've gone to such lengths." Jack Sparrow glared at Will Turner with disdain. "Your goddess is vying for the affections of another man and another woman. As long as Elizabeth lives a happy life, I'm content," Will Turner said. But inevitably, a hint of sadness crossed his face. "When you said that, I knew I'd make you my brother." Jack Sparrow put his arm around Will Turner's shoulder and said, "Boy, don't you have another goddess? Someone as pretty as Elizabeth will do, and I can take care of her for you." Will Turner shrugged off Jack Sparrow's hand, glaring. "What are you thinking about?" The jerk's mind was filled with erotica, and he couldn't comprehend the grandeur of his helping a goddess. "Nothing, I just wanted to help you," Jack Sparrow said playfully. "Will Turner, let's not talk about me. That Deputy Captain Angelica seems to be your—" "Don't mention her to me, I've forgotten," Jack Sparrow sighed and said, "Boy, when it comes to love, if you don't cut it off when you should, you will suffer the consequences. If you don't cut it off, there will be trouble in the future. When a woman no longer loves you, you must wake up and cut your losses in time. Otherwise, you will understand what it means to even breathe wrong, and let me tell you, even if I lose a crooked tree, I still have a big forest. I've traveled the sea for many years and visited almost every island in the Caribbean. And on every island, there is at least one infatuated girl or a well-off young woman who has had a fleeting romance. Some are even the wives and daughters of noble gentlemen. There is no shortage of women at all. As long as you follow me with peace of mind and are loyal, then sooner or later, you will be like me, experienced in hundreds of battles, and will never let your heart be moved by a woman." Will Turner. Next, the Black Pearl continued its journey towards the island where the Fountain of Youth lay. They were only attacked by mermaids en route. In reality, the actual Fountain of Youth was still a day's sail away. Mermaid Queen Lucia and Little Mermaid Selena remained imprisoned. However, due to overfishing, the cells were too full for them, so they had to be piled up on the deck and other places. Some of the mermaids were thrown back into the water, so they wouldn't cause any trouble. And with Lucia and Selena in hand, the mermaids wouldn't dare to make a move. An hour later, it was lunchtime. Bai Yi emerged from his room and sat at the dining table. Angelica, who had arrived shortly after, naturally sat next to Bai Yi. At the table were Bai Yi, Angelica, Elizabeth, Jack Sparrow, Barbassa, Will Turner, and other key figures on board. Elizabeth, observing Angelica's deliberate display of intimacy with Bai Yi, glared at her with hatred, her fork scraping against a plate with a terrifying noise. "That? Chief," Jack Sparrow couldn't stand the noise anymore, and asked Bai Yi in a flattering manner, "Have you found out about the Fountain of Youth?" "Almost," Bai Yi said while cutting a steak. "The Fountain of Youth didn't come out of thin air, but was a gift from Poseidon to the Sirens. Although there are male mermaids in the Sirens, they are rare and have a low status. Many female mermaids are unwilling to mate with male mermaids. Then, adult mermaids will drink the Fountain of Youth mixed with their mother's tears, and they will become pregnant and give birth to new little mermaids. Therefore, the Fountain of Youth is the source of life for mermaids." "That's not right," Jack Sparrow asked puzzledly. "If that's the case, then what about the rituals about the Fountain of Youth that are circulated among humans?" "That's another story," Bai Yi continued. "A long time after Poseidon lost contact, the mermaids welcomed humans who docked at Whitecaps Bay. The mermaids were originally a friendly and gentle group, But when a mermaid who was in love with a sailor accidentally told the sailor the secret of the mermaids, the sailor didn't think anything of it. When he returned to the ship, he told his companions as a joke, which attracted the attention of a wizard on the ship. Tragedy happened. The wizard secretly sneaked into the Fountain of Youth and discovered a ritual left by Poseidon. With Poseidon himself out of contact, he had room for manipulation. He changed the function of the Fountain of Youth, allowing it to plunder one person's life and transfer it to another through Poseidon's divine power. From then on, the mermaids, who needed to use their eyes as the trigger for the ritual, engaged in an unprecedented bloody war with humans. The mermaids were almost wiped out, and eventually they wiped out all the people who stayed at Whitecaps Bay, so, mermaids have developed an irreconcilable blood feud with humans. They'll kill anyone they see. It's either you or me, no other choice, so that's how it all started, Jack Sparrow suddenly realized. Although he'd been to Whitecaps Bay and had some interactions with the mermaids, his visits were fleeting and his departures were frequent, barely managing to escape. How could he have had the chance to learn about the mermaid's history? Of course, Bai Yi said, shoving a piece of steak into his mouth. Back then, Poseidon was just frolicking with his mermaid family on Siren Island. With nothing better to do, he created the Fountain of Youth and even developed a special ritual for humans to transfer their lifespans, allowing them to utilize it and achieve immortality. With the exception of Elizabeth, everyone else enjoyed their meal. After all, hearing new and surprising stories from Bai Yi satisfied their curiosity. As for the rumors about Bai Yi, Angelica, and Elizabeth, no one dared to ask. Would that be courting death? Barbassa and Jack Sparrow were quite capable. Bai Yi had already shown respect by allowing them to sit at the same table. But if they pushed him too far, Bai Yi could kill them with a lightning bolt with a snap of his fingers. After lunch, everyone dispersed. Bai Yi and Angelica came to a corner. Angelica kissed Bai Yi lightly on the lips and said, I'm going to take a nap. You've been tossing me around, and now I feel like my whole body is falling apart. I finally got a little sleep, but that woman Elizabeth interrupted me. Bai Yi put his arm around Angelica's slender waist, his forehead against hers, and said with a smile, well, how about I take a nap with you? Forget it. Angelica rolled her eyes at Bai Yi and said, I'm afraid you'll get wild again. I can't stand you, an animal. I'll come find you tonight, okay? Bai Yi could only nod regretfully. Angelica had just become a woman from a girl, so he couldn't ask too much of her. Good girl. Angelica kissed Bai Yi again and was about to leave, but in the blink of an eye, she turned back and said to Bai Yi, but you must stay away from that Elizabeth. You're mine. Got it? Bai Yi flicked Angelica's forehead and smiled. Angelica finally left with peace of mind. I'll go back for a nap too, Bai Yi muttered to himself, stretching himself. He must have still had plenty of energy from his fight with Angelica, but he couldn't continue to torment her. He could only seal himself and go back to his room to sleep. He would unseal himself and fight Angelica in the evening. Bai Yi turned a corner when a hand suddenly reached out from behind him and covered his mouth. The hand was so delicate and white that Bai Yi knew without a word who it belonged to, Elizabeth. He didn't resist and let Elizabeth lead him away. Soon, Bai Yi was led to her room. Elizabeth released her hands from covering Bai Yi's mouth and leaned against the door, blocking Bai Yi's path. Bai Yi looked across at Elizabeth and gave a helpless smile. Elizabeth, what are you going to do now? I'm not trying to do anything. Elizabeth looked at Bai Yi stubbornly and said, I just want to take back what belongs to me. What? Bai Yi felt strange. Did Elizabeth treat me as her own? My place, Elizabeth said with her head held high. No way. Bai Yi laughed dryly and said, Elizabeth, you also know that Angelica and she seduced you, Elizabeth said indignantly. I knew she was a loose woman, no matter whether she seduced me or not, we already, Bai Yi said. Elizabeth, you should also understand that some things, I don't care, Elizabeth said. I was just a step slower, why should I bear the fate of a loser? Then, what do you want to do? I think. Elizabeth unbuttoned a few buttons on her chest, revealing a touch of whiteness. What a charming fairy, she knew how to use this knowledge. She slowly approached Bai Yi and said, let's stand on the same starting line with that woman again and compete fairly. It's not necessary to make such a big fuss, is it? Bai Yi spread his hands and said, Elizabeth, you have to think about it carefully. This is about the rest of your life. What if you lose to Angelica? There will be no chance to regret it. PFFT, Elizabeth couldn't help laughing and said, Bai Yi, are all you Asian men as innocent as you? Even if you and I, what are we? Don't you know? In London, those noble ladies, which one of them doesn't keep a few gigolos? It's embarrassing to say it out. So what we are, is nothing at all. Bayou was speechless. He had forgotten that the European nobles were shameless. Even if he and Elizabeth did something shameful, if Elizabeth wanted to turn over a new leaf, there would definitely be honest people willing to take over, such as Brigadier General Norrington. So Elizabeth has no shortage of ways to retreat. Chapter 204. It's me, I was here first. From outside, golden sunlight streamed in, making the room look rather messy. The pillows from the boat were thrown to the floor. Elizabeth lay beside Bayou, her long, smooth hair cascading like a black waterfall. A smug smile played on her face, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. You're so happy you successfully robbed Angelica's house, Bayou smiled, placing his hand on Elizabeth's head and ruffling her hair, his voice carrying the faint scent of shower gel. Of course I'm happy. I finally got my revenge, Elizabeth said. That doesn't mean I robbed that woman's house. It was her own debauchery that seduced you, which nearly got me kicked out. Now I've used my own skills to get back at her. It's like giving her back in her own way. Yes, Bayou could only agree. You must be the legendary Elizabeth Mirongfu Swan? Suddenly, Elizabeth grabbed Bayou by the collar, straddling him, and demanded fiercely, I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Tell me, what exactly is the difference between me and her? Why was it so easy for her to kill you, and not me, before? Elizabeth hadn't dared to lose her temper with Bayou, fearing it would only further distance him. Now, with their relationship so deep, Elizabeth felt that a little flirting and temper tantrums might help to further strengthen her relationship with Bayou. You know this, right? Angelica kept pestering me because she was after my body. She was dressed so seductively, and even fed me some alcohol, and took the initiative. I was confused, so I lost control. But that doesn't mean I like Angelica more than you. Bayou lied and made up stories, putting all the blame on Angelica, while he himself was the innocent little white rabbit. Elizabeth, however, fell for it. I knew it. That woman was definitely despicable and used despicable tactics. How could I possibly be no match for her? Given her despicable nature, she definitely didn't just give you wine, she must have mixed it with something else. Elizabeth, without hesitation, cast Angelica in the worst possible light. Bayou could only silently apologize for Angelica. Death to my friend, death to me, since your relationship is already strained, perhaps a little more shouldn't be a problem. You should avoid that woman in the future, Elizabeth said earnestly. Now that she's drugged you, I dread to think what she'll do to you next. Elizabeth knew that directly severing Bayou's relationship with Angelica would be impossible. She could only sow discord and distance the two. I'll be more careful next time. Bayou held Elizabeth in his arms, his nose filled with Elizabeth's alluring body fragrance. He gently kissed her smooth forehead and said. Elizabeth's eyes were slightly sparkling, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. I'm glad you know. Night. Angelica slept comfortably and finally walked out of her room. Because of the previous fight with Bayou, she had exhausted too much physical energy, which made her too tired. She fell asleep and no matter how loud the noise outside was, she couldn't wake up. When she woke up, it was time to finish her meal. Angelica came to the restaurant. However, she felt that the atmosphere was quite strange. Jack Sparrow and Barbossa lowered their heads to eat their food, not daring to look up and speak, while Will Turner had a look of heartache and blessing, which was very strange. Of course, the most important thing was Elizabeth. That shameless woman. She actually stayed by Bayou's side, helping him pour wine and pick up food. How shameless. Did she know that Bayou belonged to her now? You loser, you're still clinging to Bayou. Is that fun? Angelica, a bit angry, walked over quickly. She was clearly stomping hard on the floor, but the little bitch seemed not to hear and continued to do the same. Brother, you eat the steak I cut for you. Angelica won't be angry, right? Oh, it's delicious, brother, have a bite, brother. We drink from the same glass of wine. Angelica won't be jealous if she knows, right? Brother, you smile at me. Angelica won't beat me if she knows, right? Angelica is so scary. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for you, brother. Angelica, she felt offended. Isn't this Elizabeth too disgusting? Angelica squeezed herself between Bayou and Elizabeth, tilted her head, glanced at Elizabeth, and said, You woman, the daughter of a noble family, don't you know what shame is? Bayou is already mine, Elizabeth, unfazed by Angelica's push, sat down on Bai Yi's other side and said, "Really? Bai Yi is a person, not an object. If you want him, he's yours." I said. "Bai Yi is mine." Angelica keenly sensed a hidden meaning in Elizabeth's words. Furthermore, Elizabeth had clearly been utterly devastated. Why, now, had she regained her aristocratic grace and used it to retaliate against her? Angelica's intuition told her that something must have happened while she was sleeping to recharge. "What do you mean by that?" Angelica demanded. "It's nothing, just the surface." Elizabeth cut another piece of steak, forked it, and held it to Bai Yi's lips. Bai Yi, facing Angelica's piercing gaze, felt a slight embarrassment, but he had to open his mouth and take a bite of Elizabeth's cut. He chewed a few times and swallowed it whole. "I have to say, you're really shameless. You really think Bai Yi is yours just by using some underhanded tricks?" "Humph, then I can tell you, Bai Yi, he's mine now too." Elizabeth held her head high and looked at Angelica with dignity, exuding an aura that was enough to rival Angelica's. For a moment, the two were evenly matched. Angelica finally understood what was happening. She had expected it, but she wasn't sure. Now that Elizabeth put it so bluntly, if she still didn't understand, then her life would have been in vain for over 20 years. "Bai Yi." Angelica turned around and stared at Bai Yi with a pair of deathly eyes. "Don't embarrass him. I was the one who initiated it." Elizabeth stepped forward and declared, "If a woman lacks her own charm and can't attract men, then she should just kill herself. Why embarrass a man?" Angelica, already seething with rage, heard this and couldn't contain herself. She whipped out her longsword and lunged at Elizabeth. This little bitch had dared to seduce her man. She was going to kill her. Although Bai Yi didn't seem to be a good person, the bitch herself had said it was her who initiated the seduction, which was why Bai Yi made the mistake. An ordinary man would probably find it hard to resist the seduction of such a charming aristocratic girl. Elizabeth had naturally prepared herself for provoking Angelica. She drew her sword and engaged Angelica in a fierce exchange. Both were skilled swordsmen, and their clash inevitably affected the restaurant's furnishings, causing a flurry of clashes. Fortunately, Jack Sparrow, Barbassa, and the others were well prepared. They had already taken Elizabeth's #1 lapdog, Will Turner, and hid in a corner to prevent any possible involvement. "Stop fighting. Stop it. Stop it." Bai Yi verbally urged the two to stop fighting while he squatted in a corner with a plate of steak and a bottle of rum, eating and drinking. Bai Yi's eyesight suggested that Angelica and Elizabeth wouldn't be decided that quickly. He ate his steak, sang, and watched the fun unfold. Jack Sparrow and Barbassa, standing by, exchanged glances and gave Bai Yi a thumbs up. "Awesome. No wonder he's the captain, and we're just his minions." Just at that level, the difference is clear. "Bitch," Angelica cursed as she brandished her sword. "I tolerated you before, but now that you know Bai Yi and I are together, you're still trying to interfere." "Bah," Elizabeth fired back. "You didn't even wait for Bai Yi to truly choose who he wanted, and you resorted to despicable means to force him. I don't recognize the relationship you and Bai Yi have established. No, Bai Yi chose me. He took the initiative. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" The two of them tangled. When Bai Yi had finished eating and drinking, he wiped his mouth, stood up, and stretched out his hand. 2 lightning chains shot out from his palms, winding and circling, quickly approaching the two and entangling them. "Bai Yi, what are you doing? Let me go." "Let go of Bai Yi. I'm going to kill that bitch." Bai Yi had no intention of listening to them. Entangled in lightning chains, they were already unable to move. With a single sweep of his arms, he lifted the two soft, delicate bodies onto his shoulders. "You're all my wings." Talking about violence and killing is too damaging to the relationship. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'll show you what it means to be born with harmony. Carrying Elizabeth and Angelica, Bai Yi strode out of the dining room and headed for his room. Jack Sparrow and Barbassa, who remained where they were, looked at each other, unsure what to say. Is this the kind of manipulation they still have? "Captain, indeed." Will Turner burst into tears. He said he was content to see Elizabeth happy, but why did he still feel a bitter lump in his throat? The next day, dawn broke. The sea shone brilliantly in the morning sun, a touch of golden light seemingly adorning the vast expanse with a shimmering golden edge. Captain, we've spotted land." A crew member arrived with the good news, their clamor waking Bai Yi. Bai Yi opened his eyes. Without disturbing the two sleeping queens, he dressed and left the room. Embracing the morning breeze, he felt a sudden sense of refreshment. Are we there yet? Bai Yi shielded his eyes from the dazzling golden sunlight with his hand, gazing at the pirate in the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, a large island loomed within his sight. Yes, Jack Sparrow appeared at Bai Yi's side, pulled out the compass of desire, showed it to Bai Yi, and said, "Boss, that must be the island where the Fountain of Youth is. You've done well," Bai Yi encouraged. Barbassa also approached and asked, "Boss, are we ready to land?" The island was within reach. In 2 minutes, they would be able to dock. "Barbassa, what nonsense are you talking about?" Jack Sparrow scolded. "It's such a beautiful morning, can't we just enjoy the sunrise? What's the rush? It's so tasteless," Barbassa was about to retort. But seeing Jack Sparrow winking at him and gesturing towards Bai Yi's room, Barbassa suddenly realized what was going on. He had been so focused on finding the Fountain of Youth and impressing Bai Yi with his achievements that he had forgotten about the condition of the two captains' wives. Who knew when they would finally wake up? How could Bai Yi abandon them and take them ashore alone at this moment? He immediately fell silent. Bai Yi nodded and said, "There's no rush for landing. Let's have breakfast first." "Yes, yes." Jack Sparrow and Barbassa prepared Bai Yi a hearty breakfast. When they finished breakfast, Elizabeth and Angelica showed no signs of waking up. Bai Yi didn't need to say much. Jack Sparrow and Barbassa were trying to stall for time. It was already noon. Only then could the sounds of people getting dressed and yawning be heard from Bai Yi's room. Jack Sparrow couldn't help but look at Bai Yi with envy. His eyes rolled around, and he boldly stepped forward and said, "Captain, I have a question for you." Bai Yi looked at him twice. "What is it? What should I do to become as strong as you, Captain?" Jack Sparrow said a little shyly. As an experienced person, Bai Yi naturally understood Jack Sparrow's meaning in an instant. He patted his shoulders sympathetically. "I didn't expect you to encounter such a problem at such a young age. But I can't help you. I am purely gifted, just like Zanger and his family. It's not something that was developed later." Chapter 205, Mermaid and the Fountain of Youth. After lunch, Bai Yi led Angelica and Elizabeth, along with Jack Sparrow, Barbassa, Will Turner, the Little Mermaid Selena, and the Mermaid Queen Lucia, toward the Fountain of Youth Island. Once ashore, Angelica and Elizabeth exchanged a cold glance. Although Bai Yi's counseling had eased the tension, they still held a grudge against each other. "Can we really keep those guys guarding the Black Pearl?" Angelica asked, observing the Black Pearl drifting on the sea. Bai Yi and his crew didn't need to bring the entire crew with them on their journey to the Fountain of Youth. They only brought a few backup crew members and the two mermaids, Selena and Lucia. The rest remained aboard the Black Pearl. Haha, Bai Yi flipped his hand, and a glittering golden coin appeared in his hand. "The last Aztec gold coin is in my hands. Unless they're willing to become eternal undead, they won't dare to act rashly. Let's go see the true face of this legendary Fountain of Youth." The group gradually moved deeper into the island. They soon entered a rainforest. The climate was hot and humid, and all sorts of venomous insects lurked in the shadows, making the dangers unpredictable. Unfortunately, the venomous insects also encountered the Black Pearl crew. These cursed undead, not only fearless of bites and venom, but also cheerfully used venomous snakes, spiders, and other venomous insects to scare each other, making the venomous insects lose all dignity. "Hey, stop fooling around. What are you doing with your fill? Why are you messing with these venomous snakes? They're not trying to provoke you," Jack Sparrow said sternly, dodging the sudden attack of the venomous snakes in front of him. These bastards might be immortal, but he's still a normal human. A snake bite would almost certainly kill him. Tisk, the pirate, who had followed Barbassa in his mutiny against Jack Sparrow for nearly a decade, naturally looked down on him and was about to retort. But seeing Elizabeth, the captain's wife, looking equally displeased, he gave up playing with the snake and threw it away. They still knew who to mess with and who not to mess with. "Elizabeth, are you okay?" Bai Yi put his arm around Elizabeth's shoulders and said, "How about I carry you?" Elizabeth smiled, but before she could say anything, Angelica, who was standing nearby, leaned over with a look of fear on her face and said, "Bai Yi, I'm scared too. I want you to carry me too." Angelica was Blackbeard's daughter, a seasoned warrior. How could she be afraid of walking through a rainforest? But she couldn't let Elizabeth, a little bitch, use her fear as an excuse to flirt with Bai Yi. Well, Bai Yi looked at the two of them awkwardly. "Forget it," Elizabeth's face paled slightly, but her eyes held a fierce glare. She glared at Angelica and declared, "I'm not some pampered person who needs someone to carry me just for a walk." Elizabeth had certainly never been to a rainforest before. Honestly, the dirt and stench didn't bother her, but the disgusting snakes and venomous insects were a bit too much for Elizabeth. However, even with all her fear, Elizabeth didn't want to show weakness before Angelica, her rival. Elizabeth continued walking steadily forward. Bayou gave Angelica a helpless look, then followed. For a moment, Angelica felt like the bad guy. "What? I was here first, it was me, it was me, it was all me, the kiss, the hug, the crush. It was that woman, Elizabeth, who suddenly appeared and tried to steal my man away. And in the end, it was all my fault?" "It's not my fault," Angelica whispered. "Keep up." The Black Pearl's crew, machetes in hand, cleared the way. The rainforest was teeming with venomous snakes and insects, and numerous vines obstructed their path. After half a day's trek, they finally made it through the humid, hot rainforest and arrived at a coconut grove. "Huh?" Elizabeth let out a long sigh. Finally, out of that hellhole. That kind of place was truly a formidable test for a girl. Angelica, too lazy to argue with Elizabeth, said, "It looks like we're still a long way from the Fountain of Youth. We probably won't get there for a while. Why don't we just cook and rest?" "Okay," Bayou thought for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, "Angelica, you'll make the arrangements." The undead crew of the Black Pearl were a comical sight. They were deprived of all senses, yet they still needed to eat. Without food, they wouldn't starve to death, but their bodies would be extremely weak and unable to move. So, when the time came, they had to eat. Following Angelica's instructions, a fire was quickly built at their camp, and smoke rose from the air. The hunting party led by Barbassa also caught a massive wild boar. "We've got something like this here," Bayou exclaimed in surprise. Then, turning to Elizabeth and Angelica, he smiled and said, "Perfect. I'll show you my cooking skills." He prepared a braised wild boar dish for Elizabeth and Angelica. He cut a piece of wild boar's hind leg, cleaned it, blanched it in boiling water, removed it, cleaned it of any blood, and cut it into pieces. Heat the pot, add the wild boar and stir-fry briefly. Add soy sauce and cooking wine, stir-fry briefly, then add salt, scallions, ginger, and an appropriate amount of water. Simmer until the meat is tender. Add mushrooms and cook for a while. Add pepper, toss to combine, and serve. While it might take a while, Bayou had plenty of time, so he decided to do whatever he pleased. Soon, the rich, fragrant aroma of meat filled the camp. The Black Pearl's crew, lacking a sense of smell, didn't notice anything. However, Jack Sparrow and Will Turner, along with the Little Mermaid Selena and the Mermaid Queen Lucia, were all drawn to the aroma. They looked at Bayou in astonishment. No one could have imagined that this incredibly powerful wizard could also be a skilled cook. "Are wizards so versatile these days?" Slurp, Jack Sparrow swallowed and said, "Even if the captain wasn't a powerful wizard, he could still live a comfortable life as a cook." Bayou prepared a dish of braised wild boar. He brought the plate to Elizabeth and Angelica, with a smile on his face, and said, "Wild boar meat is tender and fragrant, with a high lean meat rate, strong game flavor, strong meaty aroma, rich nutrition and low fat content. In other words, it is delicious and not easy to make people fat. It is especially suitable for girls like you. Come and try my cooking." Elizabeth tasted it. "Well, Bayou, it's a pity that you don't become a chef but a pirate. If you open a hotel in London, you will soon be able to earn wealth far more than you get as a pirate." Bayou accompanied Elizabeth and Angelica for dinner, and said, "Why do I need so much money? Money is the easiest thing to get in this world. I have never touched money and I have no interest in money." "Elizabeth, do your family members know that you are pretending like this outside?" "No, that smell is too tempting." Jack Sparrow wiped his saliva. "I have to try and see if I can get some." "Don't bother Elizabeth and the others at this time," Will Turner intervened and said, "Look at Elizabeth, she's smiling so happily right now." "Will, I've told you many times, stop being a bootlicker." "There's no good ending for bootlickers," Jack Sparrow said, looking angry at his lack of resistance. "There are so many beautiful women in the world, don't just focus on one woman. When this voyage is over, I'll personally take you to see the big forest outside." Will Turner still couldn't persuade Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow, with a shameless face, approached Bayou and the others. "Captain, I have something to report to you." "What is it?" "Why do you have to report it now?" Bai Yi glanced at Jack Sparrow. Very important, Jack Sparrow chuckled, saying, in the ritual of the Fountain of Youth, besides mermaid tears, does a normal human also need the Cartagena's silver cup? On their way here, Bai Yi and his companions captured some pirates who had encountered the Black Pearl on the sea. Then, Captain, leave this mission to me. You proceed forward, and I will catch up with you myself. Sometime in the 16th century, the Santiago was commissioned to search for the wonders of the New World. Legend has it that the Santiago's captain, Juan Ponce de Leon, discovered the Fountain of Youth in 1523. This suggests that the Santiago disappeared after that voyage. Rumors circulated that the Santiago ran aground in a storm, hidden on land, nestled on a cliffside rock. In a sense, the route the Santiago took during its voyage to the Fountain of Youth, before its disappearance, was depicted on the Malcun map. An elderly shipwreck survivor recovered a logbook containing crucial information. In fact, the Santiago is currently stranded on this island. Okay, I leave this matter to you, Bai Yi said with a deep look in his eyes, but, if you want to play any tricks on me with the Cartagena's silver cup, I promise that your last little brother Will Turner will be sent to a brothel to sell his ass, and your most beloved bad girl will be reduced to ashes in the thunderstorm. Now on the entire Black Pearl, perhaps only Elizabeth and Angelica can be considered loyal to him. Well, Will Turner can also be considered half, after all, he licks Elizabeth, and Elizabeth licks herself. As for the others, no matter whether it is Jack Sparrow or Barbassa, they all have a lot of little calculations in their hearts. How could that be? Jack Sparrow chuckled and said, I am utterly loyal to you, Captain. The sun and the moon bear witness to my unwavering loyalty, and heaven and earth bear witness to my unwavering loyalty. Forget it, stop shouting slogans at me. Bai Yi waved his hand and said, you may leave. No, Captain, I haven't eaten yet. Jack Sparrow patted his stomach and said aggrievedly. Seeing his expression, Bai Yi knew he understood, so he gave him some braised wild boar. He had originally made extra, fearing there wouldn't be enough for Elizabeth and Angelica, but now that Angelica and Elizabeth had almost finished, there was still plenty left in the pot. Thank you, Captain, and wait for my good news. Jack Sparrow, beaming with joy, left. After lunch, Bai Yi and his companions continued their journey. Jack Sparrow and his minion, Will Turner, temporarily left the group to search for the Cartagena's silver cup. Bai Yi and his companions began their journey through the coconut grove. Angelica, Elizabeth, are you thirsty? I got you some coconuts. Want some? Bai Yi handed Angelica and Elizabeth a couple of large coconuts with straws inserted. It clears away heat and relieves summer heat, quenches thirst. Thank you. Angelica and Elizabeth thanked Bai Yi and took the coconuts. Natural coconut water, nearly transparent and in the form of water, is rich in amino acids, vitamins, and minerals, making it a natural, pollution-free beverage. It's sweet, Elizabeth said. Much sweeter than the coconut water I am used to. Bai Yi smiled. Maybe it's because we grew up in a different environment, going on adventures with you. Bai Yi, I don't feel any danger or fear at all. It's more like a trip, Angelica said teasingly, cradling the coconuts. No matter what difficulties they encountered along the way, with Bai Yi by their side, they seemed nothing. On this humid island, being able to sip coconut water while navigating their journey, Angelica and Elizabeth calmed down and became more relaxed. Passing through the coconut grove, Bai Yi and his companions arrived at a swamp, where many bones were scattered. Some were human, but some were clearly different from human remains. They must be the remains of mermaids that had been captured. The legend of the Fountain of Youth has been circulating in the sea for many years. Most people do not believe it, but there are always some people who are not afraid of death and come to seek this item of immortality. Unfortunately, immortality is not so easy to obtain. Most people end up being buried at sea, dying before they can achieve their goal. It looks like we are not far from our final destination, Bai Yi said. Yes, Angelica turned her head and shouted, everyone, work harder, the goal is just ahead, Mr. Bai Yi, the little mermaid Selena suddenly said, her eyes fixed on the mermaid corpses, filled with sadness, can you bury these people of my people? Chapter 206 Madam, you don't want your father to die without a burial place, do you? Since the little mermaid had spoken, this little matter was perfectly acceptable. Bai Yi casually ordered the Black Pearl's crew to bury the mermaid's remains. As for the human remains, forget it. Bai Yi didn't believe he was one of them. Anyone who left their remains here was almost certainly obsessed with immortality. and the mermaid remains must have been kidnapped for the Fountain of Youth ritual. To put it bluntly, they were a bunch of greedy pirates, unsympathetic. Continuing on, after half a day's journey, Bai Yi and his crew arrived at a cliff. The Fountain of Youth is right here. Perhaps out of kindness for Bai Yi's earlier help burying the mermaid's remains, the mermaid queen, Lucia, who had remained silent the entire journey, finally spoke. Got it, Bai Yi smiled at her, then looked at the cliffs where the water flowed. He said, to complete the Fountain of Youth ritual, we need the Cartagena silver cup that Jack went to get. So, let's wait for Jack here for a while, no one objected. After waiting for about half an hour, Jack Sparrow came running back with a coquettish gait. Captain, I found your silver cup for you. He held two beautifully carved silver cups in his hands. Will Turner followed behind him. That bastard, you're finally back. I thought you fell into the toilet, Barbassa muttered. Just because of this one guy, Jack, he'd wasted so many of their time. Well done, Bai Yi nodded and smiled at Jack Sparrow. Next time the Black Pearl goes out to sea, I'll reward you with a month's captaincy, Barbassa. Jack Sparrow's eyes lit up, and he chuckled, thank you, Captain. Anyone who could captain the Black Pearl for a while wouldn't mind the arduous journey, even asking him to kneel down and call him father. He'd sold his soul to Davy Jones for 100 years just for the Black Pearl. What a ruthless man. Barbassa was bummed. He wanted to captain the Black Pearl too. If he'd known, he would have volunteered to find the Cartagena Cup. It wasn't that difficult. And now, that bastard Jack had taken advantage of him. Alright, let's go in, Bai Yi said, holding the cup. Let's take a good look at what this legendary Fountain of Youth actually looks like. Sunset had already arrived. The setting sun's afterglow also illuminated the earth. Bai Yi and his companions, following the guidance of the Desire Compass, entered through a vine-wrapped cave at the foot of a cliff, gazing towards the mountain's interior. As the light gradually dimmed within the mountain's interior, they lit torches and waded through the icy stream, heading deeper. The cave was dark, damp, and narrow, creating a strangely oppressive feeling. However, the Black Pearl's crew, confident of their invulnerability and their skill in daring, showed no fear and led the way without hesitation. Following the Desire Compass's guidance, they reached the deepest part of the cave. However, at a certain point, the needle began to spin wildly, no longer indicating a precise direction. What's going on? Angelica frowned. Is the needle broken? No way. This isn't something made by a wizard. How could it break so easily? Elizabeth asked in surprise. No, Bai Yi chuckled and shook his head. There's nothing wrong with the compass. The problem is that its needle won't point upwards. You mean? Angelica raised her head, gazing towards the sky above the mountain. The Fountain of Youth is inside the mountain, but if that's the case, how can we get there? Elizabeth asked. Do we have to dig through the mountain? No need for that. Bai Yi raised the silver cup and, following the inscription on it, chanted the spell, Water of Life. Instantly, dots of fluorescent light flickered around, gradually converging. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the light transformed into countless tiny streams, flowing through the air, defying gravity, as if against a current, ultimately flowing into the sky above where Bai Yi and his companions stood. In a moment, these trickles converged into a small pool above Bai Yi and his companions, hanging upside down on the rock face. This was clearly the entrance to the Fountain of Youth. How do we get in? Will Turner asked. Are you an idiot? Jack Sparrow said to Will Turner. It's obvious, isn't it? He plunged his sword into the pool, and a suction force from the water caused the sword to slip from his hand and fall into the water. Just as I expected, Jack Sparrow said confidently. Captain, I'll let little Jack find out the situation for you. He proactively dipped his hand into the pool, and the suction from the pool sucked Jack Sparrow in. A moment later, Jack Sparrow poked his head out and said, Captain, that's the Fountain of Youth up there. There's no danger. Since Jack Sparrow had already explored the path, Bai Yi and the others naturally followed. After entering the vortex of the pool, Bai Yi's vision went dark, and he arrived in a strange space. The scenery before him was completely different. Deep within the mountain's bowels, a bright, wide valley, shrouded in mist, teemed with exotic plants and magnificent flowers, its beauty akin to fairyland, beyond words. Further in, towering stone pillars seemed to guard a massive stone statue, evidently of Poseidon, the god of the sea, standing in the very center. Surrounding the statue were stone platforms, gurgling streams flowing above them, shimmering in the light, a faint, iridescent glow. the Fountain of Youth. Even within its perimeter, corpses remained, suggesting that many had perished here in the struggle for immortality. Is this the fountain we've been searching for so long? Angelica, arriving after day-night, curiously surveyed the surroundings, feeling a sense of peace and tranquility. Yes, the Fountain of Youth, pursued tirelessly by countless people, even at the cost of their own lives, is now within our reach, Bai Yi smiled and said. Then, the others also entered the fountain, captivated by the extraordinary scenery. Is there anyone among you who desires immortality? I can offer you a chance. Bai Yi looked at Jack Sparrow, Will Turner, and Barbassa. Angelica looked at Bai Yi in surprise and said, Bai Yi, you have gone through so much trouble, didn't you just to find the Fountain of Youth? Aren't you going to drink it? Bai Yi shook his head and said, personally, I think it is better for people not to know their own doomsday. The secret of life is to live in the present, so that you can always enjoy the pleasure of exploring the unknown future of your life. Even if I can't live forever, I am the discoverer of the Fountain of Youth. My life will always live in this legend. I am an out-and-out pirate, Jack Sparrow. He looked at Bai Yi with strange eyes. Why does it feel like what he said is all my words? Of course, Bai Yi didn't drink the Fountain of Youth, of course not for such a ridiculous reason, but because he didn't quite believe in the integrity of Poseidon, the god of the sea. What if there was a problem? Moreover, Bai Yi's lifespan is still very long, so he doesn't have to worry about his lifespan in the short term. Now that Bai Yi had arrived at this place, he had left his special coordinates there using the dimensional matrix, Shangri-La. This meant that once Bai Yi arrived in the Pirates of the Caribbean world, he could instantly arrive here and harness the power of the Fountain of Youth to extend his life. Therefore, Bai Yi naturally didn't need to drink the water immediately. Bai Yi, your spiritual realm is truly profound. Elizabeth looked at Bai Yi with admiration. There's a type of woman in this world called a hipster. They understand the joys of life, immersing themselves in their own spiritual worlds, their thoughts unfettered by conventional norms. They have a certain artistic influence, appreciate certain art forms, and gravitate towards interesting people, just like the young woman on a budget trip who got into a truck driver's car. This isn't cheating, it's liberating nature. As the saying goes, thank you, you've warmed a driver's heart. They set out on a trip with 50 yuan and returned home with 5,000 yuan. Of course, Elizabeth wasn't quite as hipster-like as that, but rather had a slight tendency. So, looking at Bai Yi, she instantly felt that he held a much higher standard. Ahem, Bai Yi cleared a cough and said, this is nothing. Immortality and such are really meaningless. Elizabeth, Angelica, what about you? Do you want to drink the Fountain of Youth? Angelica shook her head very firmly and said, since you, Bai Yi, don't drink it, then I won't drink it either. Elizabeth quickly followed, me neither. Okay then. Bai Yi's gaze moved over. Jack Sparrow, Will Turner, Barbassa, what about you? I don't want to drink the Fountain of Youth either. After Bai Yi said what he originally wanted to say, Jack Sparrow racked his brains to think about what to say. I think the meaning of life is not its length, but the vision of self-worth in the process. After knowing that I am immortal, many things feel meaningless, because time can smooth out all emotional fluctuations. It's better for me to be myself. Bai Yi looked at Will Turner. Will Turner glanced at Elizabeth and said, if Elizabeth doesn't want to drink, then I won't drink either. If Elizabeth drank from the Fountain of Youth, Will Turner would definitely drink from it too. Even if the man Elizabeth chose wasn't him, he would still want to protect Elizabeth. But since Elizabeth had followed Bai Yi and stopped drinking, there was no point in him drinking from it. Barbassa hesitated and said, Captain, we have been cursed and become immortal. Will drinking this fountain water still be of any use? Your curse is the curse of Aztec civilization, and this Fountain of Youth is the manifestation of the power of Poseidon, the god of the sea. They are completely two different things, Bai Yi said. In my opinion, they should go their separate ways. Your curse will be lifted sooner or later. By then, at your age, Barbassa, you won't have many years of good days left. It's better to drink some water from the Fountain of Youth now, so that you won't die after just a few years of enjoyment after lifting the curse of the Aztec gold coins. Right. Barbassa thought seriously for a moment and said, Captain, I understand what you mean. I also want to be a guinea pig for you to experiment with the effects of the Fountain of Youth, but after all, we are not normal humans. Who knows if the two different abilities in our bodies will affect each other? This will greatly affect the judgment of the experimental results, so I think this arduous task should be handed over to Jack. His thinking was similar to Jack Sparrow's. A longer lifespan held little appeal for them, and it even dampened their sense of excitement at sea. Fearing Bai Yi would force him to drink the fountain of youth, Barbassa laid it all out. What are you saying? Bai Yi said angrily. Am I the kind of person who uses you as guinea pigs? I'm trying to help you. The fountain of youth, something even the King of England would dream of. Would it harm you if it were right in front of you? Jack Sparrow and Barbassa exchanged bewilderment, their heads lowered, not daring to speak. Such a good thing, you really don't want it? Bai Yi's gaze shifted to Jack Sparrow. Captain, Jack Sparrow raised his hand and said, Little Jack, I retrieved the Cartagena cup for you. Even if I didn't do any credit, I did some hard work. He then looked at Barbassa. Barbassa also raised his hand and said, Captain, I have a curse, you two losers. Bai Yi glared at them both. Well, he did want to find a few guinea pigs first, have them drink the fountain of youth and see the effect first. He would not eat other people's food casually. But since Jack Sparrow and Barbassa didn't fall for it. No. I don't want it. No. Will Turner was surrounded by a group of pirates. They pried open his mouth and poured the fountain of youth directly into his mouth. He struggled hard, but it was no use. Man on man, this is no joke. Elizabeth felt a little reluctant, but she could only turn her head away and couldn't bear to watch any more. Bai Yi snorted coldly, You are so ungrateful. You don't want the chance of immortality even if I give you one, and you insist on me forcing you. Chapter 207 Madam, you don't want anything to happen to the Siren clan, do you? Cough, cough. Will Turner, having been fed the fountain of youth, knelt on the ground, clutching his throat and coughing loudly. Suddenly, a crack in the ground suddenly blew open, and a stream of water gushed out. As if defying gravity, it leaped upwards and enveloped the other pirate who had drunk the fountain of youth without the mermaid's tears. Splash! The water, like a giant python, tightly wrapped around the pirate, swirling like a tornado. His life force was drained away amidst a horrified scream, then transformed into bloody mist that poured into Will Turner's body. Boom! The entire ritual abruptly ended. Only a skeleton remained of the pirate, drifting away in the wind. Will, how are you feeling? Elizabeth asked cautiously. Will Turner said, looking at his hands in a daze. I feel great. I'm filled with strength, as if I haven't slept for days and nights. I'm full of energy. Then it seems this ritual is fine. Bai Yi applauded, then turned his gaze to Jack Sparrow and Barbassa. Anyone else want to drink the fountain of youth? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you'll never find it again. Jack Sparrow and Barbassa shook their heads in unison. A bunch of losers. Bai Yi shook his head in frustration. But having Will Turner as an experimental specimen was enough. Forget it, I won't bother talking to you. If no one else wants to drink the fountain of youth, then we can leave. Bai Yi tested it out. If the spatial coordinates of dimensional matrix, Shangri-La, could be found here, then this place would be almost completely secretive to him, and there was no need to stay here for long. The little mermaid Selina stepped forward, looking warily at Bai Yi. You promised me before that if I helped you obtain the fountain of youth, you would release all of us. Are you going to go back on your word now? Lucia, the mermaid queen, also cast a gloomy gaze at Bai Yi. Of course not, Bai Yi smiled. When we return, I'll have your people released. A promise, Lucia said. No need. Release us here, and we'll go and rescue our people ourselves. She looked at Bai Yi with deep distrust. The sirens had suffered enough from human deception. She wouldn't be as easily deceived by Bai Yi as Selina. Now she simply tried her best to convince Bai Yi to release both her and Selina, if possible. That won't do. Bai Yi shook his head and said, if I let you go now, what if you gather your people and pierce our Black Pearl? What will we do then? Without our ship, we can't return to the mainland. We'll die here. The little mermaid Selina felt Bai Yi's words made sense and didn't argue. Only Lucia sneered, as if she saw through him. Was this man determined to devour her and her daughter, along with the entire Sirens clan? As it grew dark, they set up camp near the Fountain of Youth to rest for the night. At night, the campfire roared. Barbassa and the others went hunting for dinner. This time, they didn't get as much as before, only a few pheasants. Barbassa, it looks like you'll have to eat dry rations. This little food isn't enough to share, Bai Yi said. Barbassa didn't mind. After all, they couldn't taste anything. Bai Yi, carrying a few pheasants, walked up to Elizabeth and Angelica. saying with a smile, "I'm going to make you another delicacy, beggar's chicken. It's incredibly delicious, and I guarantee you'll be so enchanted by it that you'll want to swallow it." "Beggar's chicken?" Elizabeth asked, puzzled. "It sounds like something homeless people eat. It's just a rather cheesy name, but it's actually a dish steeped in Chinese folklore," Bai Yi said. Hong Kigen, the leader of the beggars sect, has tasted every delicacy in the world, yet he still raves about this dish. He even taught all his skills to a foolish boy like Gu Ojing. "You'll see how powerful this dish is. You'll see when I make it. Prepare 2 or 3 lotus leaves, clean them, and set them aside. Mix yellow mud with water to make a yellow mud slurry. Prepare about half a cup of white wine and pour it into the slurry. Adding it to the mud will remove the fishy smell of dirt and meat. A chicken is butchered and cleaned, then stuffed with scallions, garlic, and ginger. Soy sauce, then salt, is applied to the chicken. Then, it's wrapped in lotus leaves and coated with yellow mud. The chicken is then placed over a high fire and roasted for 2 to 3 hours until cooked through. Once cooked, the lotus leaves and mud are removed, revealing the tender, juicy chicken. While the recipe might seem unrefined, this beggar's chicken is incredibly delicious, with tender, juicy meat and a refreshing aroma from the lotus leaves. It's done. As Bai Yi separated the lotus leaves and mud, an incredibly alluring aroma instantly wafted out. "Wow, Bai Yi, I thought you were joking. Making food out of mud, I never thought you could actually make something so delicious." Elizabeth couldn't help but sniff the aroma. "Haha, now you believe it, right?" Bai Yi tore off a chicken leg and gave it to Elizabeth. "Try it." He gave the other leg to Angelica. "It's delicious," Elizabeth muttered. "Bai Yi, how do you manage to make such delicious food wherever you go?" "It's mainly because I'm used to enjoying life and can't stand hardship," Bai Yi said with a chuckle. "So I always carry all kinds of seasonings with me, so I can make whatever I want." His space ring could hold anything, but the seasonings for making delicious food were essential. "It's really fresh and tender," Angelica said. "Bai Yi, you Chinese are truly amazing at researching food. You even eat better than those European nobles." "It's probably just because we have a longer history," Bai Yi said. "With so much time, we know a little bit more." He placed 2 beggar chickens next to Elizabeth and Angelica, picked up another, and walked over to the Little Mermaid Selena and the Mermaid Queen Lucia. "For us," the Little Mermaid stared at Bai Yi's outstretched hand, a little stunned. "If not for you, who else could it be?" "Keep it," Bai Yi said with a smile. Selena hesitated, but finally took it. If Bai Yi really had any bad intentions, they would have no room to resist. Poisoning or anything like that would be completely unnecessary. So why not eat it? It had to be said that the aroma of the beggar's chicken that Bai Yi made her greedy. But as a proud mermaid, of course she couldn't ask Bai Yi for anything. Now that Bai Yi had brought it to her door, why should she be polite? Selena took it, first tore the whole chicken in half, gave half to her mother Lucia, and then devoured it herself. Seeing how happy she was eating, it was clear that beggar's chicken, a human delicacy, actually suited the taste of mermaids. Lucia ate a beggar's chicken intermittently. Even the delicious food couldn't change the cold look she kept giving Bai Yi. "What are you going to do to us?" "No, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. I don't want to kill anyone if I can resolve things peacefully." Bai Yi spread his hands and said, "If you hadn't attacked us with your singing from the beginning, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of catching you all in one fell swoop. I don't believe you'll let all of us mermaids go once we reach shore," Lucia said coldly. "Don't be so absolute," Bai Yi smiled. But I do have some questions for you." "What?" "I heard your mermaid lair, called Sirenina Island, is connected to Davy Jones's demon realm. Is that true?" Lucia's face changed slightly. "Where did you hear that?" "Bai Yi, one of my crew members." "Yes, that sissy, once visited Sirenina Island. He was still young, but already a captain. You kidnapped his crew, and to rescue his own, he went to your Sirenina Island. After a lot of trouble, he actually rescued his crew from you mermaids." Lucia lost herself in memories. From her expression, it seemed as if she was remembering this daring individual who had thwarted the Siren clan. But it had been so many years since that incident, so she didn't have much of an impression of Jack Sparrow. Now, when Bai Yi mentioned it, she remembered. "So? What do you want to say by mentioning Sirenina Island?" Lucia asked with a bit of impatience. "Bai Yi, don't be nervous. I'm just curious, pure curiosity. I want to go to Siren Island and take a look." "Are you planning to exterminate our Siren clan?" Lucia looked at Bai Yi in shock. Bai Yi, did I say that? I don't think so. Selena, who was happily eating beggar's chicken nearby, spat out all the food in her mouth when she heard her mother's words and stared at Bai Yi in amazement. You're overthinking it, Bai Yi said speechlessly, except for those who are bloodthirsty, other people kill for their own interests. I have no grudges against you mermaids. What's the benefit of slaughtering your clan? Even if I want to keep you in captivity and treat the Fountain of Youth as my own private land, I already have so many mermaids like you on hand. Why should I go to your Sirena Island? Lucia thought about it. Bai Yi's words seemed to make sense, but she still chose to refuse. I don't care what you want to do, but Selena and I will never let you go to Sirena Island. I just want to see and experience it. There's no need to be so harsh, right? Haha, Bai Yi, forget it. Since you don't plan to take me there, then we'll go by ourselves. Anyway, we have a crew member who has been to Sirena Island, and a desire compass that can point to the direction of the place you want. I don't believe we can't find the so-called Sirena Island. Lucia's face changed drastically. Yes, she seemed to have overlooked that even without her guidance, Bai Yi and his group seemed to still have a way to reach Sirena Island. Just like they'd found the Fountain of Youth. What to do? Then take your time to think about it, Bai Yi said with a smile. Just give me your answer tomorrow when I release you. I just hope that when I lead the Black Pearl to your Sirena Island, we won't have another war. With that, Bai Yi didn't bother to continue talking to Lucia and returned to Elizabeth and Angelica. Convincing the Mermaid Queen was difficult, but seducing Elizabeth and Angelica was much easier. He decided to go with the hard way. The next day, Bai Yi led his group back to the Black Pearl. Alright, release the imprisoned mermaids. Lucia was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Bai Yi to keep his word and release the mermaids without any additional conditions. After the mermaids were released into the water, Bai Yi looked at Lucia and asked, "What do you think, Queen? Have you made up your mind?" He toyed with the compass of desire and said with a smile, "Our Black Pearl is about to set sail. What else could Lucia do?" Ultimately, she had no choice but to compromise, to avoid another large-scale confrontation. Even if the sirens combined their strength, they were no match for this evil star. The Black Pearl then sailed for the legendary Siren Island. Located in an alien dimension, Siren Island would be difficult to discover and enter without the guidance of the mermaids, or without expertise in sorcery. Bai Yi and his companions followed Lucia and Selena into this legendary island. It looked much like any other island, except for a certain, eerie and desolate feeling. Bai Yi led the group into Siren Island, and Lucia noticed that Bai Yi had indeed done nothing wrong. He simply looked around curiously and went into the Siren Island library to browse some books. In fact, the first thing Bai Yi did upon entering Sirena Island was to leave behind the special coordinates of Dimensional Matrix, Shangri-La. If anything went wrong, he could immediately take Elizabeth and Angelica away. Then, Bai Yi went through the library of Sirena Island, browsing books to understand the history of this world. The sirens, followers of Poseidon, contain secrets far richer than human books. As he read more and more books, Bai Yi's understanding of this world gradually deepened. One day, Bai Yi approached Lucia and said, "Madam, you don't want your father to die without a burial place, do you?" Chapter 208 Madam, you don't want the benefits to go to outsiders, do you? Lucia, she looked at Bai Yi in bewilderment. How could this person, who was reading peacefully, suddenly walk out and start spouting lewd language? Ahem, Bai Yi cleared his throat and said, "Maybe I didn't explain it clearly. Let me be frank, Queen, your father must be Poseidon, the god of the sea, right?" Lucia fell silent. In reality, Lucia was Poseidon's daughter. This had long been a semi-open secret on Sirena Island, because Lucia was the only immortal mermaid in history. True mermaids had the same lifespan as humans, dying in their 70s or 80s, and few lived past 100. But Lucia was different, she could achieve immortality. This wasn't because she was a mermaid, but because she had the blood of a god flowing through her veins. She was a demigod. Of course, unlike her cousin Diana, Lucia possessed no extraordinary powers, despite being a demigod. At best, she was a bit stronger and lived longer than a typical mermaid, possessing a unique weapon, the trident. Beyond that, she possessed no special qualities. The Olympian gods were incredibly promiscuous, each with countless women and children. Zeus and Poseidon were the most promiscuous. Wonder Woman Diana's incredible strength wasn't just due to Zeus's blood flowing through her veins. 6 gods also gifted Diana with remarkable gifts. Demeter granted her divine strength, Athena, wisdom and courage, Artemis, a hunter's heart and the ability to communicate with animals, Aphrodite, beauty and love, Hestia, the sacred flame of truth, and Hermes, super speed and the power of flight. Zeus even doted on Diana, bestowing upon her the lasso of truth, the silver bracelet of protection, the sword of Vulcan, the divine shield, the starlight crown, the champion's helm, the winged shoes, the disc of transfiguration, and other magical artifacts. It could be argued that Diana was Zeus's biological daughter, while Lucia was more like an adopted child of Poseidon. It was an accident caused by Poseidon's infidelity with a former mermaid queen, and he forgot to take safety precautions. Therefore, Lucia was destined to receive little attention and love from Poseidon. So, Lucia looked at Bayou warily and said, "What do you want to say?" "I want to say that it is obvious that in today's steam age, the gods have perished, and your father Poseidon is almost dead." Bayou said, "I estimate that in all likelihood, his body should be in his temple of Poseidon." "Madam, don't you think we should go to his temple together and collect his bones so that he won't die without a burial place?" Lucia suddenly realized, "I understand, are you coveting Poseidon's trident of Poseidon? As everyone knows, Poseidon is far less wealthy than his brother Zeus. He is a pauper. The only good thing left in his hand is the trident of Poseidon, and he never leaves the trident. If Poseidon is dead, the trident of Poseidon should be next to his body." Bayou, "No, I'm helping you to be filial. He's the father who gave birth to you and raised you. Blood is thicker than water. Can you bear to leave his body alone?" Lucia sneered and looked at Bayou without saying a word. Okay, I am indeed a little curious about the trident of Poseidon," Bayou said, "but this is a win-win situation for both of us. You comfort the spirit of my late father, and I satisfy my curiosity. No one suffers. I have given in to you again and again, but I don't want you to get any further," Lucia said without hesitation. "If you want to get the legendary trident of Poseidon, then go find it yourself. It has nothing to do with me. I won't accompany you anymore." "But are you really not curious about Poseidon's life and death?" Bayou said. "You, the sirens, have always said that you are Poseidon's followers and that Poseidon will protect you. But what if Poseidon really died a long time ago? I guess you are also very clear about the situation of ordinary humans. The speed of development is getting faster and faster, the sailboats are getting bigger and bigger, the number is increasing, and the weapons are increasing. And you, the sirens, are related to the secret of the Fountain of Youth. Whenever humans explore this world further and come to the Fountain of Youth, can you, the sirens, really rely on harpoons and wooden spears to compete with human flintlock rifles and cannons? Admit it, you sirens have long been out of touch with the times. Previously, you were able to live freely because you were shrouded by the fog of time. But, Queen, times have changed. If you don't adapt to this era, isn't the sirens' demise inevitable?" Lucia pondered. As the Mermaid Queen, she could sense the changing times. The fleets arriving at the Fountain of Youth were increasing in number, and the sirens' living conditions were becoming increasingly harsh. While she felt a sense of apprehension, she knew it wasn't over yet, so she could pretend to be oblivious. But now, Bayou had exposed this puzzling issue, and Lucia realized that the sirens could no longer drift with the tide. Otherwise, the sirens, lacking any other extraordinary powers besides their ability to survive underwater and freely switch between tails and legs, would be reduced to mere salted fish on human dinner tables. A wise man of mankind once said, "Those who do not plan for the overall situation are not qualified to plan for a specific area. Those who do not plan for eternity are not qualified to plan for the moment." Bayou said, "Ordinary mermaids can be free and carefree, but as their queen, it is nonsense to have an empty mind and think about nothing." Lucia was angry. "It is easy for you to say a few words, but doing things is not as easy as you say. The threat of humans is indeed growing, but what can I do? Lead the mermaids to kill all humans? Or learn from humans and build large machines and guns? It's impossible. There are too few mermaids to do it." Bayou smiled and said, "So I give you another choice. Your siren clan has no protection, but I can give you protection. If you can help me obtain the trident of Poseidon and gain the power to control the sea, then I can protect you after the rise of mankind. After all, no matter how powerful humans are, how can they be stronger than the power of natural disasters? No matter how big the sailboat is, it should not be able to withstand the outbreak of a tsunami." "Right," Lucia admitted that this did seem like a solution, but Then why should I help you obtain the trident of Poseidon instead of getting it myself? Lucia was puzzled. Why was Bai Yi so confident? That's fine, Bai Yi said. Then I'll help you obtain the trident of Poseidon. Is that okay, Lucia? She felt something was amiss, but she couldn't put her finger on it. It was simple. Her virtue didn't match her position. Even if Lucia had obtained the trident of Poseidon and gained the power to control the sea, her own strength was far too weak. Could the trident of Poseidon kill Bai Yi? In Lucia's hands, it was practically impossible. But could Bai Yi kill Lucia with the trident of Poseidon? It shouldn't be too difficult. Bai Yi, possessing electromagnetic speed and wielding dimensional matrix Shangri-La, wouldn't be able to defeat the trident head-on, but a sneak attack, that would be a piece of cake. Lucia vaguely sensed the reason. Your Majesty, bad news. A giant octopus monster is hovering offshore, attacking our sisters. A mermaid hurried over and reported to Queen Lucia. Lucia's face paled slightly. The Kraken is a sea monster controlled by Davy Jones, captain of the Flying Dutchman. With a terrifyingly large body and countless tentacles, it can easily destroy even a large ship. Because of its enormous size, when it surfaces, some sailors mistake its body for an island, even setting up camp atop it, only to be buried when it sinks. In the unfathomable depths of the sea, the Kraken slumbers. It has slumbered for centuries, resting on the giant sea worm until one day, its flames warm the ocean floor. Men and angels alike will witness it rise from the depths with a roar, wiping out everything above the surface. Alfred the Great, King of Wessex during the Anglo-Saxon period of England. Is that Davy Jones's little cutie? Bai Yi asked curiously. How did you get into trouble with that little cutie? It's no pushover, even a cannonball would have been enough to kill it. If Davy Jones hadn't orchestrated an accident to save his own skin, allowing the British Navy to kill it, who knows how long that little cutie could have lived? How could we possibly provoke the Kraken? Lucia glared at Bai Yi fiercely. It must be because you humans landed on the island, and the Kraken smelled strangers, so they came looking for us. Otherwise, we sirens have lived on this siren island for so many years, living in peace with the Kraken. Why are we acting so differently today? Bai Yi, what the hell has this got to do with him? It's clearly you, the sirens, who have made your home in the demon prison. It's like a mouse sleeping next to a cat. They're just temporarily refraining from eating you, a favor, but remember, they can eat you anyway. If they were in a bad mood, then they'll come and eat you mermaids, so what? Lucia didn't bother to argue with Bai Yi, and hurriedly ran outside with the mermaids. The Kraken's presence was no small matter. Bai Yi thought for a moment and followed him. Perhaps the Kraken's arrival would make Lucia realize the truth of his thinking. In this world, without strength, anyone dares to step on you. Boom! Arriving at the shore of Sirena Island, there was a loud bang, accompanied by a tremendous tremor. An immense dark gray tentacle broke through the water, splashing everywhere. On the shore, compared to the Kraken, the mermaids looked as tiny as ants. The mermaids hurled a barrage of harpoons and wooden spears at the Kraken like a drizzle, but they couldn't even pierce its skin, let alone fight off this little cutie. What a massive octopus! Bai Yi exclaimed in surprise. It's so big it can't fit in one pot. I need 2 grills. 4 enormous tentacles of the Kraken raged across the shores of Sirena Island, leaving the mermaids completely defenseless. Watching her people, one by one, being crushed into a bloody mess by the Kraken's tentacles, Lucia gritted her teeth and approached Bai Yi, saying, "Now only you can defeat the Kraken. If you can kill it, I'll take you to Poseidon's temple, but you must promise that after you obtain the trident of Poseidon, you'll provide us, the sirens, with a safe and secure environment." Lucia had no choice but to accept. Faced with the dual pressures of the Kraken's immediate threat and the future environmental crisis facing the sirens, she had to make a choice. Haha, Bai Yi laughed. No problem. Once I obtain the trident of Poseidon, these will be easy. Having convinced Lucia, Bai Yi stopped watching and stepped out. Boom, a thunderclap crackled in the sky, and dark clouds gathered. Dark blue electric charges collided, emitting a chilling murderous intent. The Kraken paused, perhaps sensing the threat. Its enormous eyes darted towards Bai Yi. Roar! The Kraken roared, and a single arm tumbled upward from the seabed, breaking through the air and slamming down towards Bai Yi. The immense force seemed to pierce the air, making a puffing sound. Wherever the tentacles passed, it felt like a mountain of pressure. This Squidward seems quite clever, knowing who truly threatens him. Too bad, he's following that cuckolded Davy Jones, Bai Yi shook his head slightly, muttering, "Then I'll have to send you off to make takoyaki." He raised his hand to the sky and gently clenched it. Thunder welcome. In an instant, the sky swirled with wind and clouds, all swirling together in a vortex. The world was eclipsed in that moment, as if everything had frozen. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as an oversized python, descended, striking the kraken. Following a series of sizzling explosions, the alluring aroma of cooked meat gradually wafted from the shore. Bai Yi smacked his lips. If there were cumin, it would definitely taste even better. Chapter 209. Madam, you don't want the trident of Poseidon to fall into the hands of outsiders, do you? Hit by Bai Yi's lightning strike, the kraken emitted puffs of green smoke, and its standing corpse slowly fell to the ground. However, the aroma of takoyaki attracted many people to try it. The kraken might look a little scary, but wouldn't it be a different kind of excitement to eat it? Without waiting for Bai Yi and Lucia to speak, many mermaids and Black Pearl crew members excitedly stepped forward and cut off a lot of the kraken's electrocuted flesh to grill. Needless to say, the mermaids knew that the kraken's arrival had killed many of their sisters, so eating its flesh as revenge was reasonable. The Black Pearl crew, on the other hand, were immersed in the feeling of pretense of having eaten the famous kraken's flesh. They went out to sea just to pursue a thrill. Lucia looked at the fallen kraken, her eyes quizzically fixed on Bai Yi. A question suddenly occurred to me. What, are you the bloodline of Zeus left behind on Earth? Lucia asked. Well, she was of Poseidon's bloodline, possessing a strong affinity for water. Combined with the trident Poseidon left behind, she possessed the ability to control the water. Bai Yi, on the other hand, possessed immense power of thunder, far exceeding even that of lesser gods. This left Lucia pondering. How could Bai Yi, a mortal, possess such potent thunder power? The only plausible explanation, as Lucia saw it, was that Bai Yi was Zeus's son, and his bloodline was highly concentrated, allowing him to inherit Zeus' divine power to control thunder. Bai Yi rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. I'm a real human. I just had a chance encounter and gained the ability to control thunder. I have nothing to do with your Olympian pantheon, Lucia said. It's hard to say. Zeus is the most romantic of the gods, with many wives and mistresses, and countless sons. Apollo, the god of light, Hercules, the god of strength, Ares, the god of war, Hermes, the god of livestock, Hephaestus, the god of fire. But I don't think their bloodlines are as pure as yours. After all, only you have inherited Zeus's thunder power. Bai Yi's face darkened. This was still unacceptable, wasn't it? Queen Lucia, I repeat, I have no connection to Zeus, Bai Yi said patiently. Not every powerful wizard needs to be connected to God to become powerful. I'm just an ordinary human. Lucia didn't believe Bai Yi at all, and acted like she understood. Not every son of Zeus constantly proclaims Zeus is my father. Many believe that Zeus brought only suffering, not honor. Lucia thought Bai Yi might be just such a rebellious son. It seems this annoying guy might actually be my cousin, Lucia thought to herself. She was Poseidon's daughter, Bai Yi was Zeus's son, and Zeus was Poseidon's brother. They were family. Thinking that way, taking Bai Yi with her to inherit Poseidon's legacy didn't seem so difficult. After all, they were family, so the meat was in the pot. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Bai Yi was speechless. Looking at Lucia's expression, it was clear that no matter what he said, she would slander him as Zeus's son. Bai Yi didn't want to argue with Lucia. As long as it didn't interfere with his journey to Poseidon's temple and his possession of the trident, Lucia could think whatever she wanted. Captain, would you like some freshly grilled takoyaki? Jack Sparrow approached with a fawning look on his face. The kraken was Davy Jones's pet, a well-known secret in the pirate world. Jack Sparrow was enjoying his takoyaki until a thought struck him. He had made a deal with Davy Jones. Davy Jones had helped him salvage the Wicked Girl, now known as the Black Pearl, in exchange for Jack serving as captain for 13 years. After that, Jack would have to serve 100 years aboard Davy Jones's Flying Dutchman. Due to Jack's encounter with Barbassa's rebellion, the Black Pearl had been drifting in the Caribbean Sea as a ghost ship for over a decade. Soon, the agreed-upon time between Jack and Davy Jones was approaching. Jack didn't want to spend 100 years on the Flying Dutchman, a place like that. What was he to do? Jack came up with a good idea. If he could kill Davy Jones, the creditor, wouldn't his debt be written off and he wouldn't have to pay it back? Of course, Jack knew in his heart that it was basically impossible to kill Davy Jones on his own, but who told him to hold on to such a big leg? Even a creature like the Kraken was turned into takoyaki by Bai Yi's thunderbolt. So, if Davy Jones offended Bai Yi, he would probably just end up as a smaller takoyaki. So, Jack came up to curry favor. Forget it, I've been eating too much seafood lately and I'm a little allergic to it. You can eat it yourself. Bai Yi waved his hand. Although he was a little curious about what the meat of the Kraken tasted like, he didn't want to stuff the meat of such a monster into his mouth. Who knew what unknown risks were hidden in it? That's such a pity, Jack Sparrow said. The takoyaki made from this Kraken tastes very good. The meat is quite chewy. After grilling it and sprinkling some seasoning on it, it tastes much better than ordinary takoyaki. As he spoke, he stuffed the takoyaki in his hand into his mouth. Captain, you have killed the Kraken, but that old guy Davy Jones will definitely not let you go, Jack said worriedly. Davy Jones is the guy with a big octopus on his face, a giant claw on his left hand, and a pointed crab leg on his right foot. He is a scary-looking guy and not easy to mess with. What I mean is, he is certainly no match for you, Captain, but he is a hidden danger after all. Maybe at any time, he will stab us in the back. Otherwise, let's use the compass of desire to find Davy Jones, kill him with one knife, and let him go to hell with his little pet. It can be regarded as our accumulating virtue and doing good deeds. Bai Yi glanced at Jack Sparrow. You call this accumulating virtue and doing good deeds? Lucia also grew worried, saying, Davy Jones is truly formidable. The entire demonic hell is his domain. No one, except the Kraken, knows how many hidden cards he holds. Even Lucia couldn't guarantee that she and her companions could withstand Davy Jones's retaliation. And with the Kraken dead on her doorstep, she couldn't escape it even if she wanted to. Davy Jones is just a cuckold. There's nothing to be afraid of. Bai Yi remained calm, saying, as long as we can find the trident of Poseidon, a mere Davy Jones can be destroyed with a flick of the wrist. Lucia pondered for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, okay, then, I can take you to the temple of Poseidon. As for whether the trident is inside, I can't guarantee it. No problem, Bai Yi said with a smile. As long as you take me there, even if there's no trident, I'll handle the threat of Davy Jones. Lucia frowned and nodded. As for Jack Sparrow, he was practically laughing his ass off. Unexpectedly, before he could even make a move, Bai Yi was about to help him eliminate his creditor, Davy Jones. Perhaps this was his claim to fame as the most handsome man in the Caribbean. With Davy Jones dead and his creditors free, he could now freely steer his Black Pearl and travel the world. Then, because of the Kraken's corpse, Siren Island held a barbecue party. In addition to the Kraken's takoyaki, the mermaids also grilled a variety of seafood. Razor clams, oysters, sea cucumbers, squid, prawns, celery. Bai Yi, these are the oysters I grilled for you. Would you like to try some? Angelica, dressed in a black dress, highlighted her porcelain white skin. The faint presence of her slender legs revealed a pair of beautiful feet, creating a striking visual impact. Without waiting for Bai Yi to reply, she stuffed the oyster into his mouth. You worked so hard last night, you need to replenish your energy now. Bai Yi ate the oyster with a wry smile, saying, I think my health is fine. I don't need any special nourishment. Of course, oysters are still very delicious. The oyster meat is tender, the umami flavor is prominent, and the fishy flavor is unique. But Angelica couldn't resist making oysters for him in various ways these days. Even the most delicious food will become disgusting if you eat too much. I'm making it for you out of kindness, and you don't appreciate it. Angelica gave Bai Yi a sidelong look. It's not a question of gratitude or not, but it's that your cooking skills are not good. Bai Yi doesn't like to eat it at all. Elizabeth stabbed Angelica, walked up, and said with a smile, Bai Yi, this is the sea cucumber I grilled for you. It must be better than Angelica's oysters. Bai Yi, whether it is oysters or sea cucumbers, looking at the posture of Angelica and Elizabeth, it is clear that they are going to kill him. He really doesn't need these things. Can't he just enjoy a barbecue party honestly? Barbassa chewed the meat of the Kraken. Because of the curse, it tasted like chewing wax. However, it didn't matter whether the meat of the Kraken tasted good or not. The key is that this will be a qualification in the future. He can brag about it with others, and his own sea adventure stories will not lack material. Why are you so happy? Have you eaten bee shit? Barbassa looked at Jack Sparrow, who was always laughing, and asked, are you sick? I'm not sick. Of course I'm not sick, Jack Sparrow said in high spirits. You should know that Davy Jones and I had a deal. 13 years after the Black Pearl is salvaged, I will serve on the Flying Dutchman for 100 years. Now, I don't have to go. Why? How dare you default on Davy Jones's account, Barbassa said, and suddenly felt something was wrong. You are not going to let the captain settle this account for you, are you? No way. How could the captain agree to your request? Even if you sell your ass to the captain probably won't want it. You know shit, Jack Sparrow said. I am the captain's favorite child. Captain, what's a big deal if you do me a little favor? Barbassa's eyes rolled. Could it be that because of the Raccoon incident, the captain has regarded Davy Jones as an enemy, so he wanted to deal with him by the way, and you just took advantage of it? Hey, Barbassa, you old fellow are smart enough. I follow this point. You are worthy of being my second in command? Jack Sparrow chuckled and said, it was the Mermaid Queen. Because the Raccoon died at her doorstep, she was also afraid that Davy Jones would come to cause trouble, so she asked the captain for help to solve the problem. Would my problem be solved by the way? That's what I said. What are you worthy of, to let the captain solve the threat of Davy Jones for you? That's what happened. Barbassa took a bite of takoyaki and said, the appearance of such an anomaly as the captain on the sea, all kinds of monsters and demons will be reduced to ashes under his thunder. This is really a sorrow for the sea. Jack, tell me, Captain, why is he so powerful? This is far beyond the limits of what a wizard can express, right? I feel that even many of the gods in mythology are not as powerful as you, Captain. I'll tell you a secret, and you must not tell anyone else, Jack Sparrow said after observing the environment furtively. Barbassa was puzzled. Am I the kind of person who talks too much? What secret is it? Jack Sparrow took a sip of wine and said, I vaguely heard some words of the conversation between the captain and the queen before. Guess what I heard? Our captain seems to be the son of the legendary god King Zeus, with demigod blood. That's why he can possess such powerful thunder power. Barbassa was shocked and said, are you kidding? God King Zeus, and the captain, what's so strange about this? Don't you know that the mermaid queen Lucia is actually the daughter of the sea god Poseidon, and she also has demigod blood? Jack Sparrow dropped another bombshell. Barbassa fell into a daze. Night. Bai Yi walked out of his room, feeling hot. Angelica and Elizabeth were afraid that he would not be able to fight well, so they prepared a large amount of oysters and sea cucumbers for him. However, they themselves were very weak, so when Bai Yi walked out of the room, he felt a surge of anger in his heart, unable to vent it. Coincidentally, when Bai Yi came out to enjoy the cool air, he also saw Lucia, who was dressed in a cool outfit. They met on the opposite side of the road. He thought for a moment, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, you don't want your wealth to be wasted, do you? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Madam, you don't want your father's estate to be left without anyone to inherit it, do you? The next day. The air was crisp, the sky clear. The Black Pearl prepared to set sail once more. Besides Bai Yi and the others, Lucia also accompanied them. She was the only one who knew how to reach Poseidon's temple. While Poseidon didn't particularly favor her, she was still his daughter, and naturally, she knew the location of her father's temple. Will that woman really lead us to Poseidon's temple? Angelica, staying by Bai Yi's side, whispered to Lucia, she's luring us to a dangerous place, using the terrain to eliminate us enemies. Don't worry, I've convinced her. Nothing will happen, Bai Yi said confidently. Even if she has any ill intentions, I can protect you. Bai Yi, don't be too careless, Elizabeth said. Your ability to control lightning is powerful, but it's not omnipotent, is it? Underestimating others makes you vulnerable. I'm not being overly confident. You'll find out soon, Bai Yi said helplessly. If nothing else, he was still conceited about his ability to sleep with people. Speaking of sleeping with Lucia, Angelica and Elizabeth were also to blame. If they hadn't been so desperate to feed him whole oysters and sea cucumbers, and he wasn't able to do anything, would he have gone out to eat seafood so late at night? Bai Yi couldn't help but admire the delicious seafood from Sirenina Island, much fresher than other sea creatures. Elsewhere, because Lucia was leaving with Bai Yi and the others, Selena and the others were also there to say goodbye. Mother, are you really going to leave with them? Selena asked worriedly. What if they have any bad intentions? What will you do, mother? Lucia, not one to show her feelings easily, simply shook her head slightly, placed a hand on Selina's head, and said softly, just stay home and watch over the situation. I'll handle the outside world. The Kraken died on our doorstep. The Sirens are already sworn enemies of Davy Jones. If we don't find a way to resolve this problem, the Sirens may never find peace again. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Selina nodded sullenly. She was just a little girl. How could she possibly understand how adults handled things? So she couldn't tell Lucia that she could take her mother's place and work outside. If Davy Jones comes while I'm gone, you take everyone and hide for a while. We'll deal with it when I return. Do you understand? Lucia was about to leave, but before she did, she gave one last warning. Understood, Selina nodded vigorously. Looking at her mother, she suddenly felt, for some reason, that she was much more beautiful than before. Her mother before, though beautiful and noble, had always given off a sense of withered beauty. But now, she was like a peony in full bloom, resplendent and gorgeous, a captivating charm blossoming from her brows, a breathtaking display of beauty. Why is it that after just one night, it feels like my mother has become a completely different person? Selina wondered. But she didn't dare to speak directly. Lucia had always been very strict with her, and reserved. How could she dare ask about her mother's affairs? I'm leaving. Lucia turned and left. Watching from behind, Selina noticed that Lucia seemed to have sprained her ankle, and her graceful figure looked a little strange. How strange? Selina tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then shook off the thought. Although there are occasional oddities, it's clear that mother is still the same mother. Perhaps it's because she was first conquered by that man and defeated the Sirens' nobles, and then toiled with a Kraken, that she seems a little different, inexperienced and pure as Selina. How could she have known that Lucia's long toil had indeed transformed her completely? Once Lucia boarded the ship, Jack Sparrow, temporarily acting as captain, stood at the helm and excitedly shouted, "Set sail!" Following Jack Sparrow's command, the massive Black Pearl began to move, gazing towards the sun and slowly moving forward. The Black Pearl sailed the sea. The ordinary crew members suffered greatly, subsisting on a meager diet of dry rations. However, Bai Yi and the others lived like royalty, enjoying a variety of delicious food and fine wines at every meal. Lucia also found human cuisine far superior to the Sirens' cooking methods, and she asked Bai Yi for some cooking tips. Bai Yi readily agreed, answering every question Lucia asked. The only unavoidable thing about the kitchen was the overpowering smell of seafood. There was no way around it. Lucia loved seafood after all. Although the Sirens were mermaids, they didn't consider themselves fish, so fish was a staple in their diet. Having learned Bai Yi's cooking tips, they inevitably experimented with more. One day, Bai Yi emerged from the kitchen after teaching Lucia, pulled up his pants, and looked refreshed. Bai Yi sniffed himself. I smell like seafood. What if Angelica and Elizabeth noticed? What if they think too much? I better take a shower and get rid of it. He headed to his room. When he came to a corner, Bai Yi suddenly heard two skeleton pirates who were mopping the floor whispering. Hey, do you know why our captain is so powerful? What? I heard that our captain is the son of Zeus and a demigod. Is it true? Don't disbelieve it. Have you seen our captain's way of fighting the enemy? With a wave of his hand, dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder came. Even if Davy Jones's Kraken was the overlord of the sea, wouldn't it be turned into takoyaki by a bolt of thunder when it fell into the hands of our captain? What you said makes some sense. The captain's thunder is indeed very powerful. If the captain is the son of Zeus, then many things that we couldn't figure out before would become clear to us. Yes, in the future we have to be more respectful to the captain. Who knows that one day our captain will inherit the mantle of the God King and make us a god. Makes sense, makes sense. Bai Yi was confused. What was going on? How come Lucia's random guesses were spread everywhere, and even these servants knew about it? Who the hell is spreading this rumor about me behind my back? It seems like Lucia and I are the only ones who know about this. But given Lucia's personality, she definitely wouldn't tell these servants about such things. So, could it be that bastard Jack Sparrow overheard some of what Lucia and I were saying? Bai Yi's fury suddenly boiled over. You bastard. You heard it, so what? But why are you so rude? It's only been half a day, and you've spread this rumor throughout the entire ship. You're more talkative than an old woman. I saw you were smart, so I kindly let you take the helm and outmaneuver Barbassa, and this is how you repay me. Bai Yi even forgot about his shower and headed for the deck. That bastard Jack Sparrow had been at the helm of the Black Pearl for years. Because he had helped Bai Yi obtain the Cartagena Silver Cup. Bai Yi had let him captain the Pearl for a month. Naturally, he trembled. At the helm, dressed in captain's attire, he barked orders, determined to maximize his power. "You idiots, you're veering off course again. Watch out," Jack Sparrow berated and lashed out. The helmsman, however, dared not resist easily. After all, Jack Sparrow was Bai Yi's appointee. But they all looked at Jack Sparrow with a vengeance. Jack Sparrow didn't care. Even if he treated them kindly, they wouldn't stand by him. After all, it was these same men who had betrayed him along with Barbassa years ago. Now, they couldn't tolerate him, their former captain, and were determined to follow Barbassa through to the end. Of course, Jack Sparrow would never admit that his personal charisma wasn't as strong as Barbassa's, but rather that these men shared his dislike. "Jack," Bai Yi called out as he ascended the deck. "Yes, Captain." Jack Sparrow immediately ran over, eyes aglow, like a husky seeing its master. "Captain, what can I do for your little Jack?" Bai Yi pointed a finger. A faint blue electric light instantly enveloped Jack Sparrow. Zizz, the flash of light dissipated, and Jack Sparrow's eyes glazed over, a puff of smoke escaping his mouth. Bai Yi said expressionlessly, "Don't call me Captain. Call me King from now on." "Yes, King," Jack Sparrow said tearfully. He didn't know what he had done to offend this ancestor again, who wanted to punish him like he had punished Barbassa. "How many days' journey are we to the location Lucia provided?" Bai Yi asked. Jack Sparrow estimated, "About 3 days." "I see." Bai Yi nodded, glanced at Jack Sparrow, and said, "From now on, work hard and stop dwelling on nonsense." With that, Bai Yi turned and left, leaving Jack Sparrow stunned, unsure of what Bai Yi meant. The pirates, who had been harshly criticized by Jack Sparrow, suddenly pointed and laughed. This guy had been so arrogant before, a cowardly bully. Now they knew who was truly in charge. "Right. Lower the sails, slow down, the storm is coming." It was mid-afternoon, and the once clear sky quickly darkened. Dark clouds gradually gathered, and a few flashes of lightning converged within the thunder clouds. The wind howled across the sea, sweeping away the clouds. All the signs pointed to the impending storm. So Jack and Barbassa directed the crew to pack up and prepare for the storm. By the time the sails were fully lowered, darkness had descended. Boom, thunder roared, accompanied by lightning, and the rain began to fall. "Idiot, hurry up and get the tarpaulin, cover the cannons, and move the shells back to the cabin," Barbassa kicked a crew member. "Guys, hurry up, you don't want to work in a storm, right?" Jack shouted. Just as Jack and Barbassa were preparing to resist the storm, Bai Yi was tasting Lucia's seafood in the room. It must be said that Lucia is talented. After learning the cooking method of Professor Bai Yi, her cooking skills improved by leaps and bounds, so the seafood she made Bai Yi praise it. It was very delicious. "I really can't believe it. All the gods are dead." Lucia lay beside Bai Yi, sighed, and said, "The gods are so powerful, who could possibly kill them? Haven't you heard of the legend of Ragnarok?" Bai Yi laughed. "The gods weren't born by chance, but they all had a mission. Once their mission is fulfilled, they're likely close to death. You say Zeus, Poseidon, and other gods are powerful. But aren't Uranus and Kronos powerful too? Were they swept into dust, too?" Lucia thought about it and felt the same way. After all, nothing in this world lasts forever, not even the gods. She sighed. Things had come to this point, and there was no point in saying more. She had committed herself to Bai Yi, not only because she knew he was likely the son of her great-uncle Zeus, that they were family, and because of her own long-standing health, but also because she hoped he could protect the future of the Sirens. Her abilities were limited, unable to adapt to the changing times, and she lacked unparalleled strength, but Bai Yi could do all that. Since she couldn't control a divine artifact like the trident of Poseidon herself, Bai Yi was still her distant cousin, so why not let him keep his wealth within her family? Suddenly, a thunderclap flashed outside, almost startling Lucia. What's going on? Could it be that her great-uncle Zeus had come to catch her in adultery? No big deal, probably a storm. Bai Yi stood up, dressed, and headed outside. Sure enough, it was a storm. The sky was pitch black and gloomy, with occasional rumbles of thunder. The rain intensified, and soon, droplets as large as beans fell. "Damn, you're really annoying me," Bai Yi snorted. The weather was so good, and it suddenly turned into this. He glanced at Jack Sparrow and Barbassa. These two idiots, In this situation, didn't even ask me to deal with it. Bai Yi shook his head slightly and raised his hand to the sky. The dark clouds in the sky moved with Bai Yi's gesture. Bai Yi whispered a word, disperse. In an instant, the dark and boundless clouds in the sky dissipated in an instant, and the sky returned to its cloudless state. Jack Sparrow and Barbassa, who were directing their men, looked confused. Chapter 211. Madam, you don't want to fall out with me, right? The thunderclouds dispersed. The storm that had come with the thunderstorm lost most of its power, leaving only a few drops of rain. Jack Sparrow and Barbassa were completely stunned. What the hell? There is such a manipulation. Bai Yi could actually directly control this celestial phenomena. This is simply amazing, isn't it? Look at your ignorant looks. This is just basic manipulation. If you encounter such a thing in the future, just let me handle it. Bai Yi looked at Jack Sparrow and Barbassa with disdain, then turned and was about to go back to the room. But he saw Angelica walking out of the cabin and facing Bai Yi head-on. It was obvious that Angelica had also come out to check the situation because of the noise of the storm. Why did the storm stop all of a sudden? Angelica asked in confusion. Bai Yi smiled slightly with self-satisfaction. But he didn't want to brag about himself. But there were too many people here who had insight, and Jack Sparrow was as smart as a ghost. He stepped forward and said quickly, "This is all thanks to the boss." "Boss, you don't know." Barbassa was a beat slower, but he reacted at this time and squeezed up. It was the boss who just waved his hand, and the thunderclouds in the sky disappeared in an instant. It's so powerful. Even the gods in the legend are no more than this. Jack Sparrow, yeah, there was a storm just now. I was worried that the Black Pearl would capsize. I didn't expect, Barbassa, I didn't expect that kind of celestial phenomenon is not worth mentioning in front of the boss. Angelica looked at Bai Yi in surprise. You have such ability, haha. Bai Yi smiled generously and said, it's just some small tricks, what's the big deal? You're so fat, and you're out of breath. Angelica snorted lightly, with a smile on her face. Bai Yi stepped forward, put his arm around Angelica's waist, and walked inside. Let them handle things here. Let's go back and get some sleep first. As Bai Yi led them forward, Angelica suddenly asked curiously, Bai Yi, why do you feel a little strange? Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. He had almost forgotten he hadn't showered yet. Really? Bai Yi pretentiously sniffed his own scent and said, it's probably because of the storm just now when I came out. I splashed some seawater on me, no problem. I'll go to your room and take a shower first. We'll talk later. Bai Yi pushed Angelica back to her room, where they had a lovely time playing in the water, under the control of Bai, the master of time management. 3 days passed without incident. Anyway, Master Bai had a feast on seafood. It tasted quite good. As expected, seafood infused with the blood of Poseidon. The Black Pearl sailed smoothly, encountering no major storms. There were only a few minor winds and rain, but nothing serious. Riding the wind and waves, Bai Yi and the others arrived at their destination, Diamond Island. The narrow island, nestled amidst the azure ocean, radiated countless brilliant stars, creating a stunning contrast against the water. Is Poseidon's temple on this island? Elizabeth asked. Isn't it magnificent, like a cascade of falling stars? Diamond Island brimmed with a captivating beauty. Of course not, Angelica said. Don't you have a brain? Poseidon's temple must be immensely majestic, but Diamond Island is flat and level. What could possibly escape our gaze? Where could we find Poseidon's temple? I suspect it must be like Davy Jones's Inferno and Sirena Island, a dimension overlapping this space. As she spoke, Angelica glanced at Lucia. Lucia nodded and said, indeed, Poseidon's temple doesn't exist in the real world. Elizabeth glared at Angelica and said, then how do we enter Poseidon's temple? Anyone who has Poseidon's permission can enter. Lucia spoke, raising her trident. In the sunlight, Lucia's trident gleamed brightly. As the trident's light shone, the light on Diamond Island shone brightly, as if to complement the trident. In a trance, Diamond Island gradually shifted from solid to virtual, as if fading into the void. As the Black Pearl approached, Bai Yi and the others saw a path opening up on Diamond Island, like an unfathomable chasm leading to an unknown destination. Angelica asked, is the end of that great rift the temple of Poseidon? Yes, Lucia nodded, her expression rather cool. The trident in my hand was forged by Poseidon himself, and it's also one of the keys to the temple of Poseidon. I've been here several times, so I can't be mistaken. The end of that passage is Poseidon's temple. In that case, let's go in and take a look, Bai Yi smiled. Everyone agreed. They disembarked from the Black Pearl, landed on Diamond Island, and arrived at the Great Rift, heading inward. As they walked deeper into the rift, they soon discovered that on both sides of the rift, earth and rocks gradually transformed into turquoise water. However, as if an invisible force blocked the two sides, the water never penetrated, forming an underwater passage. Could it be that Poseidon's temple is actually hidden beneath the sea? Elizabeth speculated. Are we actually following this path to the deep sea? Lucia said. That's right and that's not right. Poseidon's temple isn't simply in the deep sea, but in a different dimension within it. Without the correct key, even if you dive to the depths, you'll still find nothing, so that's how it is. Elizabeth suddenly realized. These gods are indeed quite capable individuals. How could they leave their homes lying around? If Poseidon's temple was simply in the deep sea, if it were discovered by divers, even if they couldn't enter, getting a large crowd of people to worship there would be a real problem. So the temple stands in this different dimension. Unless Poseidon himself is kind enough to occasionally show his divine presence, ordinary people will never be able to find his temple. Wow, this fish looks strange, Jack Sparrow said, pointing across the water at a strange fish that was almost entirely made of bones. You're surprised by something you haven't seen before, Barbassa curled his lips and said, this is the deep sea, home to all sorts of bizarre creatures. What's a mere strange fish? Everyone knew that Jack Sparrow and Barbassa were always bickering when they were together, so they ignored them. However, they saw quite a few bizarre underwater creatures in this passage. There were schools of strange-looking fish, enormous octopuses, and the vague shadows of creatures comparable to the kraken. In short, the seabed was an extremely dangerous world. If it weren't for the passage opened by Lucia's trident, their reckless entry into such territory would likely have ended badly. Continuing down, at the end of the passage, they could vaguely see the outline of a city. However, two stone gates blocked their view. Jack Sparrow and Barbassa tried to push on the stone gates, but they didn't budge. This stone door is so heavy, Jack Sparrow rubbed his shoulders, wondering, I don't think it'll be able to be pushed open without a few hundred men. Lucia, however, ignored Jack Sparrow's antics. She approached the stone door, found a mechanism, inserted her trident, and slowly twisted it. Boom! The ancient sound of movement echoed through the stone door as it slowly swung open. Poseidon's temple finally came into view. Wow! Jack Sparrow had wanted to express his excitement at seeing Poseidon's temple, but the words caught in his throat. Everyone was stunned. Poseidon's temple wasn't the magnificent, ornate grandeur everyone had imagined. Instead, it seemed utterly desolate. Everywhere was broken down. Collapsed pillars, debris growing from cracks, and a sea of shattered walls and ruins. Is this the legendary temple of Poseidon? Jack Sparrow scratched his head in confusion and asked, are we in the wrong place? He would have believed it if it were just some beggar's den somewhere. Of course, this was just a rant. After all, when they arrived, it had been such a grand spectacle, so this had to be Poseidon's temple. But the disparity between their expectations and reality was so great that it was inevitably disappointing. It's obvious that no one has cared for it for a long time. Maybe a world-shaking war even took place there. It's a sight to behold, and you're still nitpicking? Barbassa habitually retorted to Jack Sparrow. Lucia ignored the two idiots and walked straight ahead. Lucia had long ago realized that Poseidon was dead, otherwise, the sea wouldn't have been without his miracles and children for so long. You know, Poseidon's stud status was no less than Zeus's. When Poseidon was still alive and the gods were active, the occasional appearance of one of his children on the sea would have been perfectly normal. But Lucia couldn't believe that Poseidon had died so quietly. She felt like an ostrich, her head buried in the ground. As long as she didn't seek information about Poseidon, didn't search for clues to his past, he would lie forever in her heart. Arriving at Poseidon's temple and seeing the devastation, Lucia understood that Poseidon was indeed dead. Lucia walked in front, Bai Yi and the others followed. The further they went inside, the more they saw the grandeur of Poseidon's temple. Even though it was mostly collapsed, the sheer size of the ruins showed just how majestic it once was. Alice, the past is gone. Of course, within the ruins, one could still vaguely discern a number of usable items, which could be exchanged for a considerable sum outside. But Jack Sparrow and Barbassa, while greedy for wealth, were even more drawn to the beauty of the sea. With Poseidon's trident, capable of commanding the sea and stirring up boundless waves with a single wave of his hand, so close at hand, How could they afford to dwell on such trivial matters? Passing by numerous dilapidated palaces, Bai Yi and his companions finally arrived at a vast plaza. A massive stone statue stood there. It had a massive beard, its upper body a human, naked and muscular, while its lower body was a fish's tail. Holding a trident, it bore a solemn expression. This was undoubtedly the statue of Poseidon. Poseidon's lower body is also a fish. Bai Yi rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, no wonder he and the sirens were left with only Lucia. They're of the same kind. This stone statue is probably the only large structure in the temple still relatively intact. Bai Yi and his companions entered. Poseidon's trident, Jack Sparrow observed. As they approached the statue of Poseidon, he immediately spotted it. Standing before the statue, a pitch-black trident gleaming with a faint blue light. Is this Poseidon's trident? Bai Yi took a look. It looked a bit plain, but the shimmering light it emanated confirmed its extraordinary nature. The trident is here, but where did Poseidon go? Lucia frowned, unable to suppress her whisper. The trident, a constant companion of Poseidon, had fallen here, and with no trace of his remains nearby, Lucia wondered if Poseidon was truly dead. Jack Sparrow looked at the trident of Poseidon, swallowed, and said, "Boss, how about I try to pull that trident out for you?" This was the trident of Poseidon, the trident that commanded the sea, the trident that made him king of the sea. Jack Sparrow felt that if he could play with it, even if he died, he would wake up with a smile. "Boss, Jack's clumsy, let me do it." Barbassa also stepped forward to grab it. "You too? Haha, forget it." Bai Yi smiled and shook his head. If these two bastards got their hands on the trident of Poseidon, Bai Yi felt that the first thing they would do was turn against him. After all, they were both serious pirates with no sense of morality. Turning evil into evil and betraying friends was commonplace. Bai Yi walked forward and stood in front of the sea god's trident. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss, but with his skill and courage, he still grabbed the sea god's trident. Chapter 212 Madam, you don't want me to hate you, right? Bang! Just as Bai Yi's hand was about to touch the Poseidon trident, a divine force suddenly erupted from it, knocking his hand away. Those standing outside felt as if a hurricane had struck, sending gusts of sand swirling through the air. Resist me? Bai Yi still didn't believe it. If it were Poseidon, he'd probably be no match, but a tiny trident, just an inanimate object, wasn't he capable of taking it? Lightning release chakra mode. Activate. The next second, before everyone's eyes, a flash of lightning exploded from Bai Yi's body. A faint blue light enveloped him, and arcs of electricity, like snakes, darted through his body. An awe-inspiring aura rose from Bai Yi, inviting the urge to bow down before him. Bai Yi reached out again, his arm swirling like a giant thunder serpent, veins bulging as he grasped the Poseidon trident. Boom! The trident of Poseidon suddenly erupted with unparalleled power, sending Bai Yi flying. However, after this outburst, its momentum waned, as if it had consumed a lot of its divine power. And so, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the trident of Poseidon soared through the air and suddenly stabbed diagonally into the ground in front of Lucia. Everyone looked at Lucia with a strange look. Some might have previously doubted whether Lucia was actually Poseidon's daughter, but now, no one had such doubts. Bai Yi, such a powerful being, was desperately resisted by the trident of Poseidon, yet it automatically delivered itself to Lucia. Only a legitimate daughter of Poseidon could be treated this way. Bai Yi, momentarily flung back, wasn't seriously injured. Looking at the sea god trident that had landed in front of Lucia, Bai Yi suddenly understood. The sea god trident wasn't something anyone could use recklessly. After all, it was a top-tier divine artifact. Just like when Bai Yi had Lucia's trident, if it couldn't be recognized as its master, then even if he forcibly seized it, he wouldn't be able to use it. This is ridiculous, Bai Yi thought to himself. Did I come all this way just to help Lucia? If the sea god trident was anything like Lucia's, then even if Bai Yi used the thunder fruit to electrocute it, he wouldn't be able to command the sea. At most, he'd just have another useless collectible. With the sea god trident within reach, Lucia hesitated for a moment under the gaze of the crowd. Then, she reached out and grasped it. Angelica and Elizabeth's eyes grew menacing. Jack Sparrow and Barbassa, however, sensed a formidable danger. They had arrived too hastily. If a fight broke out, they would most likely become cannon fodder for both sides. Lucia grasped the trident of Poseidon and, with a slight exertion, lifted it directly. With the trident in hand, A thought shifted, and instantly, everyone in the underwater city felt a tremor. Upon realizing it, the underwater world outside the city had transformed. They couldn't tell if it was merely a shift in projection or if they had shifted entirely. Lucia, holding the trident of Poseidon, exuded an awe-inspiring, godlike aura. Haha, Jack Sparrow chuckled. You look so majestic, Queen, holding up the trident of Poseidon. You're truly worthy of being a queen. I'd love to try it, too. Would you mind letting me try? I'd love to try it, too, Barbassa said cheekily. I just wonder if, Queen, would be so kind as to grant us this honor? It was a rare moment when Jack Sparrow and Barbassa stopped arguing. Their only thought was to trick Lucia into putting down the trident. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. The trident of Poseidon had the power to manipulate the ocean like an arm, and they were already in the middle of the sea. Would that leave Lucia vulnerable to manipulation? As for Angelica and Elizabeth, they already had their hands on their swords, their muscles tensed, poised for action. If Lucia made the slightest move, they would be ready to fight her to the death. Even if the chances of success were low, they couldn't just sit there and wait for death. They had to give it a try. The two cursed Bai Yi in their hearts, aren't you usually that powerful? If you are that powerful, how come you let this woman get the trident of Poseidon right in front of you? Bai Yi didn't react much, even the dark blue lightning on his body dissipated. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth, and his calm eyes met Lucia's. Lucia held the trident of Poseidon high in one hand, and her eyes met Bai Yi's, her eyes calm. They stood there for a long time. No one knew what Lucia was thinking at this time. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense, causing beads of sweat to appear on Jack Sparrow's forehead, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. As for Barbassa, he was sweating profusely, feeling that he would be finished in an instant. No one knew how much time had passed. Lucia suddenly thrust the Poseidon trident into the ground before her and said, "The Poseidon trident is a divine artifact that cultivates both life and death with Poseidon. Ordinary people cannot gain its recognition and use. Only Poseidon's direct descendants can gain the right to wield it after his death. Is that so?" Bai Yi's figure flashed, instantly bridging the distance between him and Lucia, approaching her and smiling. "It seems that only you, Lucia, can wield the Poseidon trident." Bai Yi's calmness wasn't due to his absolute certainty that Lucia had been completely slept with him and wouldn't turn against him, but rather, even if she did, Bai Yi wasn't afraid. The super speed granted by the Thunder Fruit gave Bai Yi the confidence to defeat Lucia if she turned against him. Bai Yi could tolerate hostility from his masters, but he could not tolerate betrayal. If Lucia thought that suddenly possessing the Poseidon trident would force Bai Yi to surrender, then she was miscalculating. Bai Yi would have no hesitation in finding a way to eliminate Lucia here today. Fortunately, Lucia ultimately made the right choice. That's not the case. There is a way to successfully control the Poseidon trident. Lucia tilted her head, her clear eyes gazing at Bai Yi. In fact, upon receiving the Poseidon trident, Lucia had been filled with pride, dreaming of using it to escape Bai Yi's control and become the king of the sea herself. Of course, she wasn't so ruthless as to directly defeat Bai Yi. After all, the two of them were close friends, like Guan Yu and Bao Bao. However, Bai Yi's confidence, her understanding of him, and the seafood he had tasted over the years all made Lucia reconsider, ultimately deciding to help him. Even though she was a demigod, she was far inferior to demigods like Hercules and was barely more powerful than an ordinary person. Holding the trident of Poseidon wouldn't allow her to maximize its effectiveness, and with Bai Yi as an enemy, a single careless move could spell disaster. However, Bai Yi was likely the son of his great-uncle Zeus and the heir of his thunderbolt power. If Bai Yi also inherited Poseidon's trident, his future would undoubtedly soar. Therefore, from a practical perspective, giving the trident to Bai Yi might be far more cost-effective than keeping it herself. Given their relationship, and the fact that she had personally presented the trident to him, how could Bai Yi not show more care for her, a siren? What's the solution? Bai Yi looked at Lucia in surprise. He was a bit surprised. Lucia actually offered to help him obtain the trident of Poseidon. After all, if she hadn't said anything, perhaps the trident would have been hers in the end. Without a word, Lucia simply took Bai Yi's hand and slashed at his wrist. She cut him in vain. "Ah, sorry, it was just an instinctive reaction." Bai Yi restrained himself from transforming into an element and said, "So I need to shed blood on the trident to claim it as my master, right? How can it be that simple?" Lucia shook her head slightly. She slashed Bai Yi's wrist with her knife, causing the blood to flow out, but it didn't drip, instead floating in the air. She then slashed her own wrist, causing blood to flow out again. Their blood met in midair. Lucia reached out, smeared her finger with blood, and drew a line in the air. A strange light seemed to emanate from her fingertips, and a faint, unknown power vibrated. Lucia quickly created a small magic circle. Blood shimmered with a warm red light, a sight that was truly breathtaking. With Lucia's final stroke, the rune, resembling a magic circle, automatically split in two, one half falling into Bai Yi's palm, the other into Lucia's. Try again. Can you lift the trident of Poseidon? Lucia placed Bai Yi's hand on the trident. Surprisingly, even with Bai Yi's grip firmly on the trident, he offered no resistance. In fact, a surge of divine power emanated from the trident, filling Bai Yi with it and instantly making him feel even stronger. With a slight effort, Bai Yi wrenched the trident free, raising it toward the sky. Instantly, the temple of Poseidon shook once more. Bai Yi suddenly realized that the trident of Poseidon, besides being a supreme artifact commanding the sea, was also the hub for controlling the temple of Poseidon. This meant that Bai Yi could instantly relocate the temple of Poseidon to any location, even relocating it to Siren Island. Within the temple of Poseidon, he could instantly clear the rubble with a single thought, then expend his mental energy to rebuild the temple. Furthermore, wielding the trident, facing an enemy within the temple of Poseidon, he could leverage the ability to alter the terrain, exert a powerful pressure, and other advantages, effectively reducing the enemy's strength by at least 5 levels. You actually let me lift it? Bai Yi felt something was amiss and asked Lucia, what on earth did you just do? How did it suddenly allow me to gain the recognition of Poseidon's trident? Oh, it's nothing. We're just, in a sense, married. We're connected by blood and share weal and woe. So now you possess Poseidon's blood, and naturally, you're recognized by Poseidon's trident, Lucia said calmly. Bai Yi, no way. Bai Yi was stunned. It's that simple, we're married. Bai Yi had been a playboy for so long, and he'd seen at least 10,000 beauties, if not 9,000, but getting married, this was his first time. Why was she so hasty? Lucia was really going too far. She didn't even ask him about such a big thing, just making a decision on her own? How else could this be? How much trouble do you think this would cause? Lucia glanced at Bai Yi, a sneer on her lips. You want the trident of Poseidon, but you don't want to marry Poseidon's daughter. How can you possibly hope for good things? Bai Yi was helpless. Honestly, if he knew the condition for obtaining the trident of Poseidon was marrying Lucia, he would have really reconsidered whether to obtain it. He also didn't know if such a thing would have any side effects. If Bai Yi had to live with Lucia alone in the future, it would be even more painful than killing him. Lucia seemed to see what Bai Yi was thinking and said, don't worry, it's not as serious as you think. You can still go out and roam the world, just like Zeus, the king of the gods, who married Hera, or Poseidon, who married Amphitrite, but from now on, in this world, I am your only recognized wife. Our fates are linked. If I die or become seriously weakened, you will be punished, either with a decrease in divine power or bad luck. In short, you will have a hard time. Besides that, there are no more obstacles for you. I see. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If that were all, he could accept it. It made sense. His father-in-law Poseidon and his great-uncle Zeus, even after marrying wives, continued to go out and have affairs. Just like Aphrodite, who married Hephaestus, the god of fire, she still pretended to be honest and fickle. It was totally un-Olympian. After all, his father-in-law and the others knew that sleeping with only one person was simply unbearable. Chapter 213 Return to Marvel. What are you talking about? Angelica approached, questioning suspiciously. They'd been dazzled by the sight of Bai Yi wielding the Poseidon trident, and Bai Yi's voice was so low that they hadn't realized they'd arrived first, only to be forced to do the trick. Nothing, Bai Yi said quickly. Lucia just shared her aura with me, so I was able to trick the Poseidon trident into recognizing me. Now, I can wield it, too, really? Angelica looked at Bai Yi, then at Lucia, in surprise. It's that simple, making the Poseidon trident change its side? Isn't that a bit too much? Bai Yi said, no matter how powerful the Poseidon trident is, it's still a dead object. It can't really think, like a 3 or 4-year-old child. How can it tell if you're lying to it? Angelica looked at Lucia again. Lucia's expression remained as cold and calm as ever, with no intention of refuting anything. She allowed Bai Yi to spin his fabrications. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Lucia was giving him face by superficially agreeing with his story. Lucia already had the upper hand, so there was no need to exterminate Angelica and Elizabeth, which would only disgust Bai Yi. She also believed that even if mortals like Angelica and Elizabeth could gain Bai Yi's temporary favor, what good would it matter? They were only mortals after all. She, an immortal demigod, daughter of Poseidon, was a perfect match for Bai Yi, son of Zeus. Well, Lucia was a very ladylike woman, not one to bother with little brats like Angelica and Elizabeth. Angelica was about to ask more, but those two little bastards, Jack Sparrow and Barbassa, came over, staring at Poseidon's trident in amazement. Is this the legendary trident of Poseidon, boss? Can I touch it? It looks and feels really good. Look at this layer of fluorescent light that seems to be flowing. You can tell it's worth a fortune. The two stared at the trident of Poseidon, their mouths watering. For pirates like them, obtaining the trident of Poseidon would be the pinnacle of piracy. As pirates, they would practically be crowned Poseidon. Unfortunately, the treasure has now fallen into Bai Yi's hands. Bai Yi was already powerful enough, and now with the added power of the trident of Poseidon, they would definitely not be able to snatch it away. But even if they can't, it's good to just admire it. What do you think the trident of Poseidon is? An antique that anyone can touch? Bai Yi rolled his eyes and said, didn't you see that even I was sent flying by its power before? With your physique, a single burst from the trident of Poseidon would shatter you to pieces. Believe it or not, is it that powerful? Jack Sparrow and Barbassa were both shocked and quickly moved away from the trident of Poseidon, fearing that a single repulsive burst of its divine power would kill them. Alright, we've got the trident of Poseidon. If everything goes well, we can leave for now. Bai Yi waved his hand, storing the trident of Poseidon in his space ring, and said, we'll deal with the temple of Poseidon after we've dealt with Davy Jones and the others for Lucia. There's no need to rush, just leaving like that. Barbassa looked reluctantly at the treasures glittering amidst the ruins of the temple of Poseidon and said, boss, maybe we can. No. Bai Yi glared at Barbassa and said, just leave when I tell you to. Why are you wasting your time? After Bai Yi obtained the trident of Poseidon, almost everything in the temple of Poseidon was his. How could he allow Barbassa to mess around? Unleashing the divine power of the trident, he could completely rebuild the temple of Poseidon. However, the temple was too large, and it would be a considerable undertaking. With his current mental strength, he was unable to sustain such a large undertaking, so he put it on hold for now. Bai Yi thought that this place would be a perfect place for his future crystal palace. Bai Yi and his group returned to mainland, in front of Diamond Island. Before they could even board the Black Pearl, Bai Yi's mind raced, and he suddenly looked off into the distance. Who's coming here at this hour? What? Everyone was shocked. This was the location of the trident of Poseidon. If it weren't for Lucia leading the way, they would have had little chance of finding it. And now, someone had come here? Looking out, they saw a massive, pitch-black ship drifting in the distance. Most of its hull had been lost, leaving only its skeleton, a rather eerie sight. Wraith-like birds floated above it, similar in style to the ship, its body largely gone, its skeleton holding it together. Salazar, Jack Sparrow shuddered, terrified. Who is Salazar? Elizabeth looked at Jack Sparrow in confusion and asked, do you know him? Not only do I know him, but he's Jack's undying friend. Barbassa gloated, he's not here for the trident of Poseidon. It's just that Salazar and Jack are so close. He'll chase Jack wherever he goes and surround him. Boss, you must save your sweet little Jack. Jack Sparrow immediately lunged at Bai Yi, clinging to his thigh like a vicious dog fighting for food. He said pitifully, little Jack doesn't want to leave you. Salazar is just wishful thinking, trying to get me to go with him. I only have you, boss, in my heart. Get out of here. Stop disgusting me. Bai Yi rolled his eyes and kicked Jack Sparrow away. Salazar, the butcher of the sea, I've heard of him, Angelica said, but I didn't expect to meet him here. Seeing Elizabeth's curiosity, Angelica recounted everything she knew. Salazar was a valiant and skilled sailor in the Spanish Navy, sinking countless pirate ships and earning widespread renown. He was once besieged by 4 pirate ships, but thanks to his superior cannons and the captain's decisiveness, he annihilated the entire fleet. He also defeated the British, defending Spanish maritime sovereignty. For this reason, Salazar was known as the Butcher of the Seas. Nothing could stop the Silent Mary. The Silent Mary, Salazar's ship, was a skeletal structure with 4 masts, 55 meters in length, and a displacement of 1,000 tons. It featured 2 main decks, an open gun deck, and a high poop. With a draft of 8 meters and a stone statue at the bow, it boasted excellent endurance. It carried 88 guns, 72 on the broadside, 14 aft, and 2 forward. Unfortunately for Salazar, after defeating numerous pirate kings aboard the Silent Mary, he encountered the most formidable troublemaker in history, Jack Sparrow. Jack tricked the Silent Mary into luring it into the Devil's Triangle. The Silent Mary ran aground and sank, leaving Salazar ravenous and cursed. He and his crew became ghosts, and the Silent Mary became a ghost ship. However, Jack used the seal placed on the compass of desire by Teodoma, the human form of the sea goddess Calypso, to trap them in the Devil's Triangle. In the Bermuda region, he led his terrifying undead crew in a relentless campaign to eliminate pirates, always leaving one survivor to spread his terrifying legend. Unfortunately, White Knight, upon arriving in Port Royal, obtained the compass of desire from Jack Sparrow. Salazar unleashed the seal, allowing the compass to find him. Fortunately, White Knight had been traveling with Jack Sparrow around the world, temporarily disorienting Salazar, otherwise, he would have sought him out, intent on dismembering him. "Jack Sparrow, I've come to see you," a low and hoarse voice came from the Silent Mary in the distance. Salazar stood at the bow, staring at Jack Sparrow with resentment, and there was an indelible murderous intent in his eyes. Jack Sparrow felt very uncomfortable under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Looking at Salazar, who was coming towards him, he spread his hands and said helplessly, "Salazar, do you hate me so much? You've been dead for so many years, but you still miss me. You should know that it was you who took the initiative to attack me. I just fought back to protect myself, and I won. We were just fighting normally. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If you lose, you just accept your fate. I couldn't have stood there and let you kill me, could I? Now you act like this, as if it was all my fault and I've let you down. I feel so wronged." Salazar was extremely angry. "I am from the Royal Spanish Navy, defending the name of justice and expanding the territory for His Majesty the Emperor. Do I need to reason with a pirate like you? I have devoted my life to destroying all pirates and returning a blue ocean to the world. But when I was about to succeed, I was defeated by your devilish tricks. How can I be convinced? Because of you, the honor of my family has been tarnished. I swear I will not be a human being if I don't kill you." "So what about the Navy? Is the Navy so great?" Jack Sparrow retorted. "Don't talk nonsense about justice. You're just tools protecting the slave traders. You haven't done anything particularly evil yourself, but how much evil was committed because of your protection? At least a third of the sins of those slaves who died at sea because of Spanish merchants are your fault. You indirectly killed at least hundreds of thousands of people. How dare you talk to me about justice? They were just slaves. Dead or alive, what's the big deal?" Salazar said. "Slaves are inherently lowly creatures. Their death eliminates a measure of the world's evil. I was born to protect the Spanish people and answer only to His Majesty the Emperor. Only my people are truly God's chosen people. The rest are only fit to be slaves to my people." Jack Sparrow's nose nearly twisted in anger. According to Salazar, as long as I refused to recognize the dead slaves as normal human beings, then I wouldn't be held responsible for their deaths. It was just like my saying, if I can't solve the problem, I'll just solve the one who raised it. This logical ability is so powerful that Jack Sparrow finds himself unable to refute it. It is not him who is wrong, but this world. "Boss, you saw that, didn't you? Salazar insulted you." Jack Sparrow saw that there was no way he could convince Salazar, so he didn't bother to talk and went straight to Bailly to resolve the issue. He said only Spanish people can be considered human beings. You're not Spanish, so he's basically saying you're not human. Can you tolerate this, boss? If it were me, I wouldn't tolerate it, and boss, you're Zeus's. Well, anyway, Salazar actually dared to talk about God's chosen people in front of you. This is completely disrespectful to Zeus. If Zeus were here, he certainly wouldn't tolerate it. Fuck you, Bailly kicked Jack Sparrow. How many times have I told you, I have nothing to do with Zeus? You spread rumors outside every day. Do you think I can't take you down? Of course, even though he kicked Jack Sparrow, it didn't mean Bailly was no longer angry about Salazar's words. Bullshit, only Spanish people are human beings. This is simply a more extreme form of white supremacy. Letting people like Salazar live is the greatest insult to the world. Bailly looked at Salazar with a cold gaze, waved his hand, and the trident of Poseidon appeared in Bailly's palm. Salazar saw Jack Sparrow's humble look, and also noticed Bailly, and looked over. "Who are you? But it doesn't matter, as long as you are a pirate, you must die, not to mention, you are Jack Sparrow's companion, even." Salazar's eyes flashed with disgust. "You are still a despicable yellow man. Then you deserve to die even more, damn it." Jack Sparrow and Barbossa were stunned. "Salazar, you are really brave. How dare you say that to this person? Even if the goddess of the sea were alive, she probably couldn't save you." Jack Sparrow, unfazed, bowed gracefully to Salazar, then turned to the crowd and said, "Please forgive Salazar this time, those of you who are not Spanish. He simply has a mental issue that led him to utter such disrespectful words, so we should be a little more lenient with him." Everyone nodded. "Indeed, why bother with a dead man? Such sarcasm, as befits you, Jack Sparrow," Salazar sneered. "When I catch you, I'll punish you. The pain you inflicted on me will be returned tenfold." The Silent Mary was already within reach. Jack Sparrow stood upright, his posture elegant, his gaze on Salazar filled with pity. The Silent Mary seemed to come alive, half of its body leaping up, like a wild beast, biting down on Bailly and the others. At that moment, Bailly, with a cold expression, wielded the trident of Poseidon, a brilliant light. Chapter 214 Zeman Dagwanran and Panjinlian. "Go to hell." Salazar's expression grew exceedingly ferocious. Of course, this was primarily directed at Jack Sparrow, the boy who had murdered him. As for Bailly and the others, they were merely scum to be crushed. Just as the Silent Mary seemed about to devour someone, the light of Poseidon's trident blazed in Bailly's hand, and in an instant, the calm sea erupted into a raging sea. The ferocious waves, as towering as mountains, lifted the Silent Mary high into the air. After several waves, the Silent Mary plunged into the sea. But that wasn't the end. The following wave, even taller than the previous one, formed into a weapon like a trident. One of its prongs pierced the Silent Mary, which was supposed to be a ghost ship. "How could this happen?" Salazar exclaimed in disbelief. The Silent Mary was no ordinary ship, but a ghost ship. Shattered by reefs and explosions, every mast had been broken. The ship's hull became like a skeleton, allowing Salazar to manipulate its sides to open and bend its beams, creating a massive jaws capable of biting down upon other ships and annihilating them in one blow. Most of the crew were incomplete, some with only half a head, others without legs, others with only a tattered hat, a severed hand, and a single foot. They could walk on water, but not on shore. The stone statues on the prow could also animate and attack enemies. The Silent Mary could also summon zombie sharks. It could be said that the Silent Mary existed somewhere between reality and fantasy. Salazar's mind was bewildered as to why he was still being attacked even when he had dematerialized the Silent Mary. Salazar suddenly realized that this wasn't the point. The key question was, how exactly did the other party manage to raise such enormous waves? This meant a dominant force over the ocean, right? If the other party were allowed to roam the seas, neither the British Navy nor the mighty Spanish Navy would likely be a match for it. Poseidon's trident, Salazar's last thought before he sank into the depths, was the trident Bailly had held earlier. Damn it! May there be no Poseidon's trident in heaven. With that final utterance, Salazar and the Silent Mary were hurled into the depths by the giant trident formed by the water. Jack Sparrow glanced at the calming sea and the lifeless Silent Mary, then returned with a grin and asked, "Boss, is Salazar dead?" Bailly shook his head. "No, isn't that possible?" Jack Sparrow doubted Bailly's words. Salazar had scolded Bailly before, and with the boss's petty mindset, he doubted Bailly would even consider leaving Salazar alive. "I simply sealed him in the deepest depths of the ocean, forever sealed from rebirth," Bailly said calmly. "Before, he could occasionally escape from the Devil's Triangle to kill any pirates who strayed in. Now, he, his crew, and that ghost ship are forever confined to that tiny spot, enduring eternal darkness and loneliness." Shit. Jack Sparrow realized how ruthless this boss really was. Killing Salazar outright was too easy on him. He had to be dealt a heavy blow. Salazar must be locked up in the dark cell forever. But Jack Sparrow hesitated, then said, "But boss, Salazar and the others won't break the seal again this time, will they?" Bailly glanced at him and said, "Unless someone can snatch the trident from me and have the heart to travel all the way here to remove the seal for them, they'll be stuck here forever." "Oh. So that's why I'm so relieved, Jack Sparrow said happily. Given Bai Yi's inherent power, coupled with the trident of Poseidon, Jack Sparrow believed that even the resurrected Calypso, the former goddess of the sea, might not be a match for Bai Yi. Furthermore, even if someone defeated Bai Yi, they likely wouldn't have the time to come here and unseal Salazar. Salazar was hated by everyone, completely unpopular. How could he possibly have such a friend? Jack Sparrow could rest easy. This guy ruined my good mood. Bai Yi shook his head and said, "All right, we're heading home." The others naturally agreed, and they boarded the Black Pearl. "Bai Yi, what are we going to do next?" Angelica asked. Now that they had even found the trident of Poseidon, Angelica felt that nothing in this world could stump Bai Yi. Bai Yi pondered for a moment, glanced at Lucia, and said, "I promised the sirens that I would help them solve Davy Jones's problem. Next, we'll go find Davy Jones." "Great, here's the number," Jack Sparrow said excitedly. "Let's use the compass of desire. It'll definitely lead us to Davy Jones. Let's find him." Besides Salazar, Davy Jones was clearly Jack Sparrow's enemy. Barbassa even complained, "Jack, you're such a troublemaker, aren't you? Almost everyone with some power on this ocean wants you dead." "Just how hated are you?" Jack Sparrow retorted. "Barbassa, that's not right. You call me a troublemaker. If that's true, then what are you all, Barbassa?" Damn. He was speechless after Jack Sparrow's rebuttal. This guy's thinking was simply too clever. "No more words, huh?" Jack Sparrow glanced at Barbassa triumphantly. Barbassa ignored Jack Sparrow and approached Bai Yi. "Boss, I have something to tell you." "What?" Barbassa said. "Rumor has it that the trident of Poseidon has the power to break all curses. So, perhaps these curses on us can be broken without returning them to the Aztec kingpin. Using the trident of Poseidon can break them." He put on a righteous air. "Perhaps you could give it a try. We're willing to be your experimental subjects." Bai Yi suddenly realized he had almost forgotten that the trident of Poseidon had this function. "Well, since you've been so honest along the way, I'll give it a try." Bai Yi tried it with the trident of Poseidon. Sure enough, as a ray of azure light swept across, Barbassa and the others felt a distinct change in their bodies. Their hearts began to beat. Blood flowed through their veins. It was a vibrant life force. Barbassa reached out and quietly twisted his inner thigh. "Ouch!" Barbassa screamed, but instead of being angry, he was delighted. Without hesitation, he pulled out a green apple he'd brought with him and bit into it. The juicy, sweet-sour flavor emanated from it. "Ho ha ho ha!" Barbassa laughed maniacally. "The curse on me is finally broken." Barbassa was a devoted green apple lover, craving a bite anytime, anywhere. But after being cursed by the Aztec gold, everything he ate felt like air, devoid of any taste or texture. Now, he finally understood the taste of a green apple again. If he hadn't known Bai Yi wasn't into men, he would have wanted to kiss him. The crew aboard the Black Pearl were filled with excitement. Fortunately, no one forgot their identities. No one dared to joke with Bai Yi loudly. After all they'd been through, they realized that this man was a master among masters. He could break the curse and seal them back in one go, one day. The Black Pearl was sailing on the sea, Jack Sparrow at the helm, heading in the direction indicated by the desire compass. It was nap time. After Bai Yi had nursed Angelica and Elizabeth to sleep, he went to Lucia to enjoy her cooking. Lucia's seafood, as always, left Bai Yi drooling, his mouth watering. Suddenly, Jack Sparrow ran into the cabin, shouting, "Captain, come out. Davy Jones is here. If you don't come out, the Black Pearl will sink." Bai Yi, with no other choice, he left the cabin with a sullen face and a single layer of clothing. What's going on? Jack Sparrow knew he might have offended Bai Yi, but in the current situation, he couldn't care less. Davy Jones is outside. He was particularly motivated to deal with Davy Jones. After all, if he killed him, he would be out of imminent danger. So he kept his gaze fixed on the desire compass. Just then, he saw the sea roiling ahead of the Black Pearl as a tattered wooden sailboat suddenly surged up from the seabed. Without even taking in the situation, he acted decisively and rushed to find Bai Yi. After all, Davy Jones was no match for him. "Look at you, you look so frightened. Shame on you," Bai Yi glared at Jack Sparrow. He then turned and went outside to see Davy Jones, who had interrupted his seafood feast. As he left the cabin, he saw Davy Jones. It was clearly Squidward, with a uniquely ugly appearance. But Davy Jones had been a dashing and handsome man, in love with the sea goddess Calypso. He volunteered to captain the ghost ship Flying Dutchman, promising to escort the dead to the underworld at sea. The price was that the Flying Dutchman could only dock once every 10 years. Davy Jones sacrificed his soul for love. But he was willing to work like a slave, but Calypso wouldn't even feed him grass. 10 years later, he returned as promised, only to discover that Calypso hadn't kept her promise. Feeling betrayed by his beloved, Davy Jones, in despair, tore out his own heart and buried it, along with a love letter, on the promised island. From then on, Davy Jones ceased to ferry souls across the sea for Carib. Jones, no longer fulfilling his duty, suffered a terrible curse. He lost his human form and his freedom. Except for Jones, all the crew members of the Dutchman were cursed, transformed into hideous monsters. Jack Sparrow, Squidward. Davy Jones roared at Jack, "How dare you kill my most beloved pet?" But Bayou was in high spirits and had no time to consider Squidward's past. With Poseidon's trident in hand, he didn't give Squidward time to speak. A raging wave swept up, engulfing the entire Flying Dutchman, transforming it into a vast dragon that stretched between heaven and earth. Bayou looked at Jack Sparrow impatiently and said, "I helped Barbassa get rid of the curse before. Now, considering that you have been with us all the way and have worked hard even if you have no merit, I will give you a chance." The reason why Davy Jones is so awesome is because he inherited part of Calypso's priesthood and ferries the dead. Are you interested in being the captain of the Flying Dutchman? As long as you agree, you can become the captain of the unsinkable and indestructible ship, the Flying Dutchman. Unless your heart is pierced, no one can kill you. Then you will be the eternal Captain Jack Sparrow. His heart was pounding. This. Captain Jack Sparrow forever and ever, is that okay? I'll give you 3 numbers. Okay. Jack Sparrow was also a decisive person and responded immediately. Okay. Bayou used the power of Poseidon's trident to transfer the divine office of the Flying Dutchman to Jack Sparrow, making him captain of the Flying Dutchman. Afterward, Bayou returned to his room to continue his unfinished business. The matter of Davy Jones was resolved. Later, Bayou helped the mermaids of Sirunina Island gradually relocate to the Temple of Poseidon. After all, the environment of the Temple of Poseidon was much better than that of Sirunina Island. From then on, the Temple of Poseidon became much more lively. Not long after, Angelica and Elizabeth, after a furious outburst, also followed Bayou into the Temple of Poseidon. The family had a wonderful time in the Temple of Poseidon. Afterward, Bayou, feeling restless, took Lucia, Angelica, Elizabeth, and others on a trip to the east. It just so happened that China in this world was still under the rule of the Qing dynasty. As the saying goes, if you don't rebel in the Qing dynasty, you'll be like a chrysanthemum with an electric drill. Bayou used the power of the sea god's trident and the power of the thunder fruit to create a massive thunderstorm in the Qing Empire, killing several emperors, princes, and grandchildren. This was followed by a massive flood that not only drowned ordinary people but also many 8-banner soldiers. With this, Bayou's merits were fulfilled and he chose to return to the Marvel world. Chapter 215. Madam, you don't want your husband to come back alive, do you? Los Angeles. Following the appearance of a black hole, Bayou reappeared in the hotel room. Hansen, am back. Bayou laughed heartily, one hand on his waist. He was having a blast in the world of Pirates of the Caribbean. After all, with the trident of Poseidon in hand, the entire world was his playground, free to do whatever he pleased. The only living deity, the sea goddess Calypso, was sealed away, posing no threat to him at all. Bayou naturally lived more like an emperor than the emperor himself, practically a god. And after Bayou obtained the trident of Poseidon, Lucia practically obeyed his every word. Coincidentally, the mermaids of the Sirens are almost all stunning beauties. Gemma Ward, Daphne Joy, Georgina Lt. In short, Bayou was having a blast in the Temple of Poseidon. Well, I feel like I'm getting old. My back is getting worse. Even climbing stairs doesn't stop me from getting sore. It's so sad that I've already contracted so many age-related illnesses at such a young age. Youth doesn't mean you're wasting your body. You still need to take better care of yourself and exercise more, Bayou said, patting his lower back. As he spoke, Bayou pulled out his phone, connected it to the internet, and quickly reset the time. He'd been playing in Pirates of the Caribbean for a few months by himself, and it was quite enjoyable. Angelica and Elizabeth, the female pirates of the Caribbean, had even fallen to their knees under his jeans. But while he'd had so much fun, he didn't know what the Marvel world had become like now. It's only been less than a week. Bai Yi quickly discovered that the flow of time in the Marvel world seemed to be different from that in the Pirates of the Caribbean world. So, even though he had been making waves in the Pirates of the Caribbean world, the Marvel world hadn't been a big deal. If only a week had passed, many things could still be manipulated. If a few months had passed here, tisk, then at least half of the fish in my fish pond would have starved to death. Next, Bai Yi looked through his call logs, text messages, Facebook and other communication methods. Sure enough, even if he had been gone for a while, his communication had exploded. Bai Yi had no choice but to explain to everyone one by one. Among them, the wife Elizabeth called the most. After all, Bai Yi had just established a close relationship with her, and then he disappeared without a trace. How could she not be anxious? She had a suspicion that not long after Bai Yi left her villa, her husband Braga sent people to pour cement and sink it into the Pacific Ocean. Bai Yi looked at Elizabeth's missed calls and text messages, and suddenly realized that a lot seemed to have happened during the time he was away. Married woman Elizabeth had a complete falling out with her husband, Braga, who had always been estranged from her. If Bai Yi's body hadn't been found, and Braga's men hadn't been killed along with him, things might have been much more than just a falling out. I almost forgot. That bastard Braga sent assassins to find me before I went to Caribbean world, Bai Yi sneered. He had never believed in repaying evil with kindness, always repaying kindness with kindness, and repaying evil with justice. Braga had been out having affairs, and had fallen out with his wife Elizabeth. Now, your wife Elizabeth came to me for comfort. Is that my fault? You didn't care about your wife when you were out having affairs. And now your wife needs your permission to seek comfort? Holy shit. Not to mention, this Braga was a drug lord. Bai Yi was taking him down purely to enforce justice, to ignite a ray of justice for the world. So what else was there to say? Just get rid of him. Seeing Elizabeth's anxious tone, Bai Yi decided to give her a call first. Hello, Bai Yi, is that you? Elizabeth's excited voice came immediately. Bai Yi, yes, it's me, Elizabeth. Bai Yi, where have you been all this time? I almost turned the whole Los Angeles upside down, but I just couldn't find you. Bai Yi, didn't I leave your room that night? Not long after, I found someone following me. In that situation, it seemed easy to guess who was following me. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so I temporarily hid in a friend's house. As for those who followed me, they were killed by my friend. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief. So that's the case. I'm glad you're okay. But then she became a little confused. But if you didn't have time to call me at the beginning, why didn't you contact me later? Bai Yi sighed and said, because I don't know if your phone was monitored by your husband. If so, even if I didn't reveal my location at the time, your husband could find my friend's house by checking the IP. At that time, it might not be just my problem, and my friend's life would have to be at risk. Do you think I dare to contact you casually? Elizabeth felt that what Bai Yi said was nothing wrong. But she herself felt wronged. After learning about Bai Yi's disappearance, she had gone crazy, mobilizing people everywhere to look for him, and she was worried. But Bai Yi was obviously fine, but he didn't contact her. Even if she couldn't call, she could find some other way to hint. Of course, Elizabeth quickly sorted out her aggrieved emotions. Because to be honest, in this matter, she was the one who wronged Bai Yi first. If it weren't for her husband Braga sending people to follow him, causing Bai Yi to feel the crisis of life, it wouldn't have evolved to this point. Bai Yi was still implicated by her. Elizabeth asked again, so why did you contact me now? Bai Yi replied, because everything seems calm now. Your husband, Braga, seems to be busy with some big deal and hasn't been seen in a while, so I called you. Actually, I've been wanting to see you these days, but given the circumstances, I can't help it. Elizabeth was silent for a moment, then said, where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up. I miss you too. A week had passed, and the milk she'd been eating up had long since been digested. Now she was hungry again. Bai Yi hesitated. He rubbed his still aching lower back, reluctant to go to Elizabeth's villa. He knew Elizabeth was a tigress, a true cannibal. With his skinny arms and legs, if he went there, she'd inevitably devour him whole, skin and bones. But refusing wouldn't be a good idea either. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a week, so Elizabeth's request for a meeting at this time didn't seem unreasonable. What are you still hesitating about? Elizabeth said, growing anxious. If Braga's men find you outside now, the consequences will be disastrous. You know, his spies are almost everywhere in Los Angeles, but it's different when you come to my place. Once you're there, unless the FBI and LAPD launch a massive joint operation, no ordinary person will be able to get in. Well, okay then. Bai Yi sighed helplessly. He could only endure some hardship. As the saying goes, only those who endure the most hardship can become the best. To achieve the highest position without enduring some hardship is naturally impossible. But, your bodyguard Gale isn't staying with you, right? Bai Yi asked cautiously. If he ran into Gale while at Elizabeth's house, it would be a catastrophic collision, a major incident. No, Elizabeth said. Didn't you say last time that there might be something wrong with her? Given our relationship, I'd definitely trust you over her. So, how could I keep her by my side forever as my personal bodyguard? So, I pretended to give her a secret mission, having her temporarily lurk by Braga's side and report on his every move. Bai Yi asked curiously, if that female bodyguard was your personal bodyguard, how could Braga trust her and keep her around? Wouldn't he find an opportunity to kill her in a few days? Elizabeth said. Actually, Braga had secretly tried to win over Gale, hoping she'd become a spy for me. I had Gale play along and give Braga some unimportant information. Later, I staged a scene where I discovered Gale was a spy, and in a rage, I ran her over. She briefly explained her manipulations. You guys are really good at playing games, Bai Yi sighed, but didn't ask any more questions. He could just secretly ask Gale later. So, Bai Yi told Elizabeth his address, got in a taxi and headed towards his own address. On the way, Bai Yi received another call from Aunt May. Aunt May, Bai Yi, where have you been all this time? I called you so many times, but you didn't answer. Bai Yi, I'm still in Los Angeles. I turned off my communication method because of some things before. Things here are a bit complicated. I think it will take a while before I can come back. Aunt May, it takes so long? Is the problem very serious? Bai Yi, the problem is not serious, it just takes some time, but don't worry, the problem is over, and I will be able to return safely soon. Aunt May, okay then, you have to be careful when you are alone outside. Bai Yi, don't worry, don't know me yet? I have always pursued stability in my actions. I am not one of those reckless gamblers. Aunt May, well, everything is fine at home. If everything is fine, then I will hang up. I am about to go buy groceries. Bai Yi, okay, finally fooled Aunt May. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Aunt May was quite easy to coax, because she had no restrictions on Bai Yi, and she also knew that she could not control him at all, so when she knew that Bai Yi was fine outside, she didn't bother to care more. Anyway, Bai Yi had not failed to pay less for the public grain he was supposed to pay, and on the contrary, he often got some extra reserve grain, so she didn't blame Bai Yi too much. After Bai Yi hung up the phone, the taxi driver looked at Bai Yi in the rearview mirror with a strange smile. Brother, the reason you lost contact, could it be that you were arrested? 15 days of administrative detention, fool. Master, how are you so skilled? Bai Yi looked at the taxi driver and asked suspiciously, could it be that you have become a good doctor after long-term illness? Nonsense, the driver said righteously, I have 2 sons and 1 daughter at home, a virtuous wife, and a happy family. How could I do such a shameful thing? I read Mark Twain. Bai Yi, he cast a contemptuous look at the driver. I even said Bai Yi, was a student of the spring and autumn annals, but what good would that do? Who would believe me? Okay, I think about it sometimes, but I don't have the money, the driver said. But if you want to add a little extra, I can take you to some nice places, maybe next time, Bai Yi said. I have a business meeting this time, so I'll talk to you next time. When Bai Yi arrived, the driver handed him a business card and told him to call him if he needed anything. Huh? Do I, Bai Yi, need that? He put the card away. Well, it was simply because Brian was also in the city and was an FBI agent. He was free that day, so he could go undercover and help Brian solve a few more major cases. Soon, a black Mercedes-Benz SUV pulled up in front of Bai Yi. The female bodyguard confirmed Bai Yi's identity and drove him to Elizabeth's villa. The car stopped at the entrance of Elizabeth's villa and was inspected before being allowed inside. It seems Elizabeth's relationship with Braga has become incredibly tense lately. Is she afraid Braga will have someone assassinate her? Bai Yi thought to himself. observing the increasingly rigorous security arrangements at Elizabeth's villa. Entering the house, Bai Yi got out of the car and was greeted by Elizabeth. She was wearing a long white dress that showed off her curvy, well-proportioned figure. Her figure was voluptuous and sexy, her dress ripped open, and her slender figure was graceful. Her face, like a fox, possessed a charming allure, yet a hint of resentment shone through her eyes, making her even more pitiful and captivating. The two looked at each other, smiled at each other, and slowly walked towards each other, gently hugging each other. Bai Yi felt the heat of Elizabeth's delicate body, thinking about the journey, but a thought suddenly occurred to him. Why does it feel like Zim and Queen meeting Pan Jinlian? Chapter 216. I am not here to separate you, I am here to join you. I'm relieved to see you're truly alright. Elizabeth released Bai Yi and surveyed him. Seeing nothing wrong, she smiled. How could I possibly get into trouble so easily? Bai Yi said with a smile. I'm not willing to die just because we've only been together for one night. I want to be with you forever. Elizabeth understood Bai Yi's words, but she didn't respond shyly like a little girl. Instead, she gave him a look. I'm fine, but don't complain about being sick when the time comes. How could that be? Don't you know my strength? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. While he might not be able to defeat a mermaid from the Sirens clan in the Pirates of the Caribbean world alone, he should have no problem defeating Elizabeth alone. Then let's fight it out then. Elizabeth greeted him with a smile, pulling Bai Yi into the villa. In the living room, Bai Yi sat down on the sofa. Elizabeth brought him a cup of brewed tea. Bai Yi took a sip and asked, I see your defenses are pretty tight here. Has your husband, Braga, started to cause you trouble? Not yet. Elizabeth shook her head. I just had a one-sided falling out with him. As for what he thinks, he hasn't shown it yet. I guess. A sneer played on her lips. He still thinks this is just a woman's prank, and that after a while, we can still be like a normal couple, fighting at the head of the bed and making up at the foot of the bed, but just because he doesn't say it doesn't mean there's no danger. I have to prepare for it. I understand. Bai Yi nodded and said, would you be sad if he died now? Braga had previously sent someone to assassinate him, which had already annoyed Bai Yi. Of course, he might have been slightly wrong, but if you want to kill me, then there's no room for negotiation. Let's destroy each other and see who can do it. I just did something immoral with your wife, but it wasn't against the law. You broke the law and wanted to kill me. You were the one who started the escalation of violence. I simply chose to fight violence with violence. Perhaps Bai Yi's behavior is a bit hypocritical. But Bai Yi doesn't consider himself a saint, so he won't hold himself to the standards of a saint. So Braga is definitely dead. No one can get rid of him. As I, Bai Yi, say, even Jesus can't do it. I don't care if he dies. Elizabeth sat next to Bai Yi, took a sip of coffee, and said, but what do you mean? Did you get any inside information? That's right, Bai Yi said. I heard recently that the FBI has launched an unprecedented large-scale operation against him, preparing to take down his laundry detergent network throughout Los Angeles. It's a great achievement. I guess he's in danger recently. Either the FBI finds evidence and sends him in, or he dies inexplicably. Maybe he choked to death while drinking water. Well, if Braga choked to death while drinking water, it must be because the FBI couldn't solve the problem, so they solved the person who raised the problem and injected him with some unknown poison that affects the heart, lungs, and nerves. It has nothing to do with the trident of Poseidon or a handsome guy. Elizabeth looked thoughtful, then smiled at Bai Yi. It seems you have deep connections with the authorities, huh? I just know a few people in the government, nothing special. Bai Yi smiled softly, then said, you know, these days, if you don't have some official support, you're bound to accomplish anything. Well, it was mainly because of some information I'd heard from Brian. It seems that besides Brian having gone undercover in Braga's team, there's also a bald beast there. With two of Los Angeles' most powerful men working undercover, Braga wouldn't be in trouble. That's right, Elizabeth nodded. Many people like to talk about the two worlds of black and white, and the common perception is that they are polar opposites. In fact, this idea is completely wrong. The black society is an effective supplement, a value-added service and resource-efficient social structure, an extension of the mainstream. Especially in a city like Los Angeles, known as Sin City. For example, Priyanka had to bribe the county council members to get things done. For someone like Braga, who expanded his laundry detergent network throughout Los Angeles and became the king of the underground, It's impossible without making connections with some prominent figures. But, when Braga, like a pig, is fattened up and ready to be slaughtered, those congressmen he once befriended won't recognize him anymore. If the FBI takes action, they better do it quickly, or I might have to. Elizabeth's eyes flashed with a cold light. Bai Yi looked at Elizabeth and couldn't help but sigh. She's even more ruthless than Priyanka. Even though Priyanka was ruthless, she hadn't even mentioned killing her husband. Elizabeth had clearly surpassed Priyanka's level, demonstrating a higher level of vision. This was no surprise. After all, Elizabeth had achieved much greater success in her career, and naturally, she was more ruthless than Priyanka. Elizabeth sat beside Bai Yi, her tight skirt hugging her back and waist beautifully outlined. Her long, slender legs, smooth and supple, were exposed. She sat upright, with not a trace of gap between her legs. Such beautiful legs were undoubtedly the most arousing of men. A faint, rich fragrance emanated from her, lingering at Bai Yi's nose. Looking back, her face, as white as snow, gave off a sense of maturity and allure. Bai Yi didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Elizabeth was teasing him, her every move exuding her endless charm. Dummy. Dummy. Bai Yi unconsciously reached out and touched his lower back. He was feeling overwhelmed. He had been working late for many days, and staying up late was taking its toll on his health, so his lower back ached. So, some things needed to be considered carefully. After a few words, Bai Yi felt Elizabeth unconsciously leaning towards him, already agitated. He quickly said, "Elizabeth, is there anything to eat at home? They hadn't had lunch yet when I arrived." "Of course there is. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Elizabeth, momentarily forgetting what she had planned, immediately arranged a sumptuous lunch for Bai Yi. Bai Yi and Elizabeth enjoyed a delicious lunch. Bai Yi subtly changed the subject despite Elizabeth's subtle and subtle flirtations. After all, time would tell. There was no need to rush. Despite Bai Yi's best efforts, the situation only dragged on for an afternoon. Finally, he was dragged into Elizabeth's bedroom and raped. There was no other way. A middle-aged woman was too much for the average man to handle. And taking a woman against her will was illegal. Bai Yi didn't want to break the law, so he could only let Elizabeth do what she wanted. The next day, as sunlight streamed into the house, Bai Yi opened his eyes. He rubbed his swollen temples, sat up, and leaned against the bow. Elizabeth emerged from the room. She was wearing a cheongsam. The material, color, and cut perfectly complemented her figure, accentuating her flat stomach, slender waist, and slender thighs. Her curves were fully revealed, revealing a charming allure that perfectly showcased her mature elegance. "So beautiful," Bai Yi praised heartily. "Stop it," Elizabeth smiled and said, "you've been sleeping until the sun is shining on your butt. Hurry up and get up. Breakfast should be ready." "Can you blame me for this?" Bai Yi had to quickly clean up and said lazily, "If you hadn't insisted on dragging me to do so much hard work last night, I would have been too exhausted and tired. Would I be in this situation? Didn't you say it yourself? You are very strong and you are not afraid of anything. I just wanted to test you, and now you blame me," Elizabeth and Bai Yi retorted. She rolled her eyes at Bai Yi and turned away. "Come in quickly." At the dining table, Bai Yi was eating breakfast, bacon, eggs and cheese muffins, while Elizabeth was eating fruit salad and cereal. She didn't drink milk. Recently, she and Milk have been drinking until she vomited and felt nauseous. She will talk about it later. "By the way, I have to go out today," Bai Yi said. Elizabeth frowned and said, "Los Angeles has been in turmoil lately. You know that, so why are you going out there? If you stay here, I can guarantee your safety. Food and drink won't be a problem. I'll be with you, and even paid programs are indispensable. Are you not afraid of death by going out there?" Bai Yi said helplessly, "I know it's dangerous out there, but there are some things I have to deal with. You don't want to be seen as a person who breaks his promise, do you? And don't worry, I'm not that easy to die. Your husband Braga sent a lot of people to stop me before, but I was fine. What's more, he is probably busy fighting wits and courage with the FBI now, so how can he care about a small character like me? He disappeared for a week for no reason." Elizabeth was anxious, and so was Gail. During this time, Gail also called and sent him many messages. Bai Yi had to comfort Gail. "In life, we must always be fair and kind, and treat everyone equally." Elizabeth was silent for a moment, then said, "Can you really guarantee your own safety?" "Don't worry, even if I act recklessly, I wouldn't risk my life, would I? Bai Yi said. Do you want me to send someone to take you there? No, just give me a car, and I can take care of the rest myself, Elizabeth, trust me. So, after breakfast, Bai Yi picked out a BMW M8 from Elizabeth's garage and left Elizabeth's villa. Bai Yi sped through the streets of Los Angeles. Gail called, Bai Yi, where are you now? Bai Yi said, it's not far from the address you gave me. Give me 5 more minutes, and it should be enough. Bai Yi had contacted Gail before, when he was helping Elizabeth with manual labor. Having arrived in Los Angeles, Gail, as a semi-landlord, must have been the one to find a place to entertain Bai Yi. Following Gail's address, Bai Yi eventually arrived at a restaurant called Jinchengli. After parking his car in the parking lot, Bai Yi entered the restaurant, declining the waiter's offer. Glancing around, he immediately spotted Gail sitting by the window and approached with a smile. What made you think of treating me to Chinese food? Bai Yi asked with a smile. Yes, this restaurant, called Jinchengli, was Chinese. The decor was simple yet elegant, imbued with an Eastern Zen aesthetic, showcasing Asian beauty in a simple manner. Because of the food you prepared for me, I fell in love with Chinese food. So, when I was working in Los Angeles, I started eating at Chinese restaurants. This is one of my favorites, so I invited you to come and try it with me, Gail said naturally. I think every dish here is as exquisite as a work of art, and they're all delicious. The garlic spare ribs, the green pepper fish, the kung pao chicken, the spicy crab, the brown sugar rice cake, the dry pot frog, they're all delicious, really. Bai Yi smiled and checked the restaurant's information. This Chinese restaurant, surprisingly, is owned by 2 beautiful proprietresses. Influenced by their parents from a young age, they have developed their own unique take on Sichuan cuisine. Consequently, it's widely acclaimed as the best Sichuan cuisine in Los Angeles, shouldering the responsibility of a younger generation of restaurateurs to promote modern Sichuan cuisine abroad. Gail shoved the menu in front of Bai Yi and said, I've already ordered the dishes I often order. Take a look. What else do you want to order? This is Chinese cuisine, you should know how to order, right? Of course I do. My mother is the one who invented the dishes here. Bai Yi picked up the menu and scanned it. Sichuan cuisine is one of the 8 major Chinese cuisines, a classic and renowned tradition. It emphasizes numbing, spicy, savory, and fragrant flavors. Its seasonings are varied, and its ingredients are diverse, with a predominantly spicy flavor profile. It's also known as the cuisine of the common people. He ordered a few dishes, including spicy chicken, Dakian dry-fried fish, dongpo pork elbow, and husband and wife lung slices. Fuki Fipian, Gail frowned slightly and said, why does this dish sound a bit scary? Yes, it's just as you imagined. This dish is made with the flesh of a loving couple. Bai Yi gave Gail a look. Don't try to fool me. Gail glared at Bai Yi and said, do you think that all the time I've spent visiting several Chinese restaurants and eating so much weird Chinese food was in vain? This Fuki Fipian must have a meaning, not what you said. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Gail's Black Silk Temptation. Haha, I didn't fool you. Bai Yi smiled and said, you are right. In the 1930s, Guo Cheohua, a Sichuanese, and his wife made and sold cold beef lung slices. They did it themselves, walked the streets, and sold them with baskets. Because they used leftovers from beef shops as ingredients, they were cheap and tasted good, so they were quite popular. People called this cold beef offal Fuki Fipian. Although the name of this dish contains the word lung, the raw materials are mainly ox scalp, ox heart, ox tongue, ox tripe, beef and other ingredients, not lungs. The secret to the deliciousness of this dish is to marinate it first, then slice it, and then add red oil made from chili oil, pepper powder, etc., and finally garnish with some celery leaves. It is spicy, fresh and fragrant, and you can't stop. I just don't know if you can get used to it. I'm fine, Gail said. I can eat spicy food, after ordering the dishes. Gail looked at Bai Yi, took a sip of the restaurant's tea, and said, where have you been all this time? I sent you so many messages, but you didn't reply. Nothing, I just went to do something. Bai Yi gave Gail a you-know look, and said, let's not talk about me. What about you? How about being a bodyguard for that lady Elizabeth? Stop talking, Gail complained. I don't know what's wrong with her. For some reason, she seems to be starting to be a little wary of me. Please, I came here to be her bodyguard because I owe her a favor, okay? What does she think of me? Is she after her sons? If you suspect me and don't want to use me, just say it. I'm so happy to leave as soon as possible and live my own happy life, but she just didn't say it. Instead, she gave me a task to go undercover in her husband's camp. If I weren't a very professional person, I really want to slap her in the face. Ahem. Bai Yi drank water tactically to hide his embarrassment. It was probably because he had said bad things about Gail to Elizabeth that Gail lost Elizabeth's trust. But it doesn't matter, he did it for the good of both of them. Otherwise, when the relationship between him and both parties is exposed, the two of them will have to fight. He is not afraid of being beaten. After all, his body can passively transform into elements. How can ordinary attacks deal with him? Elizabeth and Gail are just mortals. So, he is doing it for their own good. Maybe there's something wrong with that old woman's brain. She can't even use someone like you, Gail. You will definitely not have a good ending in the future, Bai Yi said. I think the good times for them are almost over, Gail said. The FBI has nearly completely infiltrated the Braga team. Some of them seem to be completely undisguised. How long can they keep going? Is it that dangerous? Bai Yi said. Then why don't you just withdraw immediately? Don't worry, I'll adapt to the situation, Gail said. It's not a big deal. I'm not a mastermind, just a small fry. The FBI won't be keeping a close eye on me. As they spoke, the dishes Bai Yi and Gail ordered arrived. The alluring aromas of the food made them pause their conversation and begin to savor the food. Gail sampled her own order, satisfied, but also curiously eyed Bai Yi's. What's the name of this fish dish? Gail asked. Bai Yi chuckled and said, this dish is called Dakian dry fried fish. Dry fried fish is a unique Sichuan cooking method. It's called dry fried because it doesn't thicken the fish, allowing the sauce to naturally absorb during cooking. This dish is a family heirloom of the Chinese traditional painting master Zhang Daqian. It's a perfect combination of fish and pork belly, topped with a thick, bright broth. It's not only appetizing to look at, but also salty, fresh, spicy, and sweet. It's a standout fish dish. Then I'll try it. Hearing Bai Yi's words, Gail eagerly took a bite with her chopsticks. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, salty and slightly spicy, fresh and flavorful, absolutely delicious, she smacked her lips and said. The aroma of the pork belly combined with the freshness of the fish is even more unique, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Then eat more. Bai Yi kept picking up food for Gail. Alright, I'll pick up food myself if I want to. Gail rolled her eyes at Bai Yi. Okay, Bai Yi put down his chopsticks and asked, you found out that there was an FBI undercover under Braga's command, so you didn't tell him? Gail said as a matter of course, please, I'm just an ordinary security guard, and a security guard who is only responsible for Elizabeth. I have nothing to do with that fat guy Braga. Why should I tell him these things? It's just right that he died, the sooner the better, and it's none of my business. You're awesome. Bai Yi gave Gail a thumbs up and said, you're really open-minded, but I've heard recently that Braga is recruiting a large number of underground racers, right? Yeah, Gail nodded while eating delicious food and said, recently, that fat guy really found two top racers, one fierce bald, the other a golden-haired weak submissive. Even I dare not say that I am better than them. Anyway, Gail's professional ethics are towards Elizabeth, the real host. As for Braga, the undercover target, Gail doesn't care about the leakage of his information, and he is not afraid to tell Bai Yi. It's Brian and Dominic, Bai Yi thought to himself. Braga loved recruiting race car drivers to help him transport goods across the Mexican-American border, then killing them. Dominic's girlfriend, Letty, Brian's sister-in-law, had been killed that way, and the two of them had come seeking revenge. Gail, now that things are settled in Los Angeles, what are your plans? Not really. I'll probably just go to Brazil to visit Giselle. Gail thought for a moment and said, I see that bitch posting pictures of the scenery and selfies every day. I think the scenery there is pretty nice. It would be nice to go there and have some fun. I see. Bai Yi smiled. When I have time, I'll go to Brazil to spend time with you two sisters. Gail looked at Bai Yi warily and said, you can come, but don't try to have any unrealistic dreams. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Bai Yi cried out in injustice, saying, "I'm not here to break you up, I'm here to join you." "Gale, how dare you say such shameless words? You're just like that." Gale gritted her teeth and kicked Bai Yi under the table. She missed. She wanted to try again, but the dongpo pork elbow that Bai Yi ordered came up. "Don't be so quick to hit me. Come on, try this dish first," Bai Yi said with a cheeky face. Gale had no other choice but to turn her anger and grief into appetite, as she was helpless against this scoundrel. "This dish has a milky white broth, and the pork elbow is tender and tender. The meat is tender, fragrant, and chewy, fat but not greasy. It's delicious." Bai Yi placed the elbow in front of Gale and said, "It's also very high in protein and collagen. Eating it can make your skin rosy and shiny." Gale held the elbow and began to chew it. "Wow, it's really delicious." Bai Yi smiled and explained to Gale the origin of dongpo elbow, saying, "The word dongpo in this dish is the name of one of China's top literary masters. In 5,000 years of history, there have only been a few such top literary masters. Su Dongpo, legend has it that dongpo pork knuckle is a traditional dish created by Su Dongpo's wife, Wang Fu. It got its name because Su Dongpo loved it so much. Legend has it that once, while stewing pork knuckle at home, Wang Fu accidentally oversold it, causing it to brown and stick to the pan. She quickly added various ingredients and simmered it carefully to mask the burnt smell. Unexpectedly, the slightly yellow pork knuckle tasted surprisingly good, much to Su Dongpo's delight. Not only did Su Dongpo not only make it himself repeatedly and record it, but he also promoted it to friends and family, and thus, dongpo pork knuckle has been passed down through the ages. "This is truly fragrant, soft, and delicious," Gale praised as she nibbled on it. "The fat melts in your mouth, and the lean meat is crispy but not dry." Gale enjoyed the meal immensely, forgetting to settle the bill with Bai Yi. Bai Yi took the initiative to pay the bill and left the restaurant. Gale asked, "Did you drive here too?" "No," Bai Yi said, "I took a taxi. Can you give me a ride?" "Okay," Gale nodded. After Bai Yi told him where he was staying, the Four Seasons Hotel, Gale drove back to the Four Seasons. Gale's straight, jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her oval face, framed by willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and cherry lips, was as delicate as white jade, a picture of exquisite beauty. She wore tight blue jeans, which hugged her long, beautiful legs and cinched her hips. She was voluptuous, her eyebrows were naturally emerald, her lips were naturally red, her figure was full and plump, her fingers were slender, her hair was like clouds, her natural makeup reflected the color of snow, her wrists were round and smooth, her arms were soft but not exposed, and she exuded a heroic aura that only aroused a desire to conquer her. Bai Yi put his arm around Gale's waist. "Hey, I haven't seen you for a while. Your waist has gotten thinner, Pa." Gale spat. "Don't think I'll stop being mad at you just because you say nice things to me." "Of course not. I'm telling the truth." Bai Yi put his arm around Gale's slender waist and said, "Look, I can wrap my arm around it. How can it not be thin?" "You're kidding?" Gale glared at Bai Yi and said, "I'm driving now. If anything goes wrong, we'll both be killed. With your driving skills, even if you close your eyes, you probably won't cause any trouble. Besides, I'm just casually measuring your waist," Bai Yi said shamelessly. It was obvious that after a night of recuperation at Elizabeth's house, Bai Yi had regained a lot of his fighting strength. After all, how could Elizabeth alone, after a fight, exhaust him? When something really happens, it'll be too late. Unfortunately, how could Gale scare Bai Yi? He was already rubbing her flat belly. "Wow, Gale, I haven't seen you in a while. Not only is your waist slimmer, but your abs are even nicer too." In no time, Bai Yi had slipped under the edge of Gale's clothes and felt her abs. While Bai Yi was trying to flatter Gale, he wasn't exaggerating. Gale must have never slacked off on her training, so her abs were streamlined and felt wonderful to the touch. "Hey, if you keep doing that, I'm really pissed," Gale said, her breath soft and sweet, a blush rising to her cheeks. "Don't be so stingy. I'm just touching your abs. It's nothing special." Bai Yi blew softly into Gale's delicate ear. Instantly, Gale felt a tantalizing breath against her ear, then seeped straight into her, then into her heart. Bai Yi was truly a stalker. "You bastard, you're always pushing your luck. Don't you know what you're made of?" Gale cursed Bai Yi as she stepped on the accelerator. The car took off down the road, weaving through traffic, pushing her racing skills to the limit, speeds so high that even cameras couldn't capture them. Honestly, Gail was a normal woman. At this point, how could she not want to go home and give Bai Yi a good lesson? Of course, her fighting ability wasn't great, probably even worse than Elizabeth's. After Bai Yi's day and night of recovery, she probably couldn't defeat him in a fight. After touching Gail's abs, Bai Yi's cunning hands moved onto her beautiful legs. Wrapped in blue jeans, they looked slender and rounded, and the touch was quite pleasant. But Bai Yi was still not satisfied and said, "Gail, next time we meet, can you wear black stockings?" No, Gail dismissed it outright. "Why?" "Because I don't want to wear them," Gail said. "Do you men really like black stockings?" "Well, actually, I'm fine with both black and white stockings, but black stockings have their own unique flavor." Bai Yi thought for a moment and said, "The color black symbolizes coldness, toughness, and evil. Men are born with a desire to conquer, and black stockings greatly stimulate this desire to eradicate evil and uphold justice. They can only be released after overthrowing and conquering. This is the realm of evolutionary biology. Plus, stockings have small holes, and they fit the skin to an unprecedented degree, perfectly embellishing the curves of a woman's legs and creating the illusion of longer, thinner, and more beautiful legs. That's why so many men like stockings and black stockings." Chapter 218 Elizabeth's White Silk Temptation. Arrived at the hotel. Bai Yi checked into the hotel first. Gail also had an "I guessed it a long time ago" look on her face and did not argue with Bai Yi. Entered the room. Bai Yi pushed Gail down against the door panel and kissed her fiery red lips. His hands wrapped around Gail's slender waist, and even through Gail's t-shirt, he stroked Gail's delicate skin, which felt great. The two kissed each other lingeringly. Soon they fell on the boat. Time passed slowly. Although Gail had a strong personality, she could not resist Bai Yi's soft and hard tactics, and changed into black stockings for him. Bai Yi could not help but feast his eyes and hands. "You damned bastard." Gail looked at the black stockings on her legs, which had been ripped mostly by Bai Yi, leaving only a few remnants. She couldn't help but grumble, "You're the one who made me wear black stockings, and you're the one who tore them." Bai Yi grabbed Gail's feet in black stockings and played with them repeatedly, grinning, "Don't you know? Stockings are bought to be torn. If you like, I'll buy a few pairs of black stockings every day. They don't cost much anyway." Stockings themselves give the illusion of being as thin as a cicada's wing and easily torn. Add to that the fact that they're worn on a woman's legs, and it's easy to rip them, unleashing a strong urge to destroy them. It had to be said that Gail truly had a pair of unparalleled long legs. Bai Yi gently stroked them, finding her calves free of excess fat, so smooth and tender that it made one want to lick them. "Next time, get Gail some wide and flesh-colored stockings to wear and see. If black stockings represent elegance and mystery, then white stockings represent cuteness and innocence, and flesh-colored stockings represent intelligence and maturity. Each has its own beauty. Who likes these things?" Gail nudged Bai Yi with her foot, then stood up and said, "I'm going to shower." Gail gracefully turned around, but Bai Yi stopped him. "Wait." Bai Yi approached from behind, speaking earnestly. "With global warming and intensified atmospheric circulation, extreme weather events are becoming more frequent, and water resources are becoming increasingly scarce. For the sake of humanity's future, and to conserve water, let's sit up and shower too, so let's do it together." "Gail, so you went all this way just to continue your evil deeds?" About 2 hours later, Bai Yi and Gail returned to the boat. Gail's mind was blank, staring blankly at the ceiling, contemplating the meaning of life and the end of the universe. Bai Yi, on the other hand, was smoking a cigarette and scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, Gail's phone rang. Her brow furrowed, her thoughts disrupted. She reached for her phone and slurred, "What? Oh, I see, I see," Bai Yi asked curiously. "What's going on?" Gail lazily sat up and said, "Braga had a group of people transporting goods for him across the US-Mexico border tonight. They were planning to kill them after the goods arrived, but 2 of the drivers were very aggressive. They killed Braga's men and stole his goods, $60 million worth of laundry detergent. Now they're calling and demanding $6 million in transportation fees and compensation for emotional distress. So Braga is gathering forces to recover the goods." "Brian and Dominic," Bai Yi muttered. Perhaps only these 2 had the guts to kill Braga's men and, after getting the goods, not even think of escaping. Instead, they're blackmailing Braga. They're not after money, they're after Braga's life. "I'll go with you," Bai Yi said. "You?" Gail buttoned her bra, turned around, and looked at Bai Yi suspiciously. "You know what I'm going to do now, and you want to come with me. You don't know this, right?" Bai Yi said. "You ran over there. It was very dangerous. You fell directly into a trap set by the enemy. If you're lucky, you can escape. If you're unlucky, you're dead." "What?" Gale's head was full of black question marks. "How did you, Bai Yi, know all this?" "Okay, to be honest, one of those two drivers you mentioned is a little golden-haired guy who looks just a little bit like me. I think I know him. He's an FBI agent," Bai Yi said. "The FBI has already intercepted Braga's shipment. The reason they were using it to blackmail Braga is simply to hook Braga, the big fish. The place of transaction is bound to be a dragnet set up by the FBI. If you run over there now, aren't you courting death?" "Gale, really?" Bai Yi sighed helplessly and said, "Just tell me whether you believe me or not." "Gale, I really want to believe you, but, well, forget it. You should come with me." With Bai Yi's fighting ability, he wouldn't be afraid of ordinary FBI officers, and she wasn't worried about him getting into any danger. Taking him with her would also provide an extra layer of security. "Okay," Bai Yi said. "Actually, I've always been a sworn enemy of drugs and gambling. By the way, I'll help you take down Braga, which will also reduce your workload." So, Gale got dressed, and they went downstairs. Arriving at the parking lot, Gale tossed the car keys to Bai Yi and said, "You drive." Bai Yi was puzzled. "You're not going to drive, you?" Gale glared at Bai Yi again and said, "My legs are weak now. Can't I?" Okay, then I'll do it." Bai Yi smiled and took over the driving duties, steering Gale's car towards the designated location. The car sped along the road. Halfway there, Bai Yi's phone rang again. At this moment, Bai Yi glanced at Gale and quietly picked up the phone. It was Elizabeth calling. Without a second thought, Bai Yi answered the call. "Hello, I have something urgent right now. I'm dealing with it. I'll contact you tomorrow." He spoke quickly and hurriedly, then hung up. "Who's calling?" Gale asked casually. "No one, just a psychopathic woman," Bai Yi said nonchalantly. "You know, being too handsome isn't always a good thing. There are always people who covet our youth. I met a female client before who honestly tried all kinds of ways to harass me, but it was difficult to just block her. With such a good opportunity, why don't you just jump on it?" Gale glanced at Bai Yi. "Look at what you're saying. Do you think I'll be interested in just any woman?" Bai Yi said, "You sisters have spoiled my tastes, haven't you? I wouldn't even bother looking at a woman who isn't as pretty as you. But how many beauties are there in this world who can compare to you sisters? So, generally, when I'm out and about, I don't have any worldly desires for women of average looks and I don't bother paying any attention to them." Gale asked, "What if I meet a woman who's as pretty as us sisters?" Bai Yi said, "Besides beauty, I also have to consider temperament and hobbies. My standards are very high, and only you and your sisters can meet them." Gale was about to say more when her phone rang again. She picked up. It was someone from Braga, urging her to come. Gale was now an upper-middle-level leader on Braga's team. Naturally, she wouldn't miss such a serious matter. After the interruption, Bai Yi rambled on a little, changing the subject, and the matter passed. After saying goodbye to Parker and the others, Brian returned to Los Angeles and immediately set about avenging Letty. So he agreed to the risky plan of infiltrating Braga's crew. Coincidentally, Braga was recruiting a large number of underground racers to haul goods for him. Brian originally thought his skills would guarantee a sure win, but his brother-in-law Dominic showed up and, with a bit of cunning, outmaneuvered him, forcing him to frame another racer working for Braga and ultimately land the job. The brother-in-law and brother-in-law worked together for Braga. So, tonight, on their first mission, Dominic sensed his chance for revenge. While transporting laundry detergent from Mexico to the mainland, he bravely fought off the pistols and submachine guns of Braga's men with his bare hands. He was shot. Fortunately, he had his brother-in-law, Brian, by his side. Brian, an FBI agent, was highly skilled in combat and firearms. He seized the opportunity, grabbed a submachine gun, and dispatched several henchmen in quick succession. He also delivered weapons to the injured Dominic, and the two of them managed to escape the encirclement with Braga's cargo. Later, Brian delivered Braga's cargo to the DMV, took Dominic home, and treated his injuries. Maya sutured Dominic's wounds, and the family had another meal together. Wanted, Dominic had been traveling through South America and other places, only returning when he heard of his girlfriend Letty's death. Needless to say, The brother and sister were thrilled to reunite after such a long separation. However, the story wasn't over yet. After Brian and Maya exchanged a farewell, he went to negotiate terms with his superiors, while Dominic called Braga to discuss matters. Due to Braga's cautious approach, few knew his true identity. He used multiple identities to disguise his true identity, often disguised only by his voice. Now, posing as his subordinate, Campos, he was meeting a new member of the team. Dominic and Brian were hoping to prove Braga's true identity by offering him $60 million worth of goods, thus seeking revenge. Under the cover of night, Dominic and Brian stood in front of a large SUV, awaiting Braga's arrival. A large number of FBI agents were positioned nearby, ready to capture Braga as soon as his identity was confirmed. "When we catch him, you'll be free," Brian said to Dominic, standing ready. "Haha," Dominic said flatly. "That's what they told you, Brian." "Yes, that's the agreement, Dominic. I didn't expect you, at your age, to still believe in Santa Claus." The FBI officer's words stunk worse than toilet paper. Trusting them would be worse than trusting a dog. Yes, Brian smiled helplessly. He didn't quite trust his superiors, but he had no choice. If he chose to believe them, there might still be a chance to clear Dominic's name. If he didn't, Dominic seemed doomed. Outside, Bai Yi and Gale arrived. "It seems you were right. The FBI has set up a tight net here." Bai Yi's warning prompted Gale to investigate the area. They did, indeed, see traces of an FBI task force, well hidden. If she hadn't known about the situation beforehand, she might have been ambushed. The two of them knocked out the FBI sniper in the prime sniping spot. Then took up their own position to observe the situation. "Bai Yi, of course, how could I possibly lie to you?" From their hiding place, Bai Yi and Gale watched as Braga's long convoy entered the abandoned factory where the transaction was taking place. And so, within Bai Yi and Gale's clear view, Brian and Dominic approached Braga. To trick Brian and Dominic, Braga had hired a stand-in. The stand-in was quite capable. Dressed in a gray suit, a flashy pink tie, a bald head, and a mustache, he exuded the aura of a sturdy, wiry boss. He casually tossed a briefcase containing $2 million in cash in front of Dominic and the others, saying, "Here's the money you want, $2 million. Once you hand over my goods, I'll give you the rest." Dominic and Brian exchanged glances, each gazing at Braga for a long moment. He certainly looked like a gangster, with his refined attire and calm demeanor, not unlike any Wall Street executive. But Brian and Dominic weren't to be fooled. The two men tried to test him. The actor ignored their nonsense and said seriously, "Where's my merchandise?" There was no merchandise here. Brian and Dominic had hidden the merchandise in the DMV and hadn't even taken it out. They were just trying to get something for nothing, hoping Braga wouldn't be fooled. Even the vampires on Wall Street wouldn't give up $60 million worth of merchandise so easily, let alone a drug lord. The two men spoke tentatively. "No, he's not Braga," Dominic said abruptly, looking coldly at the serious actor in a gray-black suit. At the sniper's position, Bai Yi had already raised the rifle of the FBI sniper who had been knocked unconscious and aimed it at Braga. "This bastard, since he dared to send someone to assassinate me, don't blame me, Bai Yi, for being merciless. Are you really going to kill him?" Gale asked in surprise. Bai Yi took aim. "I've already said it before, I have an incompatible relationship with drugs and gambling. A drug lord like Braga deserves to be killed by everyone. I won't feel happy if I don't kill him, Gale, since he's going to die anyway, why not, leave it to me, Bai Yi." Chapter 219 Wang Jia's Temptation of Silk Stockings. "What? I can't do it," Gale said. "I've been fed up with that fat pig for a long time. He looks so greasy, and he's trying to take me down with his words. He doesn't even look at his own fat pig-like appearance. This is a perfect opportunity to kill him, so I can wrap up my business here and have a good vacation." "Okay." Bai Yi didn't argue with Gale about such a small matter. Gale took the sniper rifle and began to take aim. Inside the abandoned factory, Braga had also noticed Dominic and Brian's trick of getting something for nothing. He immediately waved his hand in anger and shouted, "Kill them!" Braga's men raised their guns. Bang, 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 bang. As Braga's men fired, Gale, taking advantage of the noise, also raised his sniper rifle and fired a shot. Puff, with a low gunshot, Braga, whose face was still filled with anger, had a hole in his forehead. His expression froze, and his body fell to the ground. As Braga's men took action, the FBI also swung into action. A chaotic battle ensued, but ultimately, most of Braga's men were eliminated, and the remainder surrendered. Brian and Dominic, acting on their own initiative and escaping quickly, escaped unscathed. However, upon discovering who Braga truly was, Brian's superior stormed out, furious. "Who killed Braga? Before the operation, I repeatedly stressed the need to capture him alive. Who did this? Killing a drug lord is undoubtedly less rewarding than capturing one alive, as capturing him allows them to track down his entire network and any associated agents. In this situation, even if the FBI had merit, its success was significantly diminished." Bald-headed Dominic clenched his fists. He had originally intended to personally avenge his girlfriend, Letty, but now his enemy had died in such an unexplained manner. He was filled with hatred. "Sir, Braga was killed by a sniper," someone rushed over and said. "What?" The superior, furious, immediately ordered the sniper to be held accountable. However, they soon discovered the unconscious FBI sniper and the sniper rifle beside him. It turned out that Bayi and Gale had killed Braga, concealed their achievements, and left. The boss was furious. "Get the surveillance footage from the nearby highway and find the person who just attacked our officers here." "Haha, now I feel good," Gale said. "I plan to be a good person from now on. I won't work for anyone else anymore. If I meet some idiots who displease me, I won't have to endure it anymore. I'll just shoot them." Bayi also said, "With the money you have now, unless you start a business, it should be enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life." "Yeah." Gale glanced at Bayi and said, "Now all I have to do is find a man to live with." "Haha, Gale, you have a real sense of humor," Bayi said. "So, what are we going to do now?" Gale, too lazy to force Bayi, nodded and said, "Okay, Bayi." Gale stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. And so, the next day, when Bayi left the hotel room, Gale was sleeping like a dead pig, unable to open his eyes. Back to Elizabeth's villa. Bayi smiled and said, "Sorry, I had something urgent to deal with last night." Meanwhile, Elizabeth, dressed in a black business suit, flaunted her near-perfect figure. Her bust rose high. Her waist was slender and manageable. Her pristine white legs, tucked tightly in white stockings, shone from beneath her black dress, creating a tantalizing sensation. Having just experienced the allure of black stockings on Gale, she hadn't expected to experience the allure of white stockings on Elizabeth again. It's okay. Men, their priorities are career, of course. Elizabeth wouldn't argue with Bayi about such a trivial matter. She said, "But what you said was spot on. Braga was killed by the FBI last night because his undercover agent stole his merchandise and then lured him out, where he was eventually busted." Given Elizabeth's prowess in escaping the situation, it was impossible for her husband, Braga, to have died all night long without receiving any news. "Really? What a coincidence," Bayi said in shock. "I don't know who is such a bastard to do such a thing. In my opinion, guys who treat human lives as worthless should be beaten to death with sticks." Well, Gale was not far from being beaten to death with sticks. Elizabeth looked at Bayi strangely. "Why are you so angry?" "No, I'm angry for you," Bayi said indignantly. "Your husband was killed so suddenly, why should I be angry?" "I should thank the guy who killed Braga," Elizabeth said. "From now on, I will be free from the last shackles that bind me. From now on, I will be able to swim freely in the vast sea and fly freely in the sky." Bayi thought for a while and said, "After Braga died, will the FBI follow the clues and find you?" "How is that possible?" Elizabeth said. "I have been preparing to separate from Braga for a long time. In the past 2 or 3 years, I have not even touched his affairs, and I have cleaned up my hands long ago. If the FBI can still find me, it can only mean one thing: they want to frame me. In that case, I'm relieved." Bayi also smiled. "It's just that I will be very busy during this period," Elizabeth said. "After Braga died, I had to take over his property. The apparent property must have been seized by the FBI now, but people in our line of work will definitely transfer most of the money after making it, instead of keeping it in their own bank accounts." "Then you are rich now?" Bayi asked curiously. "How much money would it be?" "More than $10 billion US, Elizabeth said. "This money is in the form of assets, distributed all over the world, mainly in his hometown of Mexico and Europe. I have to travel all over the world to put this money into my own pocket." Bayi sighed softly. "Then this is still a happy trouble. Elizabeth nodded and asked, "Then Bai Yi, are you free during this period? Do you want to travel around the world with me, just like going on a trip?" Bai Yi hesitated and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. I've been very busy recently." After disappearing inexplicably for a week, he had to go feed the fish. He couldn't just take care of Elizabeth alone, he still had to share the food with everyone. "I'll make up for all the money you've missed out on." Elizabeth waved her hand and said, "I just received such a large inheritance. This isn't about money," Bai Yi said, "but about trust and loyalty. Some things are done with close friends, so making money is secondary." Elizabeth frowned slightly. "Can't you make an exception for me just once?" "That's impossible," Bai Yi smiled bitterly. "How about next time? When I have some free time, I'll take you around the world." Elizabeth suddenly lost interest and said, "When you're free, I don't know if I'll be free then." Isn't that a coincidence?" Bai Yi said. "But there's also a saying from the ancients, if love lasts forever, why should we be together day and night?" Bai Yi approached Elizabeth with a playful smile. Elizabeth's long, flowing hair made her look clean and neat, and her face, without makeup, only highlighted her natural beauty. The combination of her facial features is particularly striking. While each individual part may not be particularly striking, when combined on this pretty face, they create a remarkable effect, a combination that is both exquisitely crafted and seamless, creating a sense of harmony. Her temperament is even more unique, a softness tinged with masculinity, a masculinity with a hint of coolness. She exudes a heroic presence, a beauty that is both beautiful, strong, and cold. Perhaps due to the slightly hot weather, Elizabeth had 2 buttons undone on the front of her shirt, her collar open, revealing her fair collarbone, with a faint glimpse of, "How about I make it up to you all at once?" "How do I make it up to you?" Bai Yi had already wrapped his arms around Elizabeth's slender waist. "Elizabeth, your hair smells so good. What shampoo do you use?" Before Elizabeth could reply, Bai Yi lowered his head and kissed her lips. Elizabeth made no move to refuse. Her husband had just died, so she definitely needed to find someone to do the hard work immediately. Otherwise, who would clean up all the clutter in the house? As far as she was concerned, Bai Yi was incredibly strong and sturdy, the perfect person for the hard labor she'd sought out. So Elizabeth even had the audacity to take over. Bai Yi's hand, as if by magic, glided across the smooth, delicate skin of Elizabeth's back, causing her breathing to become increasingly irregular. She wrapped her arms around Bai Yi's neck and leaned against him. How should I put it? Bai Yi was like a deadly poison to her. When facing ordinary people, she was a ruthless and decisive figure, and she'd wrung more than a few lives. But when she met Bai Yi, it was hard to maintain her composure. Especially when he kissed her, her body felt drained of strength, and she quickly resisted his intimacy. Time passed quickly. Elizabeth's black blazer slipped from her shoulders, revealing her fair, smooth shoulders and a single black shoulder strap. Time flowed like a river, never to return. It passed so quickly, and I didn't know how long it had passed. Bai Yi was leaning against a bow, smoking a cigarette and scrolling through Facebook. Beside him, Elizabeth had fallen asleep, deep into deep sleep. Bai Yi was chatting with some fish on Facebook when a strange message popped up. Su Chang, Bai Yi, when will you have time to come back to China? Bai Yi, Bao, what's wrong with you? You look a little strange. Su Chang, XX, nothing, I'm just confused about my future. It's really too difficult for an ordinary person with no money and no background to become a star. It's almost impossible to succeed. I've wasted several years and am still a dead extra with a monthly income of only 4 or 5,000. Is there no way I can make a name for myself? Bai Yi, a dead extra is a dead extra. I don't allow you to call yourself a dead extra. Su Chang, Bai Yi, you're still good to me. Bai Yi, of course, silly, if I'm not good to you, who else can I be good to? But it's really difficult for ordinary people to become stars. With the intervention of capital, the fame and fortune of the entertainment industry has become more generalized, the status of stars has increased, and the money-making effect has increased. For ordinary people to win in this fight, it is indeed as difficult as climbing to the sky just to rely on their own passion to win alone, because in the past, if you wanted to be a star, you faced fair competition from your peers, but now, you face more of a higher level of crushing from the rich second generation, star second generation, and official second generation. If you have no money and no power, and want to rely on luck to break through, sigh, Su Chang, Then am I hopeless and have to go home to rely on my parents? Bai Yi, not really. In that case, Su Chang, how about I help you open an agency, invest in a few dramas, and let you be the heroine, so that you will definitely become famous soon. Su Chang, degree, would that be bad? Bai Yi, what's wrong with that? I'm your boyfriend, and my money is basically your money. You spend your own money to make yourself famous. Isn't that reasonable? Besides, it doesn't seem to cost much to open an agency and invest in some movies and TV series. Su Chang, that's strange. A movie or TV series requires an investment of at least tens of millions. My family is just an ordinary working class. If the investment loses money, even if I were to sell me by the pound, it wouldn't be enough to pay you back. Bai Yi, oh, that's unpredictable. If you are sold by kilogram, I am willing to pay 1 million per kilogram to buy you. Su Chang, Greek letter epsilon. Oh, this is the first time I know that I am so valuable, worth 100 million. Bai Yi, haha. Not only RMB, but also US dollars. Su Chang, stop talking nonsense. When will you come back? I want to see you now and let you comfort me. Bai Yi, since you said so, I must put aside all the things here and come back to see you. Su Chang, don't be too anxious, you can't let it affect your career. Bai Yi, it's okay. Things are almost done, and it's just the right time to come back to see you. Su Chang, that's it, I get it, husband, I love you. N. Chapter 220, Traveling 1,000 miles a day. Bai Yi, me too. After finishing his chat with Su Chang, Bai Yi smiled. The little fish in the fish pond was incredibly cute. Well, it's been a long time since I last went to China, so it's time to go back and take a look. The fish ponds dug in China are no smaller than those in America. Besides Su Chang, there are also Lin Xiao, Chang Shenzhen, Zhu Shanshan, and others, all of whom are flowers that need rain and dew to nourish them. What are you laughing at? Elizabeth woke up at some point and looked at Bai Yi, puzzled. You're still laughing so weirdly? Haha, nothing, I just saw a joke. Bai Yi simply laughed out loud and said, some of these stupid netizens nowadays are so funny. Really? She looked at Bai Yi suspiciously. Her face was flushed, her neck was covered in sweat, and her hair was stuck to her collarbone. She looked like a delicate and beautiful rose. If you don't believe me, just see for yourself. Bai Yi handed Elizabeth his phone. Elizabeth took it and looked at it. It was truly a joke. A shop had a parrot hanging by the door, saying welcome to customers as they entered. A young woman, unconvinced, walked back and forth 6 times, and the parrot repeated the message 6 times. On the 7th time, the parrot flew into rage and shouted, "Boss, someone's playing with your bird." Elizabeth saw this and didn't know what to say to Bai Yi. Do you have such a bad taste on a daily basis? Bai Yi reached out and stroked Elizabeth's smooth, slender legs, smiling. What is the purpose of life? Isn't it just to have fun? If you're too reserved on a daily basis, you'll definitely have fewer hobbies and interests. As the old saying goes, the greatest vulgarity is the greatest elegance, and simplicity leads to the ultimate truth. Don't deliberately pursue so-called elegance, nor do you deliberately avoid being seen as worldly. Just let nature take its course, blend with nature, act spontaneously but without being overly arrogant, and let your mind flow naturally without any artificiality. Isn't that good too? If Bai Yi hadn't touched her conscience with his other hand, perhaps she would still be willing to believe his perverse theories. The night deepened. Even the moon shyly hid behind the dark clouds. Gradually, everything became silent. Only Elizabeth's villa seemed to be acting strangely. Los Angeles International Airport. LAX, abbreviated as LAX, is located in the Westchester neighborhood of Los Angeles County, California, USA, 19 kilometers northeast of downtown Los Angeles. Its western landing strip borders the Pacific Coast beaches. It is a Class 4F international airport and a gateway international aviation hub for the United States. Bai Yi was in the terminal, playing games on his phone while waiting for his flight. After spending a day with Elizabeth and another with Gail, Bai Yi felt it was time to return to China. Gail had already said goodbye to both Elizabeth and Bai Yi. Bai Yi heard Gail say she was going to Brazil to spend some time with Giselle. Elizabeth, on the other hand, was also traveling around the world to collect Braga's inheritance. After a farewell, Bai Yi bought a return ticket to China. The flight departed from Los Angeles to Shanghai. Bai Yi was engrossed in his game when he suddenly noticed his former lover in the terminal, a cute little Chinese girl, about 6 or 7 years old, staring at him intently. "Little girl, is there something on my face?" Bai Yi asked, touching his face. "No," the little girl shook her head and said, "it's just that you're so handsome, even prettier than the stars on TV. It would be great if I could be as handsome as you when I grow up." Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "If you look like me, you'll be in big trouble." "Sorry," the Huazin woman holding the little girl heard what her daughter and Bai Yi were saying and quickly turned to apologize to Bai Yi. "Tong Tong, don't talk nonsense, it's okay. This little girl has a sweet mouth, I like it." Bai Yi casually took out 2 lollipops and placed them in front of the little girl. "This is a reward from uncle." Tong Tong looked at her mother. The woman looked visibly hesitant. Bai Yi's mind turned around, and suddenly he understood. He smiled, picked up a lollipop, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. The young woman looked embarrassed. "Well, it's okay, I know. When you're out and about, you have to be careful. It's best not to eat food offered by strangers." Bai Yi, lollipop in hand, returned his attention to the game in his hand. The young woman turned away, embarrassed. Tong Tong, however, had her back to her mother and was making gestures and mouthings to Bai Yi, asking him not to argue with her mother, which made Bai Yi laugh. This little girl was truly a little smart. Soon, boarding time arrived. Everyone in the waiting room, luggage in hand, filed towards the boarding bridge. Bai Yi didn't rush and stayed at the back. There was no way he, the last one in line, would be left behind. After all, there was no way he would be left behind and unable to board the plane. Crossing the boarding bridge, Bai Yi entered the plane through the gate. "Huh, it's you?" As Bai Yi boarded, a flight attendant standing at the gate looked at him in surprise. "Hey, aren't you Wang Jia's chief flight attendant?" Bai Yi was also surprised. "Yes, it's me." Flight attendant Liu Yingying smiled. "You're Wang Jia's boyfriend. How come I see you here? I'm going back to Shanghai for some business, and by chance, I ran into you here again." Bai Yi chuckled. "Maybe this is what they call a 1,000-mile connection." Flight attendant Liu Yingying quietly pointed inside and said, "Wang Jia is on this flight too." Bai Yi, "Really? That's great. Okay, go in first," Liu Yingying said. "We're closing the door now. If you need anything, we can talk later, okay?" Since they were all acquaintances, Bai Yi naturally wouldn't give them any embarrassment. Although Bai Yi had been eager to find an opportunity to ask Liu Yingying if she had a half-brother named Ma Haohun since their last meeting, he found his seat using the seat number printed on his ticket. Coincidentally, Bai Yi ran into the mother and daughter he had met before. The 3 of them were seated in a row, with a little girl, Tong Tong, in the middle. The little girl said happily, "Uncle, what a coincidence. We meet again, indeed, what a coincidence." Bai Yi smiled. As the saying goes, it takes 100 years to be able to cross the same ship together, and 1,000 years to sleep on the same pillow together. We're on the same plane, sitting in the same row. Even if we don't have 1,000 years of friendship, we must have at least 300 years, since we've been friends for 300 years. Uncle, you'll have a candy. You won't refuse this time, will you? Bai Yi flipped his hand and took out another lollipop, placing it in front of the little girl. The little girl didn't hesitate this time. She took it and gave Bai Yi a sweet smile. "Thank you, Uncle." The little girl's mother, the young woman, didn't try to stop her this time. "So sweet." Bai Yi rubbed the little girl's head and smiled. He put away his luggage and sat in his seat, looking around. The plane door was closed. The flight attendant coordinating the passengers had mostly finished her work. At this time, Wang Jiake, prompted by the chief flight attendant Liu Yingying, spotted Bai Yi. Bai Yi winked at Wang Jia. Wang Jia rolled her eyes helplessly. She hadn't expected to meet Bai Yi here either. Wang Jia and her crew's international flight wasn't fixed. A company department would arrange their routes based on the aircraft they owned. So, while they had flown to New York some time ago, they were now flying from Los Angeles to Shanghai. Dressed in her stewardess uniform, Wang Jia exuded an even greater allure. Her tall, slender figure, elegant demeanor, and pretty face shone with grace and elegance. Her watery, alluring eyes darted around in a captivating manner, her eyebrows perfectly balanced, her lips sleek, her cheeks sculpted with rosy cheeks. She was truly a pure, stunning beauty. Her curves, graceful, and her long, slender, white legs clad in flesh-colored stockings, were captivating. "Sir, the plane is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelt, Wang Jia casually approached and reminded Bai Yi. Since Wang Jia pretended not to know him, Bai Yi certainly pretended not to know him either, saying, I don't know how to fasten this seatbelt. Can you help me? Wang Jia glared at Bai Yi, but how could she possibly get angry in such public? She could only continue to smile. Okay, she leaned over and began to fasten Bai Yi's seatbelt. A light, elegant fragrance lingered on Bai Yi's nose. What brought you here? I finished my work here and am heading back to China, Bai Yi said with a smile. But how did I know I'd end up on your flight by such a coincidence, really? Wang Jia asked. I thought you checked my flight just to tease me. Do you think I'm such a boring person? Bai Yi blinked and said, maybe this is what we call fated people meet even if they are thousands of miles apart, but undestined people never meet even if they are face to face. This is the legendary power of love. You just talk nonsense. Wang Jia rolled her eyes at Bai Yi and said, okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have work to do. Wang Jia fastened Bai Yi's seat belt. Bai Yi gave Wang Jia's delicate face a quick kiss and said, this is a reward for helping me fasten my seat belt. Wang Jia bared his teeth at Bai Yi with a warning look on his face, then walked away. The spirited young man sitting behind Bai Yi didn't hear what Wang Jia and Bai Yi said, but he did see Bai Yi kiss Wang Jia on the cheek. Wang Jia didn't look angry at all, as if a new world had opened up to him. Later, he followed Bai Yi's example and asked another flight attendant to help him fasten his seatbelt. The result was a slap in the face. He didn't dare to say anything. He kept his head down. After all, to put it more seriously, this was molestation. If the flight attendant called the police, he would be socially dead. Uncle, you're mistaken. That girl is this guy's girlfriend, Tong Tong, the little girl sitting next to Bai Yi. Whispered to the spirited young man about Bai Yi and Wang Jia's relationship. Bai Yi and Wang Jia's voices were indeed low, but they certainly couldn't be hidden from the impish little girl sitting next to Bai Yi. The little girl's mother asked Bai Yi curiously, is that flight attendant really your girlfriend? Yes, Bai Yi smiled and nodded, we have been dating for a long time. She works on international flights, and I work in America. It's hard for me to see her once every 10 days or half a month. Having a flight attendant girlfriend is really troublesome. The spirited young man who heard Bai Yi's words felt sour in his heart. Damn, with such a beautiful flight attendant girlfriend, what else do you want? With Wang Jia's appearance, she is definitely not inferior to those first-line female stars. The plane is about to take off. Wang Jia and the others also returned to their seats and sat down quickly. The plane will be extremely bumpy when taking off. Zhou Yuan smiled at Wang Jia next to her and said, hey, you're very handsome, rich and talented boyfriend is here to see you. Wang Jia smiled helplessly and said, what? He is a scoundrel at best. And he didn't come to see me on purpose. He had something to do and just happened to meet him on this flight, Zhou Yuan said, is that what he told you? I don't believe it would be such a coincidence. I think he must have found out about your flight and took it just to see you more. Otherwise, he has always lived in New York. Why would he suddenly come to Los Angeles and take a flight to Shanghai? Flight attendant Liu Yingying also smiled and said, that's right. Some little boys are more hypocritical than women. They obviously care about you very much in their hearts, but they just pretend not to care. Maybe he was just lying to you, Yang Wei said, not really. I don't think the little brother did it on purpose. He just got on this flight by chance. Isn't this kind of fate very romantic? Zhang Qiyu sighed and said, in the end, it's all because Sister Jia found such a great boyfriend. No matter what he does, he's impeccable. I'm so envious. I wonder when I'll find a prince charming like him, Yang Wei said. If you also want to find a boyfriend like Sister Jia, then please go to Korea a few more times before you try. Zhang Qiyu, hey, isn't that a personal attack? Several flight attendants burst into laughter. Bai Yi sat in his seat. After a period of turbulence, he watched the plane take off and soon reached a high altitude. It felt like it was getting closer and closer to the fiery red sun. He couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this is what they call the legendary sun rising to the sky. Chapter 221, Getting By. The plane took off smoothly. Bai Yi also pulled out his phone, which had been switched to airplane mode, and started playing some single-player games. Suddenly, the plane started to jolt. What's going on? It must be some turbulence. Little girl Tong Tong, watching Bai Yi calmly playing with his phone next to her, asked curiously, Uncle, aren't you scared at all? Bai Yi, What's there to be scared of? I'm used to it. And I'll tell you a secret, don't tell anyone else. The little girl looked very interested. What secret? As expected, gossip is human nature, even little girls are no exception. Bye, it means I can fly. Even if something happens, I'll be fine. The little girl, uncle, you're kidding me. Humans can't fly. Bye, haha, I didn't expect kids these days to be so clever. It seems I can't fool you little ones. Yang Wei, the flight attendant serving the passengers inside the cabin, quickly said, don't worry, everyone. The plane just encountered some strong turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts to prevent turbulence. The passengers inside the cabin reacted in different ways. Honey, we didn't encounter this situation the last time we took a plane. Will there be any problems? No. The average probability of a plane crash is 1 in 200,000, which is much lower than the probability of a car accident. Don't overthink it. Here, eat an orange to calm your nerves. I really want to go back, honey, this is a plane. Do you think it can stop you? Bai Yi ate a lollipop while playing his game. Later, the plane began to distribute the in-flight meals. Watch your step as the food cart passes by. Be careful, it's hot, miss, we don't have pickled mustard greens here. Sorry, I'll get it for you right away. It was obvious that the majority of people on this plane were Chinese, with a few foreigners. After all, this was a flight from Los Angeles to Shanghai. The food cart is passing by, please be careful. Wang Jia also pushed the food cart and came to Bai Yi. Hello, sir, what would you like to eat? Bai Yi put down his phone, glanced at Wang Jia, and said with a smile, I want to eat peaches. Are there any here? Sorry, sir, we don't serve fruit here. Forget it, I'm not hungry for the time being, so I don't want anything, Bai Yi said. Wang Jia maintained a polite smile, then approached Bai Yi and whispered, don't go too far, sir. The cost of the airplane meal is already included in the air ticket. The company stipulates that the food used by the passengers must be disposed of cleanly, so the uneaten airplane meal will be thrown away as garbage, which is particularly wasteful. There was already a hint of threat in Wang Jia's smile. So sir, if you don't want to eat it, you can take it off the plane to avoid food waste. Bai Yi, well, there's nothing I can do about you guys, well, the flight attendants who are as stubborn as you. Wang Jia vaguely felt something was wrong, gave Bai Yi a meal, then stepped hard on his foot without leaving a trace, and then pushed the food cart to the back. Little Lolita Tong Tong looked at Bai Yi. Uncle, are you afraid of your wife? Afraid of your wife? What a joke, Bai Yi said. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Which eye of yours saw that I am afraid of my wife? When it comes to the position of the younger brother in the family, I have a tight grip on it. I gave her some face here because of her working hours. When I get home, do you think I will slap her in the face? Little Lolita, uncle, my dad also said this to others when he was bragging outside, but when he gets home, Bai Yi, that's because your dad is useless. Bai Yi said, let me tell you, since I started dating her, I have set up family rules for her. First, bow to heaven and earth, and don't make your husband angry. Second, bow to your parents, and be filial to your parents. Husband and wife bow to each other, wash clothes, take care of the children, and cook. If she dares to say no, let her try. I asked her to kneel on the keyboard, and she didn't dare to kneel on a durian. Little Lolita, uncle, I don't believe what you said. Bai Yi, so, you little brats, there's really no way I can reason with you. Bai Yi snapped his fingers, and another food cart stopped in front of him. Please give me a glass of fat Otaku happy water, thank you. The flight attendant was Jo Yuan, also quite beautiful. While not stunningly beautiful, she was very attractive, and her youthful, energetic, and elegant temperament made her comparable to Wang Jia. A faint smile revealed dimples on her cheeks. Well, if Wang Jia was the type of voluptuous beauty, Jo Yuan was undoubtedly the girl next door type. Seeing Bai Yi, Jo Yuan nodded slightly, smiled, and moved her hands quickly. Sir, here's the Coke you ordered, thank you. Bai Yi took the Coke. After distributing the aircraft cabin, Wang Jia returned to the lounge. He accidentally reached into his pocket and suddenly found what seemed to be a piece of paper. He took it out and looked at it. His face flushed. It felt like it was stuffed back in to prevent others from seeing it. It takes about 12 hours to fly directly from Los Angeles to Shanghai. Bai Yi played mobile games on the plane for 2 or 3 hours and finally got tired. He stretched hard. He unbuckled his seatbelt and sat up. In the cabin, Many people were already squinting their eyes and sleeping. Many people lost the novelty of getting on a plane in the beginning. After being tired, they had no choice but to sleep. But Bai Yi was definitely different. He came to the lounge at the back of the cabin. Without attracting anyone's attention, he entered the airplane bathroom. Not long after, the bathroom door was opened and a figure flashed in. Wang Jie turned around and closed the door. He was furious but had to lower his voice. Bai Yi, what do you want to do? It's my working hours now. You want to make me lose my job, right? How is that possible? Bai Yi said, I just haven't seen you for so long and I miss you, so I want to talk to you alone. Is that not possible, Wang Jie? Of course not, this is against company regulations. Once discovered, I will definitely be fired, and I may even be held responsible for damaging the company's image. Bai Yi, it's okay. If you lose your job, I will help you find another one. I will also pay for the fines. Who made me miss you so much? Wang Jie, Bai Yi, talk to me, are you talking nonsense? Bai Yi, what's the matter? Regulations are dead, people are alive. Can a living person be trapped to death by regulations? Wang Jie, have you heard that some time ago, your flight attendant industry made a big news? Wang Jie, what news? Bai Yi. It seems like Camel Airlines had a flight attendant who made extra money chatting up passengers in the restroom. 10,000 meters up in the sky became a paradise on Earth. This flight attendant earned a whopping $650,000 in 2 years chatting with passengers, serving an average of 5 guests per flight. Look, you and your crew were having so much fun together, and it wasn't a problem until 2 years later. We were still boyfriend and girlfriend, chatting together. What's wrong with that? Flight attendants always hold an inexplicable allure for men. Who, besides being gay, wouldn't want a flight attendant as a one-night stand? Wang Jie, that's because they're shameless. You compare me to those people, what do you think I am? Bai Yi, I think of you as my girlfriend. I'm not comparing you to those people, I just want to say that you don't have to be so tense, you should relax, just relax a little. You've been a flight attendant for so long, and you're busy looking after the passengers, can't you enjoy yourself? Wang Jie, Bai Yi, you're full of nonsense. What nonsense? I'm talking about truth. Bai Yi put his arms around Wang Jie's waist. The restroom wasn't spacious, and Wang Jie couldn't hide even if she wanted to. Tell me, you haven't seen me in so long, do you miss me? No, Wang Jie said firmly. How could I possibly miss you when you're like this, bullying me the moment we meet, and I'm bullying you, Bai Yi said. Didn't you see? The little girl sitting next to me just now was saying I was henpecked. I was too embarrassed to argue, so are you henpecked, or not? I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid of you, okay, Wang Jie smiled and slapped Bai Yi. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't even accepted your proposal yet, so don't flatter me, Bai Yi, what you're saying, isn't it just a matter of time? Wife, come here, let me kiss you, your husband, stop it. Wang Jie's light attempts to stop him were no match for Bai Yi. Bai Yi sealed Wang Jie's red lips with his own. After struggling for a moment, Wang Jie realized she was losing her temper and felt helpless. Since she couldn't resist, she could only lie back and enjoy the moment. So she stretched out her slender hands, hugged Bai Yi's back tightly, as if she wanted to rub Bai Yi into her body, and continued to kiss. She felt that Bai Yi was pressed against the wall of the bathroom. For a long time, their lips parted. To be honest, for a pair of lovers who have been separated for a long time, if they meet again, it will definitely be like dry wood meeting a raging fire. Therefore, Wang Jie spent more than an hour chatting with Bai Yi in this bathroom. This was because Bai Yi was afraid of delaying Wang Jie's work, so he had to put away his usual chatterbox style and make long stories short, otherwise, he knew how much time he would have to delay Wang Jie. You bastard, Wang Jie glared at Bai Yi fiercely and said, you're really going to kill me. It's working hours now, okay, yes, it's all my fault, I apologize, Bai Yi said with a smile on his face, without any sincerity. If there are any consequences, let me bear them all. This is not a question of consequences or not, Wang Jie said. This is the first time in all these years that I have wasted time. Even if it is not discovered by the company, if the flight attendant knows about it, they will definitely make fun of me to death. Who dares to make fun of you? Just tell me when the time comes, and I will help you get revenge. Bai Yi's face was murderous. Anyone who dares to make fun of my wife, I will torture them to death. Wang Jie felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Bai Yi's words. but she couldn't find it. You just talked nonsense. Wang Jie punched Bai Yi's mouth hard. I don't believe you dare hit the flight attendant and the others. Who said I was going to hit them? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and said, that method is too low level, isn't it? I have many ways to make them suffer. For example, Bai Yi, for example, I'll erase all their son's dictation homework with an eraser. After we get off the plane, I'll prepare 5 pounds of erasers, enough for their son to graduate from elementary school. How terrifying. Wang Jie, childish. Wang Jie rolled his eyes and said sternly, can you be more mature, you guy? Well, Wang Jie couldn't help it after all, and broke down, laughing at Bai Yi's words. Bai Yi's quirky train of thought always tickled her funny bone. Otherwise, how could she become Bai Yi's girlfriend? Okay, after we get off the plane, I'll apologize to you and treat you to a nice meal. Bai Yi straightened Wang Jie's clothes. HMPH, Wang Jie snorted proudly, I'm going to have the most expensive meal ever, and I'll bankrupt you, even if you want to eat an entire blue whale. Don't even think about bankrupting me. Bai Yi smiled, I might not have much money, but I can certainly provide you with food. Alright. After Bai Yi's tidying up, Wang Jie was dressed perfectly in her professional dress, revealing her curvaceous figure. Her skin was fair, and her bright eyes gave her a charming air. Her face held a hint of languor and charm, her lips a pale pink, and her snow-white face a hint of blush. It's safe to say that if he wasn't afraid of really screwing Wang Jie over, he would have had another conversation with Wang Jie. Wang Jie, I'm leaving now. Behave yourself. If you cause any more trouble, I'll be rude to you. Bai Yi, as you command, my queen. Wang Jie cautiously opened the restroom door, and when she saw no one was passing by, she slipped out timidly. Later, Bai Yi also tidied his clothes, then opened the door of the bathroom and walked out. He returned to his seat. Uncle, the little lolly asked Bai Yi just as he sat down, what have you been doing for such a long time? Bai Yi didn't expect that such a little guy would actually pay attention to his movements. I went to the front to chat with those flight attendants. Is that okay? Of course. Or you can go and chat with those sisters. I dare not. Bai Yi patted her head. Then what are you talking about? Go to sleep. But Bai Yi looked through the window at the plane flying through the clouds outside and couldn't help but sigh. The speed of this plane is really fast. It can be said to be traveling 1,000 miles a day. Chapter 222, Boeing 737? Even dogs won't ride it. Wang Jie returned to the flight attendant's lounge and ran into the flight attendant's chief steward, Liu Yingying. Liu Yingying asked, Wang Jie, where have you been? I haven't seen you. Sister Ying, I was feeling a little under the weather, so I took a break, Wang Jie said, sticking out her tongue. She was trying to get away with it, and Liu Yingying really fell for it. Flight attendant Liu Yingying had always been very caring towards them. Unless they made a serious mistake that crossed her line, she generally wouldn't be too harsh on them. Feeling unwell? Is it serious? After hearing Wang Jie's words, Liu Yingying quickly asked, would you like to rest for a while? Don't worry about work, we'll take care of it for you. No big deal, just a little rest, it'll be fine, Wang Jie said with a wave of his hand. She had just neglected her duties and run to the restroom with Bai Yi, spending over an hour chatting. She already felt guilty. If she asked Liu Yingying and the others to help out, Wang Jie would definitely feel bad. She knew what she had done was wrong, but who had Bai Yi dragged her in? It was all that jerk's fault. The plane continued its steady flight over the Pacific Ocean. Wang Jie and the others had flown this route many times before, so it was familiar. Nothing unusual happened along the way. After chatting with Wang Jie, Bai Yi's mind was overwhelmed, but his body was clearly sleepy, so he took a nap. After about 3 or 4 hours, Bai Yi woke up again. Bai Yi checked his phone. Uncle, how long will it take us to go home? The little girl Tong Tong asked, noticing Bai Yi waking up. About 6 hours, Bai Yi said. It's going to take that long, the little girl said disappointedly. I miss my dad, it can't be helped. After all, we've traveled halfway around the world, Bai Yi said, just take a nap. It should be almost done when you wake up. I can't sleep, the little girl said. We kids are full of energy. We're not frail like you adults. Even at school, when the teacher lets us take a nap, I have a hard time falling asleep. Bai Yi, this little brat's mouth was unexpectedly sharp. Lucky for you. I have a spare phone with lots of games downloaded on it. Let me lend it to you. Bai Yi tossed a phone to the little girl. You know how to play, right? Of course I do, the little girl said sweetly. Thank you, uncle. Coincidentally, her mother had fallen asleep nearby, too busy to bother with her. Bai Yi looked over and saw that the little brat was even better at games than he was. Kids these days. Bai Yi shook his head, put on his headphones, and began to catch up on anime. The long hours were unbearable for most people. But with a cell phone around, time seemed to speed up. 3 or 4 hours passed in a flash. Meanwhile, the flight attendant served another meal. Bai Yi was still feeling hungry and wanted to fill his stomach with some seafood. So, while Wang Jia and the others were serving the meal, he slipped another small note into Wang Jia's pocket. In the bathroom. Bai Yi, are you really going crazy? Wang Jia fumed. I just messed around with you once before, and now you're doing it again. I'm just bored, so I want to chat with you, Bai Yi said with a grin. I promise, nothing to do, okay? Just a simple chat. Well, if Wang Jia didn't want to do anything, she could have ignored Bai Yi and just done her own thing, but since she was here. Women, after all. Say one thing and mean another, and Bai Yi understood. If doing so could make Wang Jia's breaking of the taboo even more thrilling, Bai Yi naturally didn't mind taking the blame. Really, nothing, I swear, if I lie, I'll be struck by lightning, Bai Yi said sternly. And so, over an hour later, as Wang Jia clutched the restroom window frame, his eyes dazed by the magnificent scenery outside, Wang Jia suddenly regained consciousness. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Bai Yi asked curiously from behind Wang Jia. In the cockpit, Captain Liu Changjian and co-pilot Su Yijin were chatting. Su Yijin, I'm feeling lucky today. Maybe I can get off work on time. Liu Changjian, I promised my daughter I'd go home for her birthday today. Suddenly, they heard a crack. They looked over and saw a crack on the plane's windshield. They were startled. Given the unique characteristics of this aircraft, an accident would be a serious matter. Liu Changjian and Su Yijin immediately contacted the ground crew, explained the situation, and requested a lower altitude. Just as Liu Changjian was speaking, there was a loud crack, and the entire windshield of the cockpit shattered. Co-pilot Su Yijin was sucked out of the window. If it weren't for his seatbelt, he would have fallen straight out of the sky. Then, the plane's engine began to tremble violently. In the bathroom, Wang Jia had just noticed the plane's rapid descent when the vibrations began. Bai Yi knew without even asking, something must have gone wrong. Bai Yi, get back to your seats. I need to see what's going on. Wang Jia pushed Bai Yi aside, saying, I'm a little uneasy. I wonder if there's something seriously wrong with the plane. If so, it shouldn't be a big deal, Bai Yi said. It's just a little vibration. Maybe it was just another strong turbulence. Stop messing around. Wang Jia pushed Bai Yi out of the bathroom. Now is not the time for that. Bai Yi had no choice but to emerge from the bathroom and into the aisle. The passengers on the plane also grew nervous due to the sudden turbulence. Flight attendant Liu Yingying reassured them, please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Wang Jia, after tidying herself up, went to the crew lounge. Second Captain Liang Dong was urgently trying to contact Liu Changjian and Su Yijin, but received no response. Su Yijin was floating outside the plane, and Liu Changjian was also exposed to the high-altitude environment. How could he possibly respond to Liang Dong's calls at this time? Bai Yi came out and ran into Liu Yingying, who also called him back, so he quickly returned to his seat and fastened his seatbelt. Okay, Bai Yi said with steady steps. The little girl, probably still unaware of the turbulence, asked curiously, Uncle, why did you disappear for so long again? I was bored, so I went to chat with those sisters again, Bai Yi said. Everyone, please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Not only Liu Yingying, but the rest of the flight attendants stepped forward to reassure the passengers, Yang Wei, Zhang Qiyu, Zhou Yuan, and even Wang Jia, who had straightened her clothes. Suddenly, the plane lurched, causing the cabin to tilt and vibrate violently. In the cockpit, Liu Changjian and Su Yijin's lives were hanging by a thread, and it was clear they couldn't afford to worry about keeping the plane stable. No way, Bai Yi muttered. From the looks of it, this plane is definitely going to crash. Do I have to take action again? Boom, the plane pitched again, sending screams of fear from the passengers inside. Everyone panicked, their minds etched with rumors of plane crashes. Only the flight attendants continued to shout, fasten your seatbelts. Suddenly, the plane plummeted, like a free fall. If it had plummeted from 10,000 meters, everyone on board would have been shattered to pieces. Fortunately, the plane stabilized after a few seconds. There was a loud noise, and a gust of wind rushed into the cabin, sending passengers flying and then being pulled back by their seatbelts. The plane lurched, debris scattered, and the cabin's oxygen masks dropped. During this process, flight attendant Jo Yeon flew up, then fell back down, hitting her head and collapsing. At the moment the windshield cracked, the pressure inside the plane was high, while the pressure outside was low. The huge pressure differential could instantly suck people out. However, as the cabin opened to the outside air, the pressure difference gradually disappeared. Combined with the plane's high speed, the outside airflow pushed people back in. In the cockpit, co-pilot Soo Yi-jin, as the airflow entered the cabin, was forced by the outside wind and his own reaction, and he slowly climbed back to his seat. "Put on your oxygen masks," Wang Jia, who had fallen to the ground, immediately got up and shouted to the passengers inside. Wang Jia, Yang Wei, Zhang Qiwei, and safety officer Wu Yan all helped the passengers put on their oxygen masks. "Uncle, that lady has fainted," the little girl said to Bai Yi, pointing at the unconscious Jo Yeon. "I understand, leave it to me," Bai Yi nodded. The situation was clearly dire. Wang Jia and the others were no longer strong enough to help each passenger put on their oxygen masks. Bai Yi stood up, helped Wang Jia to her seat, buckled her seatbelt, and then turned to the unconscious Jo Yeon. "Bai Yi, what are you doing?" Wang Jia shouted. "It's already a mess, don't add to it, your colleague has fainted, I'm going to help," Bai Yi replied, waving his hand and continuing on his way. "Sister, you misunderstood Uncle," the little girl sitting next to him explained. "He went to help the lady with a number 5 written on her body." Wang Jia looked over and saw, as expected, someone in a flight attendant uniform, collapsed to the ground, showing no signs of getting up. Damn it, Wang Jia could only curse inwardly. They were so unlucky. The chances of a plane crash were so small, yet they happened to be the ones to happen. Honestly, at that moment, Wang Jia felt that their chances of survival were slim. It wasn't pessimism, it was that planes, when they weren't crashing, were incredibly safe. But after a crash, the chances of survival were, it was just that the flight attendants couldn't show it. They were clearly the backbone of the passengers. If even they panicked, then the entire cabin crew would panic, which would only cause even greater trouble. Those who might have been saved, if the passengers rioted, it would be a sure thing. "Pull down your oxygen masks, keep breathing." Wang Jia tried not to look at the unconscious Jo Yeon or Bai Yi who had rushed to save her, and shouted to the passengers inside the cabin. At the cockpit door, the chief flight attendant, Liu Yingying, was sitting on the ground, leaning against the cabin door with all her might, breathing heavily through her oxygen mask. The second captain, Liang Dong, was blown backwards into the cabin by the strong airflow that rushed in when the cabin door was opened. Liang Dong probably knew that the mission of saving the plane was on his shoulders, so he desperately rushed to the cockpit door. Passengers on the way also helped him to move forward. Finally, with the help of Liu Yingying, Liang Dong was successfully sent to the cockpit. Liu Yingying closed the cabin door. At this time, she was exhausted. She leaned on the oxygen mask and breathed heavily. With the closing of the cabin door, the situation in the cabin was much better. Bai Yi moved forward steadily and soon came to the unconscious Jo Yeon. He lifted the unconscious body and went to the vacant seat on the plane. After Bai Yi lifted Jo Yeon's body, she awoke from her coma. Her eyes were blurry as she looked at Bai Yi. "Are you Wang Jia's boyfriend?" "Yes, it's me," Bai Yi said. "You just passed out while decompressing, so I came over to help you." "Thank you." Jo Yeon couldn't help but show gratitude. She remembered what had just happened. If she had remained unconscious, without an oxygen mask or any other protective equipment, she might have died quietly in the turbulent plane. "It's okay. We're all family." "It's not polite to say that," Bai Yi said with a hearty laugh. He supported Jo Yeon and continued walking. Jo Yeon's delicate body was practically hanging on Bai Yi's body. It was undeniable that Jo Yeon's body was quite soft, and a fragrance like that of lilies naturally lingered in Bai Yi's nose. At this critical moment, Jo Yeon felt a sense of security coming from Bai Yi, and she couldn't help but feel at ease. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and time reveals a person's true character. Although she and Bai Yi had never seen each other's hearts before, this time, they had indeed seen their true love. Chapter 223 What Are You Doing? Bai Yi helped Zhou Yuan to an empty seat at the rear of the plane, fastened her seatbelt, and put on her oxygen mask. "Are you okay? I think you hit your head just now." "I'm fine." Zhou Yuan looked at Bai Yi and asked, "Mr. Bai Yi, please find a seat and put on your oxygen mask." With the cabin depressurized, the oxygen inside was extremely thin. Without an oxygen mask, she would quickly face the risk of hypoxia. "Just take care of yourself first," Bai Yi said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Wang Jia breathed a sigh of relief when Bai Yi settled Zhou Yuan down. After all, Zhou Yuan was practically one of her best friends. "Dear passengers, I'm the flight attendant for this flight." Liu Yingying, perched near the cockpit door, began speaking into the intercom. "Our aircraft has just experienced a decompression. Please remain seated, fasten your seatbelts, and continue breathing oxygen. Thank you very much for your cooperation." Due to the lack of oxygen, Liu Yingying's speech was intermittent, requiring her to use an oxygen mask periodically. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had left Zhou Yuan and joined Wang Jia. While he might have wanted to flirt with a young girl, his girlfriend was still here. His behavior had already been a lifesaver for Zhou Yuan. According to traditional virtue, Zhou Yuan should have pledged her love to him. So, the meat would eventually rot in the pot, and there was no need to rush. Wang Jia quickly held out his oxygen mask to Bai Yi, letting him take a few sips. Although Bai Yi didn't need it, he didn't refuse the offer, considering it was Wang Jia's kindness. Seeing Bai Yi seemed fine, the little girl turned to look out the plane window and suddenly said, "Mom, uncle, sister, look, it looks like it's going to rain up ahead." "What?" Wang Jia looked over quickly. Indeed. As the plane advanced, a massive thunderstorm cloud blocked its path. "How could this happen?" Wang Jia cried, tears welling in her eyes. "How could we be so unlucky?" It was like adding insult to injury. The plane malfunctioning was already a catastrophic misfortune, but now, when they desperately needed to find a landing spot, a massive thundercloud blocking the path out in front of the ocean was more than a near-death experience. It was practically a 100% certainty of death. Couldn't, or at least shouldn't, be so unlucky? Isn't it just a thundercloud? Can't we just fly around it? Bai Yi said. Maybe we can even use the airports in Zaya or Xiannanbang. After all, they wouldn't be unwilling to accommodate a plane crash. No way, Wang Jia wanted to retort, pointing to someone like Bai Yi who knew nothing about aviation. But, with so many people here, if she spoke carelessly, even if she was telling the truth, it could have serious consequences, so she held her words back. It was only about 23 minutes to Shanghai, but the journey back to Zaya or Xiannanbang would take at least 2 hours. If it were just a matter of time, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the plane's malfunction hadn't been resolved yet. Who knew what might happen along the way? Now it all depends on what the captain does. Wang Jia placed his and the others' hopes of survival on Liu Chengjian at the airport. But soon, the passengers on the plane also noticed the situation, and everyone became even more panicked. At that moment, the entire plane seemed to have suddenly appeared, clamoring non-stop. "Steward, we have to get back." "What the hell is going on, steward? What's going on? We have a right to know. Can you please stop making noise? It's giving me a headache. Everyone please be quiet and sit down. Are we going to die? Please stay calm. I want to know what's going on." Almost everyone was shouting, venting their fear and anger. Only the flight attendants managed to remain calm, trying to persuade the passengers to stop making noise. "Uncle, are we going to die?" The little girl, seeing the apocalyptic scene created by the noise on the plane, asked Bai Yi with some fear. "No, absolutely not," Bai Yi said. "I'm here. Anyone who wants to die must ask my permission first." Suddenly, a burly man flung his oxygen mask and unbuckled his seatbelt, shouting frantically, "Stop yelling!" He yelled at a BMW with a baby in it. "Stop crying, so annoying." Yang Wei, the flight attendant sitting behind him, quickly remonstrated, "Sir, please take a seat, so annoying." "So annoying." The man strode towards the cockpit, but a food cart blocked his path. With a frantic look on his face, he pushed the food cart and charged forward. Extreme fear often leads to violent behavior. Clearly, the man, terrified by the plane crash, had lost his mind and was simply venting his anger. Liu Yingying and the other flight attendants realized the danger posed by this passenger. Especially with a plane in such a state, his actions could easily exacerbate an already dire situation. They quickly called out to stop him. But how could they stop him? Fortunately, As the burly man bravely pushed the cart forward and passed Bai Yi gently extended a leg and placed it in front of the food cart, blocking the aggressive man. Still facing Bai Yi, his eyes focused on him, the man roared, "What the hell is going on? How is the captain flying the plane? I want to see the captain." "You want to see the captain?" Bai Yi slapped the man hard across the face, sending him tumbling to the side. "You're talking as if meeting the captain will give you a solution to the problem. You're a useless person who only knows how to stir up trouble in this critical moment. What good will it do if you meet the captain?" "What the hell?" The burly man was stunned by Bai Yi's slap. The force was too strong. It took him a long time to react. He wailed, "I'm afraid I won't be able to go home. I don't want to die." Wang Jia, standing beside Bai Yi, gritted his teeth and said, "You won't be able to go home if you do this. You'll only endanger everyone in the cabin. Now, please return to your seat, fasten your seatbelt, and keep breathing oxygen." The burly man finally stopped making a scene. Security officer Wu Yan dragged him back to his seat. "Damn it, you bastard. You don't know how to beat me up. You don't know how to be strong." Bai Yi shook his hand. "Bai Yi, calm down. Don't resort to violence to solve everything," Wang Jia said. In extreme situations, a mob, swept up by the opinions of others, loses their rationality and observation. Bai Yi lowered his head and said, "If we don't suppress the troublemakers quickly, this situation could escalate. Cutting the Gordian knot like I am is the best solution." Clearly, Bai Yi's solution was highly effective. Just now, a burly man with arms thicker than two women was slapped so hard he lost his mind. How could anyone dare to make such a fuss? Weren't they afraid of getting beaten? They dared to yell at the flight attendants because they were sure they wouldn't dare hit them. But Bai Yi was a passenger just like them. In a situation like this, if they caused trouble and were assaulted by Bai Yi, even the law wouldn't stand on their side. Bai Yi rolled up his sleeves, revealing his seemingly frail arms, which were actually muscular like rock. His fists, bigger than casseroles, were terrifying. "Hey, all of you, be quiet. I'm a mercenary overseas, and I kill without blinking an eye. If anyone makes a noise in my ear again, I'll beat them so hard they can't even recognize themselves." Seeing Bai Yi's muscles, no one dared to try the feeling of being hit by one of his fists. It would make your head explode. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan had this thought, with a boyfriend like that, Wang Jia must be very happy, right? When the noise on the plane was over, Bai Yi turned around and walked towards the cockpit. Liu Yingying watched Bai Yi coming over, and in her heart, she swallowed hard for the muscles on Bai Yi's sleeves as he rolled up his sleeves, but she still maintained the demeanor of a flight attendant and said, "Mr. Bai Yi, how can I help you?" "Bai Yi, I need to go to the cockpit, please open the door." Liu Yingying's face changed. "Mr. Bai Yi, are you the same as those people?" "I'm not like them." Bai Yi waved his hand to interrupt and said, "I have a way to solve the problem. Just let me go to the cockpit, Mr. Bai Yi." Liu Yingying was unwilling to believe it, and said earnestly, "Please believe in our captain. He will definitely be able to take us home safely. Disturbing him at this time will only make things worse." "Do you think I'm lying to you?" Bai Yi shook his head, facing Liu Yingying, with his back to everyone in the cabin. Bai Yi snapped his fingers. In an instant, a thunder surrounded his fingers, and even evolved into various shapes. "I really have a way to solve the thunderstorm blocking the way ahead. Did you think I was joking when I said I was a mercenary abroad? I'm serious." Liu Yingying looked at the lightning phoenix flying between Bai Yi's fingers. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Mr. Bai Yi, do you really have a way to resolve that thunderstorm?" "Why would I lie to you?" Bai Yi said, "I'm on this plane too, and so is my girlfriend Wang Jia. Would I deliberately do something irrational and let everyone die together?" Liu Yingying thought about it. It felt right. The passengers on this plane were all ordinary people, with no valuable chip scientists. The most valuable person might actually be Bai Yi, this extraordinary person. So why would Bai Yi risk his own life to save the lives of everyone on this plane? "Okay, Mr. Bai Yi, I can violate the rules for you once. I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, it seems there's no other way." Liu Yingying smiled bitterly and agreed to Bai Yi's request. If Bai Yi hadn't spoken, letting him into the cockpit would undoubtedly have solved the problem. But if Bai Yi had spoken, the plane had already crashed, everyone was dead. What else could he say? "Bai Yi, trust me, you won't be disappointed." Then, with Liu Yingying's help in opening the door, Bai Yi entered the cockpit. As soon as he entered, second pilot Liang Dong looked at Bai Yi in horror. Who let you in? Get out. You're disturbing us. Su Yichen reached out and pushed Bai Yi. Only Captain Liu Changjin, focused on flying the plane, didn't bother looking back. Clearly ignoring Liang Dong and Su Yichen's words, Bai Yi leaped and transformed into a beam of light, flying through the shattered cockpit and out of the plane. Liang Dong, Su Yichen, even Liu Changjin, still piloting the plane, began to question his fate upon seeing this situation. Before their eyes, Bai Yi, having left the plane, didn't fall under the influence of gravity, but instead remained suspended in midair, his entire body shrouded in lightning. Such a severe thunderstorm, it really took a lot of my energy, Bai Yi muttered. He flew closer to the thundercloud, his entire body ablaze with lightning. From his hands, blazing white lightning chains emerged and shot towards the cloud, seemingly locking down most of it. Disperse, Bai Yi used his own lightning to control the thunder that covered most of the sky. Using the power of the thunder fruit to fight against natural disasters was no easy task. Disperse, with Bai Yi's furious roar, the thundercloud that covered the sky seemed to snap and tear in two, creating a huge rift in the middle. The torn cloud expanded in both directions, and the crack continued to widen due to inertia. It was as if the sky had been split open by Bai Yi's sword. Inside the cockpit, Liu Changjin, Liang Dong, and Su Yichen all had expressions of relief at having survived. If that were the case, they could immediately pass through the thunderclouds Bai Yi had torn apart and return to Shanghai. They were saved. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi had everything done. His figure transformed into a streak of lightning, and with a flash, he was back inside the plane. I've done what I had to do. Now it's up to you. Bai Yi waved his hand, ignoring the stares Liang Dong and Su Yichen were giving him, as if they were looking at a demon. He opened the cabin door and returned to the cabin. Seeing Bai Yi emerge, Liu Yingying hurriedly asked, "How's it going?" "Done." Bai Yi gave Liu Yingying an okay sign and, without further ado, returned to Wang Jia's side. "What were you doing?" Wang Jia asked worriedly. "It's nothing, just a small matter." Bai Yi rubbed his temples, feeling a little detached. He asked, "By the way, Wang Jia, what model of plane is this?" Wang Jia, "Boeing 737, Bai Yi, "No wonder. Boeing 737? Even dogs wouldn't ride it." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Just Because You Are So Beautiful. Bai Yi shook Wang Jia's hand and said seriously, "Baby, from now on, whenever a Boeing 737 series aircraft takes off, you'd better take a leave and rest. If there are any fines or something, I will compensate you tenfold, especially for the Boeing N series. You must not have any contact with any changes." "No, I will resign." Wang Jia looked at Bai Yi strangely. "Although I am very pleased that you care about me, why does it sound so strange? Let me tell you this, inside Boeing, the evaluation of the Boeing 737 series is clown design, monkey management, and stupid dog supervision." Bai Yi sighed and said, "In the design of the new 737 series, Boeing completely deviated from the absolute principle of safety first, by presenting overly complicated reports, and even deliberately modified them to be more cumbersome. Boeing successfully made the professional officials of the Federal Aviation Administration who came to supervise confused, and finally let Boeing pass, becoming the stupid dog watching TV in the mouths of employees. Ever since Airbus surpassed Boeing in 2003 to become the commercial aircraft manufacturer with the largest market share, under the relentless market pressure from Airbus, Boeing, in pursuit of speed and cost reduction, has no longer prioritized safety. Boeing's pursuit of cost reduction has become unstoppable. To compete with Airbus at the lowest cost, Boeing abandoned the expensive plan of developing new aircraft and instead adopted the method of patching the old 737 model. This hides a huge safety hazard. In short, under the pressure of Boeing's top management's order of profit above all else, cost considerations ultimately prevailed. Boeing not only brought the 737 passenger aircraft to market with design flaws, but also openly deceived the Federal Aviation Administration and even the U.S. Congress. Now even Boeing employees are afraid to fly on their own planes. Wang Jia looked incredulous. "Is this true?" Do I have to lie to you on such an important issue? Bai Yi said. In 2005, Boeing workers claimed that the company had accepted defective parts. Boeing assembled the 737 at its plant in Wichita, Kansas. The workers filed a lawsuit, claiming that these defective parts made the new Boeing 737 aircraft non-compliant with FAA regulations. This is the famous Smith v. Boeing case. In short, they said that the N had a poor structure and there was a risk of disintegration in flight and other structural problems. Wang Jie said in hesitation, "It's not that I don't believe you, but Bai Yi, you should know that the 737 is currently one of the most popular narrow-body airliners, accounting for 17% of the world's operating airliners. And China's Boeing airliners always account for a 50%. In other words, if I refuse to fly a Boeing series airliners, then I will have to quit at least 50% of my workload. Even ordinary people who fly can't refuse to fly Boeing planes when Boeing accounts for 70% of the world's civil airliners. At worst, we can quit this job, and I'll support you in the future." Compared with Boeing, Airbus is obviously much safer, Bai Yi said. "Really, I've compared Boeing and Airbus, the number of deaths and the number of deliveries, and the ratio of flight deliveries to the number of deaths. Even with such standards, the data shows that Airbus is safer. Especially in the past 10 years, the data shows that Airbus is obviously safer. Others' explanations that they are equally safe or that Boeing is safer are all sophistry or excuses for money. You can't even imagine the manipulation of Boeing's top management. Boeing is now laying off employees like crazy and is preparing to lay off 90 skilled employees and replace them with outsourcing to cut costs. The software system has been outsourced to software engineers from Indian outsourcing companies HCL and Cyient. Compared with the $35 to $40 hourly salary of full-time software engineers in the United States, the hourly wage of Indian outsourcing is only $9. Wang Jie, imagine for yourself, the software of the plane you are writing is developed by Indian developers, and you still get paid $9 per hour. How scary." Wang Jie was also a little scared. When it comes to unreliability, the Chinese seem to always trust India. Bai Yi wasn't exaggerating. Indian outsourcing companies have siphoned off the lion's share of US H-1B visas, employing fee-based training and inflated resumes to recruit employees, operating in a murky environment. The outsourced R&D personnel they cultivate now work at major Silicon Valley companies, yet they seem to be relegated to permanent underclass, lacking solid skills and lacking access to Silicon Valley benefits. They're like an invisible force. Boeing's deep involvement with India is truly frightening. Wang Jie, in particular, was worried. While others on official business wouldn't spend all day on a plane, flight attendants like them were literally in the air every day. If there were truly a major problem with the Boeing, I understand. I'll keep an eye on it, Wang Jie said. But it's a little too early to say that now. We don't even know if we can make it back to Shanghai, of course, Bai Yi said. With me here, even if it can't, you're just bragging. Such a huge thundercloud, Wang Jie glanced out the window. Hey, where's that huge thundercloud? How did it break apart? The plane had apparently passed through the thundercloud and continued its flight towards Shanghai. It's a relief that the thundercloud problem has been resolved, but what about the aircraft malfunction and the captain and the others? Wang Jie asked again. Bai Yi, you just went to the cockpit, it's okay. I told you it's not a big deal. It's all resolved. Just wait for us to return to Shanghai, Bai Yi said. Inspired by Bai Yi's words, Wang Jie felt a surge of security. Although flight attendants are professionally trained to remain calm and rational no matter how extreme the situation, how could anyone truly not be afraid when faced with a threat of death? Yes, Wang Jie grasped Bai Yi's hand and smiled at him, a smile as beautiful as a peony. Even if something really happened, she would not have any great regrets if she could die with Bai Yi. Uncle, the little girl ran out again to act as the atmosphere destroyer. That cloud looks like it was torn apart by hands. It looks so strange. Did you just go in front of the plane and tear the thundercloud apart? Yes, since you have discovered it, then I will tell you clearly, Bai Yi said with an exaggerated expression. Uncle, my code name is Thor. I think in 1999, I was in that huge event. I exerted great strength and thus developed extraordinary skills. It's just tearing the thundercloud apart with my hands. For me, it's child's play. Uncle, what you said is too fake. I know that the confidential incident in 1999 was all made up by you adults to deceive children. Originally, the little girl was a little skeptical. Bai Yi ran to the front and the thundercloud blocking the plane was torn apart. Could it be related to Bai Yi? Hearing Bai Yi's words, her doubts were immediately dispelled. What's a child's trick? Bai Yi said. The French prophet Nostradamus said that on December 31, 1999, God would punish humanity by causing a catastrophe that would wipe out humanity. In the 1970s, a Japanese man named Go Tsutomu further confirmed Nostradamus's prediction, claiming that computer calculations revealed that on August 18, 1999, the Sun, Moon, and 9 planets would form a cross in the sky. He declared that this would be the true end of the world. The 1999 confidentiality agreement, you can find out about these things online. There are traces of them, right? Of course, due to the confidentiality agreement, I can't say too much. I can only tell you that it's a magnificent story, comparable to an epic. Everyone in this history is a hero, willingly sacrificing their lives to exchange for a precious period of peace. Little Lolly, uncle, you're so old, and you're still so childish. Who's old, kid? Don't talk nonsense. As they spoke, Captain Liu Chengjian, piloting the plane, had already arrived at Shanghai Airport. The plane was ready to land. Liang Dong sent a signal to the flight attendant, Liu Yingying. She immediately pulled out her intercom and said, "Bend down, keep your heads down, press hard, and prepare for collision." The other flight attendants quickly repeated her words, "Bend down, keep your heads down, press hard, and prepare for collision." Outside the plane window, the land was faintly visible, dotted with tiny figures standing on it, observing the situation. Clearly, the plane crash had drawn considerable attention from ground personnel. Even the airport had cleared several runways specifically for the plane. Finally, the plane landed smoothly. "We're safe." Inside the cabin, the passengers cheered, celebrating their survival. Liu Yingying was still trying to maintain order. "Everyone, please stay in your seats and follow the crew's instructions." The boarding bridge was deployed, and Liu Yingying opened the cabin door. Ground personnel came up to inquire about the situation. Then, they began organizing the passengers to disembark. Zhou Yuan had hit her head and had been unconscious, so the medical staff immediately carried her to a stretcher. "Sister Yingying, Liu Yingying, don't say anything. You've worked hard, and everyone has worked hard today." Wang Jia also smiled and said, "Get well soon. When you're better, let's go eat hot pot together." "Yeah." Zhou Yuan nodded heavily. Finally, Zhou Yuan looked at Bai Yi. "Thank you, you're welcome," Bai Yi said with a smile. Flight attendant Liu Yingying, Captain Liu Chengjian, Second Captain Liang Dong were in charge of handling the aftermath. It seemed that Wang Jia and Bai Yi could leave. Just as Liu Yingying and the others apologized and were greeted by the passengers, Bai Yi's phone rang. He checked the caller ID. It was an acquaintance. Bai Yi hung up the call, looked around, and saw the other person. "You came so soon? You're really worthy of it," Bai Yi sighed. He said to Wang Jia, standing beside him, "I have something to do right now. You stay here for now. I'll be back soon." Wang Jia looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" "I ran into someone I know, so I went to meet him," Bai Yi said, turning and heading for a secluded area. A smiling man, who looked like a smiling tiger, offered Bai Yi a cigarette. "No," Bai Yi flatly refused. "It's okay if you don't smoke," Zheng Xian said, putting the cigarette back into his own cigarette case. "After all, smoking is bad for your health." Well, this Zheng Xian was the current head of a relevant department in China, and an old acquaintance of Bai Yi. During Bai Yi's time as a mercenary abroad, he had helped handle some matters. Their relationship was neither good nor bad. "Stop talking nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it," Bai Yi said. "I'm still busy comforting my girlfriend's wounded heart." Zheng Xian looked like someone who had been through it all and advised, "It's not a good thing that you have so many girlfriends. Young man, be careful not to hurt yourself. Don't lump me in with you, okay?" Bai Yi looked at him with disdain and said, "You can't judge others by yourself. When you're not doing well, you slander others for being the same as you. Damn, whose health is not good? I'm still in great shape, okay?" Zheng Xian also said angrily, "It's your own problem that's too special, okay? If the number of girlfriends could be applied for the Guinness World Record, you would definitely be at the top of the list, and the number would be geometrically higher than the second place, okay? You didn't come here to discuss with me such a trivial matter as how many girlfriends I have, right?" Bai Yi said. "If you have something to say, say it quickly." Because of the plane crash, The whole country has been concerned. Zheng Xian also talked about business. Because of some things, I was afraid that something might happen on the plane, so I checked the crew list of the plane, and unexpectedly found your existence. So, Bai Yi shrugged and said, you don't suspect that I wrecked the plane, do you? Then how about you arrest me, lock me up, and interrogate me? Zheng Xian hurriedly said, how could that be? Although you are often unreasonable, we are well aware of your moral bottom line. You are definitely not that kind of person. I came here to ask, are you interested in joining us? Stop, stop. Bai Yi immediately raised his hand to signal a pause. Do you think I have nothing to do, so I put a tight ring on my head? I don't like to get involved in political things. I can help with some small things within my ability, and I can also help with big things that will make the world explode. But forget about using me as an animal. I have so many girlfriends. I don't have enough time to contact them one by one. How can I have the mind to work with you? You know how many girlfriends I have. Just in China, you must know that the number is astronomical. There are also some abroad that you don't know. I'm almost busy like a top now, okay. Chapter 225 Wang Jia's Test. Don't be so hasty to refuse, Zheng Xian said softly, and smiled apologetically. In fact, you don't need to do too much. Only some special and difficult problems will come to you, and the treatment and benefits here are very good. The key is that you are running around the world. If these girlfriends in the country make trouble, we can also help and give you some support. You know, I don't understand, and I don't want to understand, Bai Yi said calmly. Boss, I reiterate that I am an ordinary citizen. I have no interest in getting involved in politics. If you are an ordinary citizen, then there will be no extraordinary people in this world. Zheng Xian sighed. Forget it. Although I knew you would not agree, I still couldn't help wanting to give it a try. After all, it doesn't cost any money to try. What if it comes true? Then it's okay. If it's okay, then I'll go to accompany my girlfriend. Bai Yi spread his hands and said, it's not that I'm okay. Anyway, the doors of our relevant departments are always open to you. All you need is a nod, Zheng Xian said, and in China, you can't be as violent as you are abroad, doing whatever you want. We live in a harmonious society now. If you act recklessly, you'll get into big trouble. Even if I don't want to be your opponent, I'm afraid I can't. Bai Yi turned and walked away, not wanting to waste time with him. Remember, if anything really happens, call me and I'll help you solve it. You have my phone number, Zheng Xian shouted from behind. This guy is becoming more and more eccentric, Zheng Xian said helplessly, watching Bai Yi's back from behind. It wasn't that he had to flatter Bai Yi. It was mainly because the relevant departments had learned a little about Bai Yi's ability to control thunder, almost transforming him into the god of thunder. With someone as daring as Bai Yi, it was hard to predict how he would react to if he encountered something within China. Of course, the relevant departments weren't afraid of Bai Yi. Although Bai Yi was powerful, after assessing their own strength, they felt that they weren't necessarily afraid of him. But there is no need to ruin the relationship with Bai Yi. We are all family. Internal friction will only make outsiders laugh. So when Bai Yi comes to the country, we should pay more attention and provide more assistance to prevent this guy from making things out of control. Suddenly, Zheng Xian's mobile phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Bai Yi. Bai Yi briefly told Zheng Xian what he did on the plane and asked Zheng Xian to solve the problem of what Liu Chengjian, Liang Dong and Su Yichen saw. If one of them made the matter public, it would not be his fault. It seems that I need to prepare a few more confidentiality agreements, Zheng Xian sighed slightly. But in fact, he was also relieved that Bai Yi could help save the plane and the passengers on it. After all, there were more than 100 lives on the plane. Tearing apart thunderclouds with his bare hands. Does this guy really have such outrageous power now? Zheng Xian wondered. What kind of rare treasure did he ingest that allowed him to go from a mysterious mercenary with some special abilities to suddenly possessing this ability to take on an entire nation? Wang Jia saw Bai Yi returning and asked curiously, what kind of friend did you meet? Won't you introduce him to me? He's shy and doesn't like meeting strangers. He only interacts with acquaintances. It can't be helped. Bai Yi smiled. Forget him. How are things going over there? Wang Jia, the captain and sister Yingying are dealing with the administration. On the plane, the administration boarded the plane, looking as if they were here to pick a fight with you, the pilot, and entered the cockpit. Upon seeing the cockpit, they remained silent. Instead, They took the initiative to shake Captain Liu Changjian's hand and said with a smile, "How can you be so impressive?" For pilots, inspections are a constant throughout their careers. Ultimately, no matter what they do, as long as it involves flying, there will be someone supervising them. This applies to both Chinese and global civil aviation. Chinese civil aviation's impressive safety record is inseparable from the rigorous oversight and support from the general administration, down to the local administrative bureaus, and even down to the airlines. This strict oversight ensures that no matter what type of error or even accident occurs, the general administration first investigates the pilots, checking the regulations, operational procedures, and whether duty periods are in compliance. If even the personnel at the administration, known for their nitpicking, acknowledge the captain's prowess, then he's truly exceptional. After all this trouble, Bai Yi and Wang Jia were given the chance to leave. However, Liu Changjian, Liang Dong, and Su Yichen were dragged into a dark room by officials from the relevant departments, presumably to sign a pile of confidentiality agreements. How strange. Even the administration isn't bothering with the captain and his crew, so what on earth are these other people doing with them? Wang Jia and Bai Yi walked out of the airport, puzzled. In all her time working at the airport, she had never encountered anyone with such a unique aura. It's probably someone from the general administration. They're probably going to reward them. After all, they've made such a significant contribution, Bai Yi said with a smile. I think so, Wang Jia nodded. Leaving the airport, taxis were everywhere. Bai Yi waved his hand, and one immediately stopped in front of Bai Yi and Wang Jia. The two got in. Bai Yi, Wang Jia, it's not a good idea for you to take taxis all the time. Wang Jia, you know I'm under a lot of pressure from my mortgage. I had to borrow money from my parents to make the down payment. The job of a flight attendant looks glamorous, but the monthly salary is so little. If I have to bear the burden of a car loan, then how can I survive? Bai Yi, then I'll buy you a car as a means of transportation. Wang Jia, no. You make it seem like I'm with you just for your money. It's so ugly to say it out. Bai Yi, what? We are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. What's mine is yours. Why do you have to make such a clear distinction? Wang Jia said seriously, at least before we get married, we still have to make a clear distinction. It doesn't matter after marriage. This is a matter of principle. My dad taught me this since I was a child. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If it's not yours, don't reach out to get it, otherwise you will pay another price in an invisible place. Bai Yi, is our dad so upright in doing things? Wang Jia told Bai Yi a story. When she first entered university, her family sent her 1,500 yuan a month for living expenses. A month later, her father transferred the money to her bank account. He first called her and asked, "Is 1,500 yuan enough?" Wang Jia replied, "Of course." Her father, relieved, advised, "Buy whatever you want. Don't let yourself get away with it." She remained silent for a long time. Her father was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" She hesitated and said, "Dad, I don't know whether I should tell you or not." Her father said, "Tell me what's going on. I'll help you analyze it and give you some advice." She said, "My friend and I both get 1,500 yuan a month from our family, but her quality of life is much better. She has a lot of cosmetics, snacks every day, goes to McDonald's once a week, and sometimes even goes to Pizza Hut." Her father calculated that 1,500 yuan wasn't enough. He hurriedly asked, "Is she working?" "Don't let it interfere with your studies." "No, she's not working. She's in a relationship. One time, she came home from a date and told me she didn't really like the guy, she just liked him paying for her. There were a few girls in our class who were the same way. They laughed at me, saying I was stupid and that I was wasting my face. If they had a face as beautiful as mine that could attract boys, they wouldn't have to ask their families for money. They'd find long-term partners willing to pay for their meals." Her father was stunned. He hung up the phone and, without wasting a minute, transferred 2,000 yuan to her. He also wrote in a text message, "My dear daughter, starting this month, I will give you 2,000 yuan per month for living expenses. The extra 500 yuan can be used to buy cosmetics, snacks, go to McDonald's, Pizza Hut. Remember, always pay with your own money. This is the quality of life. Also, if you like a boy and start a relationship, please tell me. I will give you an additional 500 yuan per month for relationship expenses. Please remember to bring your wallet on every date. It's a shame to take someone's money, and it's a shame to eat someone's food. Dad is a man too, And I understand men best. Men love independent, self-respecting, and dignified women the most. Bai Yi couldn't help laughing. So you have such a dark history. Wang Jia rolled his eyes at Bai Yi and said, I'm just an ordinary woman. When I was young, I didn't know much, and I had some shortcomings such as excessive vanity. Isn't it normal? Do you think I'm a fairy who fell from the sky and is not affected by the mundane world? Everyone makes mistakes, and no one is always perfect. You just need to know that and change it. Bai Yi, okay, actually you are right. I have a similar dark history. After all, I am not a perfect person with flawless morals. Wang Jia was curious, have you also thought about using your male beauty to find a long-term meal ticket? Bai Yi, no, I'm talking about similar, not the similarity with you. Let me put it this way, when I was young, I was ignorant and resentful of my parents. Why wasn't I a high-ranking official or a wealthy person? Compared to those second generations, I lost at the starting line. When others were reckless and outgoing, I was eating dirt. Later, as I grew older, I figured it out. My parents didn't despise me for being incompetent and a loser, dragging them down and relying on them. It would be a bit too beastly to despise them again. What kind of life a person leads depends mainly on yourself, whether you can become a talent or a waste. If you are a piece of material, then even if you can't be compared with those rich second generations, you can still live a petty bourgeois life of your own. If you are not that piece of material, your parents will at least cover the bottom for you, so that you at least won't starve to death on the street. Learn to be content, and everything will be enough. That's right. No one's perfect. It's normal to have some dark pasts in youth. Wang Jia smiled, leaning on Bai Yi's shoulder. As long as we keep getting better, that's all. Your father should also be thankful for raising such a sensible girlfriend for me. Bai Yi put his arm around Wang Jia's slender waist, kissed her delicate face, and smiled. I'm grateful to my father, too, Wang Jia said with a nostalgic smile. Every time I was about to make a mistake, he pulled me back from the brink. Otherwise, I might not be living like this now. Soon, Bai Yi and Wang Jia arrived downstairs at her house. It was an elegant, mid to high-end residential complex. Wang Jia had previously told Bai Yi that the house was priced at approximately 4.5 million RMB, or over 30,000 RMB per square meter. It was over 100 square meters, with subway access, a garden downstairs, and 24-hour service. It was a very good place in every way. The down payment was 30%, 1.35 million RMB. Due to the Provident Fund loan, the monthly payments were 14,000 RMB. Her salary was only 20,000 RMB a month, so her parents would definitely have to contribute a significant portion of the down payment. This left her with only 6,000 RMB of disposable income each month. But as a girl in a metropolitan city like Shanghai, and with a unique job like flight attendant, this was barely enough to sustain her life, leaving her with no savings. Fortunately, flight attendants enjoyed good benefits, so there was no pressure to save. Luckily, I bought this a few years ago. Otherwise, with the current skyrocketing housing prices, I wouldn't be able to afford it, Wang Jia said. The rising rate of housing prices clearly far outpaced mortgage rates, making this deal a bonanza for Wang Jia. It's also thanks to having a dad who supported you in buying a house, Bai Yi smiled. That's right, Wang Jia said, on weekdays, my parents are very frugal people. It was only when I bought a house that I realized that they were really frugal, not because of financial difficulties. Returning to the room, he closed the door. Bai Yi kissed Wang Jia and pressed her against the door. He grabbed her hands with both hands and pressed them against the door. It was like a little white sheep caught by a big bad wolf. Wang Jia was obviously a little flustered, but after being passive at the beginning, she began to kiss Bai Yi back. She was not afraid in this plane crash, but she hid her fear in her heart. Now she was moved by her mood and wanted to burst out all the negative emotions she had endured. After the kiss, Wang Jia panted twice and said dissatisfiedly, Bai Yi, are you too impatient? Bai Yi stroked Wang Jia's pretty face and said with a smile, it's just because you are so beautiful. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.